Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC R6. My name is Fel, also joined here today by Chief up here in the commentary booth by my side. And we've got two interesting teams of Concordia, Wisconsin versus Fanshawe Fuel. Ryan, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing lovely, John. It's great to see you in the booth again. I've missed you, my friend. And can I
Yeah,
just say,
likewise.
your new haircut, so sexy, man. 10 out of 10.
Thanks, man. So I
Un-
like what you're doing as well. That's what I normally do after like months of not cutting my hair. So I feel that as well, man. But yeah, I
This is
appreciate the
the
compliment.
messy look that I just woke up with. Or woke up at like 8 a.m., but
Mm.
it's been a while since I've woken up. Anyways, we were talking about how lovely you were looking. Unfortunately, our teams from the previous week, they didn't quite have a lovely experience. Both rosters coming off a loss. To be fair, Concordia's coming off a forfeit loss against Baker University, but UWin would take the series against the Fuel, a 2-1 victory for the coming team of UWin.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the roster. Actually, starting off with Concordia, going to see who they have here for their five-man team. We have got Sonar, Sully, Strive, either that or Shriv, Sly, and then Og here up on the booth. So some players I actually haven't gotten the pleasure to actually commentate, but today that will finally change. And then we'll take a look at Fanshawe's roster as well for their best of three matchup tonight to see who they've got on the board here, Brian.
Peraz, Cooper Tiger, Pineapple, the Rabbit Hole, and then what? Binduk?
It
Binduk?
would be like Brendo
Brinduk?
KHT. Like Brendo
Well, all I know is, yeah,
Hmm,
Brindo KHT. Yeah, Brindo KHT. I like that name. And I also like how
yeah.
we're including what their majors are and what year they are. So that's awesome to see. Cybersecurity, graphic design. That's awesome.
Yeah, you love to see it. Also love to see where we're actually going to today in this best of three. So we will take a quick look at the map bands here today for this best of three series. Looks like it's going to be Clubhouse, Coastline, and then followed up with the Decider of Oregon if we get here. Other than the Coastline pick here, Brian, these map bands are pretty straightforward, to be honest with you, man.
I casted a coastline yesterday in NJCAAE, and it
Me
was one of
too.
the most enjoyable coastlines that I've experienced in a very long time. And if you know anything about Les Chef casts, you know that Coastline is my least favorite map, and it really has to do with the way teams play. Coastline is either a map that is absolute YOLO, where teams
Hmm.
uninstall their brains, run into the map, or we see these just discombobulated roams where basically everyone's in Narnia and nobody plays together as a team, or you get these hyper passive games where the attackers are petrified to take map control. And, if teams are able to kind of play together as a roster, unify their team, Coastline can be a true pleasure of map to cast. But we can't talk about Coastline yet, my friend, as we go into Dub House first.
Yeah, one of the most evened out maps here. The normal bans have changed a little bit in the past couple seasons. It used to almost always be like Thatcher, then followed up by the Maverick. But with Habana now having her pellets be it would be changed from the amount you can actually shoot out, she's actually been banned a bit more than the Maverick, but both of them are still incredibly viable here for Clubhouse. And speaking of the Devil, Thatcher as well, he will not be out of the retirement home for tonight's matchup on Clubhouse at the very least. And the second ban, well, we're going to stick with the tried and true Maverick. So Habana will be on the board, potentially making the basement floor a bit more palatable for the attacking side.
I mean, with Haban on the board, maybe we're going to see rosters elect to run multiple sets of impact grenades to kind of perpetually deny that kitchen hatch. Mira is an operator that is also very flexible downstairs in the basement as well as upstairs in gym. How often do we see that mirror window over in the upstairs bathroom? The attacking roster opens up spawn. All of a sudden, there's this giant mirror window in your way. Great job thermiting the wall, but uh-oh, you have a huge roadblock.
Final ban here for tonight going to be that Kaid. So this is incredibly straightforward. What is on the board now for the defenders of Fanshawe? One of the main picks here probably going to be that Valkyrie. If you like to roam, if you like to be aggressive, Valkyrie is a perfect operator. Also for just gathering that information, she is one of the best and most how do you put it, most flexible intel gatherer for a defending team. Unfortunately, we're not going to see her just yet, but the lineup here for defending CCTV and cash room is still pretty good overall. They've got the bandit to potentially trick the main wall, hence the reason for having that Maverick brand despite it wasn't their pick, and also the mute for some extra drone denial, and maybe also some anti-breach leaning in towards a garage wall to maybe help make that rafters and garage part of the map much easier to hold here the defensive side, unless of course it gets six picked off. And of course, as I just mentioned it, that's exactly what happens now. Echo will be on the board instead, but still a great pick nonetheless.
removing the mute from the operator lineup, that's going to put a lot of burden on that bandit extra thick Ella, because now they have to defend that east plat wall. But what about Garage? How often are we seeing Habana X Cairo pellets be placed at the south-facing panel to get a nice line of sight over into Rafters window, to the Rafters rotate, and then also create a small rotation at the bottom of Garage to continue to challenge the members of the defense playing upstairs in Rafters? So Bandit now has to decide, what is a lesser of evils? Do I allow Garage to be opened up, or do I actively play that east-facing wall? And if they go for the east-facing wall, there's going to be, well, a burden to that, John, because you have 2 sets of nades, plus you have the Zofia lifeline. So to successfully defend that wall, man, you're going to have to do a lot of denying of those nades. Sure, you have sure you have a castle in play, and sure you have a Jaeger, but I don't think that's enough to deny the nades.
Say they will most definitely need to have Shrimp Father survive pretty much throughout the entire round to make sure that Garage can still be held from multiple directions. Raptors is going to be much weaker because there is no mute on the board, and that will also now force the Bandit to only rely on that double wall. Garage will be opened up, though, in just a few short moments, as Sly already has a majority of their Exyrus charges about ready to detonate there on those back walls. So once they get Plat opened up, whether it be with a couple of grenades, maybe someone rotating around to blow them up with even some sort of lifeline charge by sonar, then they can begin to start clearing out this Garage area, as they would rather have that first sightline established for a cutoff angle rather than just deep diving immediately in towards the southern side of the map.
We can already see that artillery barrage begin to take place as extra thick Ella is going to feel the burden. Those nades elects to take the gunfire, and that's Augie claiming the first death in this round. So now Bandit's off the board. All you have to do is a fast utility burn. Those nades will find the Bandit batteries, and then all of a sudden that wall is going to be ripped open sky high. You have the trade, though, and you've removed the other hard breacher from play, John. So at least the defense is going to be a little bit more comfortable, but them being comfortable might not last long, as the offense of Concordia is electing to go for a full map occupation as they begin to drop in through Logi.
So a big issue, though, right now with Concordia is their lack of utility. No grenades left on the board, and now pretty much no flashbangs either, because Sly has dropped dead. They did their job on the hard destruction, so getting inside of Raptors won't be as challenging, but clearing through those magnets could be a bit of a hassle, though. Luckily, Sonar can just simply hold down M1 with that LMG and just simply do God's work. 2 quick picks there for the Zofia, and now slowly will begin to rotate around in towards construction, trying to outduel this player in the back of cash room, basically keeping them at bay as the plant will go down. There's simply no denial except for potentially a yokai drone, but they cannot spot out the thermite planting behind that bomb chassis. Post-plant situation now in the 4v2, and it's got to be a full-fledged retake here by Fanshawe. Such a huge deficit as well.
2 players left alive for Fanshawe, and they're kind of stuck in a kill box, John. They're all the way isolated over into cash, and they're going to have to fatal funnel in through the doorway as Jaeger attempts an endeavor, but gets stopped in the process. And then it's poor Echo, outside the middle of the open, but again, that was purely in vain, trying to hunt for those attackers who did a wonderful job of spreading out when that post plant took place. And really, Concordia, a masterclass in attacking ground on cache CCTV, John. They open up Garage almost instantaneously. They practically flawlessly execute into the East Plat wall, utilizing their nades, breaking down the ADSs. The one thing I'll say about the Concordia offense, I would have liked to see flashbangs be incorporated into the big window, but as you mentioned earlier, Sly was the first death of Concordia, the only player with flashbangs.
So instead of maybe only having Sly rocking those flashes, you can maybe bring out the Thermite, because there just overall was not a lot of clear. So if there were both the Jaeger ADSs and magnets in Raptors, it would have been a very challenging thing to do of clearing out that util. Luckily, though, like I mentioned, during the round itself, we just had Sonar walk up Raptors and just simply shoot at people with the LMG, which is a pretty easy thing to do nowadays with how active they are in the meta currently. But for, funny enough, going back here to CCTV and Cash Room with a slightly different lineup. There will be no Echo on the board. Instead, we have the Rabbit Hole on the Aruni, which I quite like. The util game was the biggest issue for Concordia, simply put it. I mean, they got their job done in terms of hard destruction and netting those picks, but when they went for the site execute, it was incredibly straightforward because they really didn't have to clear out anything simply by winning those gunfights. So if you see a bit more passivity by Fanshawe and then relying much more on that util game, they should be at least seeing a bit more smoother waters moving forward here on round number 2.
And the Fanshawe defense is forcing Concordia kind of into this beautiful decision-making moment. 3 castle barricades down over in the lobby, and you may be asking yourself, why on earth would you be relegating so much critical utility to one fixed spot? And it's the ability from Concordia to just have the Zofia enter in through reception, or enter in through the blue secret stairs prone and use the lifeline impact grenades to remove Bandit from underneath. So this mini game is designed Concordia to directly pressure the west-facing highway window with those grenades, John, and that's going to be very difficult to do because we mentioned how hard it was to burn that ADS. So you rotate your flashbangs, and honestly, I'd also rotate Zofia on over as well, just to kind of get a little bit extra projectile down range, so you can stun lock Bandit, or you can burn the ADS with the stun lock of the Zofia lifeline.
First minute off the board here. Concordia just up to their same old tricks. So you've got Sully moving around in towards construction to get that backwards sight line established to, once again, just apply pressure in towards cash. That's one of the easiest places to sit at when denying a Raptors take. Augie's going to get that first pick, and Extra Thick Ella has no idea that Sully has already gotten so aggressive in this round. They might just run into the site, already opening up that Syria gate with a frag grenade out of all things rather than just a drone or something else. They're waiting on backup potentially by Augie, but a 5 versus 3 is a fantastic start once again here by Concordia, and now Fanshawe are once again on the back burner here.
Fanshawe is leveraging their utility. They are leveraging the Rooney gate just reset over by highway window. Augie, who may have found the first kill, finds themselves in a predicament, John. How do you break down this window? You've already used your nades. You can vault on through. You can also use a Gon 6 if you have it available. But I think what Augie's going to be doing instead is having this cutoff, making sure that Praz, the bandit, doesn't relocate. Unfortunately, that window of opportunity has been missed. But the same thing can be said for the defense of Fanshawe, because Cardboard 42 finds themselves currently in the bomb site, John, going for the plant. Where is the defense? Bindo is outside, over by the 90, and that's just not a comfortable place to be. Shrimp Father, the only one left, pushing in through barbed wire. That's going to give the audio cue, and a tight angle is good for 1. That's a player that found the opening kill, but that's going to give away their position, diving around the metal barricade. Cover temporarily, though, but the burden's on Fanshawe to push through these pre-made rotations and take these gunfights. A valiant endeavor from Shrimp Father, but doesn't find the kill.
Say, great play as well by Concordia, understanding that cash room was much weaker in comparison to that CCTV hold. There was a lot of pressure underneath the bomb site to deny a default plant, so just playing around and going for a plant just inside of cash was a much better option overall. So once again, great read by Concordia, and I'm glad to see that we're not going to see a three-peat of CCTV and cash room. We're going to be actually heading in towards church and arsenal room now. The basement floor will now be in contention, and I made the point earlier that having the Habana on the board could make this a pretty straightforward site to actually clear out, especially when it comes to that hatch play. But there is contention for a lot of impact play. The Wamai, Maestro, Valkyrie, and Malusi can all bring up impact. So even if we see that kitchen hatch get opened up at the end of the day, there is still a lot of time that could be wasted. But unfortunately, only the Valkyrie out of all players is actually bringing impact grenades to potentially deny that hatch. And they've already used one on a rotation, unfortunately.
John, I had the biggest smile on my face when you said 3 sets of impact grenades. That's 6 total. I was ecstatic. Yeah. Kitchen hatch, the B bomb site just will perpetually be closed. It's never going to get opened. But we have proximity alarms, bulletproofs, which is probably the best gadget in game right now. At least, pardon me, secondary gadget in game. It's so powerful. It is not only bulletproof, but it can EMP drones or any bits of utility, and it's very difficult to kill. But you're using those impact grenades for rotations. You're bringing out barbed wire, which is still powerful, but you already have another set, man. I would have loved to see that hatch denial not currently taking place. So the Fanshawe B-bomb site hatch, it may be vulnerable, especially once you start to incorporate Cade, which was Fanshawe's ban. All those hatches are going to be free reign for Concordia.
Especially, you don't really need a lot of barbed wire because you already have other gadgets to gather information. The bulletproof camera, the evil eyes, the banshees, black eye cameras as well. It just seems a bit overkill, to be honest. And having multiple sets of impacts once again is just going to waste a lot of time against Concordia. And that is a fantastic thing to do when you have the entire building to play with. Since you're on that basement floor, you can play up above, such as how Brendo is doing right now. He'll go for an aggressive swing perhaps and almost finds pick on a sly. Eventually gets a second opportunity and nets it quite well. So that is a brilliant way to open up the kill feed. That Hibana now gone, leaving the only hard destructor now in round number 3 going to be that Thermite, and he is going to be very limited on the options that he'll have, especially if he ends up just flat out dying. That could really put a damper on the parade here of Concordia.
Slowly trying to leverage the vertical play. Extra thick Ella kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they're going to find their burial ground in the portion of that B bomb sign. So the trade will take place 30 seconds outside that window. Oh, Rabbit Hole tries to enter into the escape tunnel, preoccupied though by Sonar, and it looks like Concordia might be on the threshold of the bomb site, John. They're starting to knock their way on through, but there's still lots of critical bits of defitting utility in their way. Let's go back over to those Meister cameras as well as those Valkyrie cameras. It is critical that those information gathering bits of utility are removed from the bomb site because it can inhibit you from planting. As I say that though, Concordia once again finds another kill with a large man advantage by +2. They might be able to just kind of overwhelm the bomb site, and they're doing exactly that. It's just Shrimp Father left against 4. They've been in this scenario once before in the previous round, John, and they were unable to overcome the odds. They do have the Maestro cameras taking a little bit of that damage away, but you also have that all to 82 bullets, but as it starts to spray, it gives away their position. Augie finds that final kill.
Unfortunately, even though we had the opening pick favor the defensive side of Fanshawe, they were not able to lock out round number 3. It's nothing but net still for Concordia, and I mean, they just recovered so darn well. They didn't really seem phased that they lost one of their main heart breachers. They still did plenty of vertical. They still had their plan A in mind, and they remained very headstrong about just keeping it that way. And they still had just enough util to get into the bomb site and simply get the job done, still winning plenty of gunfights as well to even out the situation they put themselves into. The 6 pick getting off the Thorn onto hopefully anybody but her, because she is not allowed in competitive play as of now. So the Valkyrie will be put in the hands of Perza, a much better option. And yet again, it's a repeat of the site that we just saw a moment ago, Brian, and really no change in the lineup. I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, that we see more impact grenades, but unfortunately, no. It's still just one set. A couple of nitro cells, though, so maybe if they're landed or, pardon, placed at the right time, then maybe someone get blown up sky high, and that could be another fantastic opening pick for Fanshawe to hopefully not lose that man advantage relatively early on the midway part of the round.
And I'd also like to see Concordia make some adaptations to their previous round 3 execute. Imagine if you have a flank drone somewhere over by bar, over by lobby. I mean, Brendo HT did a wonderful job of finding the opening kill, removing probably one of the most important players in the attacking lineup of Concordia, that Hibana, but I mean, Cardboard was able to rectify that mistake through their own exothermic charge. And speaking of players on the side of Concordia, look at the lopsided kills. Sully is being that entry terror followed by Sonar. So what we're seeing from Concordia is just those entries doing exactly what they need to, take the map control, remove the roamers, and from there the supports can continue to grab information through their drones, but also play the objective by planting the bomb.
It's interesting Perza will not be on the roam. He's actually just kind of prowling about near Dirt Tunnel. It hasn't been reinforced, funny enough. Sonar, they've got a breaching charge and a brilliant wall bang as well, gathering their own intel early on to actually give Concordia the first entry. Almost a second as well, as Extra Thick Elo is on incredibly low HP and barely gets away with their life. A frag is tossed out in case the Jaeger still playing pretty close to main stairs, but that's not going to net them anything as they've already fallen back in towards the site. No Thunderbird or Doc on the board, so the health currently in Extra Thick's pool will be what they have left to play with in these next 2 minutes, as the Xyros charges in the background are now detonating off on the kitchen hatch, allowing another sightline for Concordia to play around.
Great positioning from the side of Concordia. They're once again just knocking on the threshold of this bomb site. They have just every line of sight practically, and they're continuously getting more because of Sledgehammer opening up the arsenal. Sonar will find their second kill in this round, and Smoke is really the only player capable of denying Dirt Tunnel. They end up getting stun locked away, so that's going to be quite awkward, but fortunately Sonar hasn't yet pushed on fourth. That's because they're applying the coverage, and the bomb is going down. Where is the answer? Where are those smoke grenades? Why isn't finding the planter? Uh-oh, it's starting to go wrong once again. The Rabbit Hole finds themselves in a 1v4. Funny enough, John, we've been in this scenario plenty of times today. 3rd round in a row. This is going to be practically impossible to break down. Look at the coverage of Concordia. Completely spread out. They have an entire bomb site underneath their thumb. And Rabbit Hole, valiant effort, great attempt, but that's practically impossible to break.
And I'm really shocked that we had the dirt wall completely soft. I mean, that's something you'll see in rank from time to time. Someone just simply forgot to reinforce or just didn't care to. But in a competitive match, that is really something you don't see every day unless you're maybe going for some sort of like cheeky run out to then reinforce the single wall after maybe getting one or two picks. No, that was not the case at all. It was just simple laziness or poor communication by Fanshawe, unfortunately. And I feel like that's happened a lot of times, just getting caught at the worst time possible when Concordia already has some sort of cutoff angle established or they're already on that active hunt for the roam game. They're just a very proactive team. And like you mentioned, the round prior to round number 4, they're just incredibly good at getting those entry picks and simply just out fragging their opponents. I mean, it only makes sense on a relatively attacker favored map. They're going to be killing it on the attacking side because they're just very good at getting those first bloods and just having that overt aggression to carry them throughout the entire round, even during the post plant, because they've gotten the plant down almost, if not every single round, very early into the round as well, like during the midway point too.
Doesn't it feel like we're almost playing like CSGO or casting CSGO or you cast Valorant with the pacing of these rounds because the execute's taking place at like 90 seconds?
I don't think I caught what you actually said there, Brian. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So I'm just making a point that, coming from CSGO or coming from Valorant, which are closer to 90 seconds to a 2-minute round, I mean, that's what it feels like. It feels like we've chopped off an entire 60 seconds of our Rainbow Six Siege round, which, to be fair, is something that a lot of people have been asking for.
I mean, hey, fast paced in your face. I mean, that's just something you can get behind in almost every single game. This is probably one of the slowest games in all of Tier 1 and T2 esports. So, I mean, only makes sense why people complain about it. It's just really one of a kind.
Have you seen Farming Simulator?
Oh yeah, how could I forget? That's an up-and-coming esport you might need to look out for. And you might need to look out for Cardboard, who just runs into CCTV after getting the plat wall opened up, and instantly Shripfather is going to fall to the wayside. I mean, once again, just the overt aggression established by Concordia, and now the map control being followed up. Cardboard may have been down, but they've already done their job, and there's a secondary hard breacher as well, that Habana. But oof, Extra Thick Ella now reclaiming the top of red, and also reclaiming the man advantage here for Fanshawe as well. That's going to be a pretty tricky thing to get rid of now that we have that position in both red and cash room reestablished here for Fanshawe, but it looks like Sully now getting inside of Logi will at least equalize for the time being and now net 2 picks in a row to actually bring the advantage back to Concordia here with a minute 45 on the clock.
Wait, the bomb site's basically changed. Look at the positioning of Fanshawe. They're all the way over to the east, and Concordia owns the bomb site absolutely. So they rotate all their attackers on over, and now Fanshawe has to spring into action. First it's Extra Thick Ella stepping up to the plane, and now it's Bindo forced to go to the X-Kairos, or not the X-Kairos, the Rhino handgun, and, well, they don't find anything there. Man, that was such a beautiful round from Fanshawe. The excellent retake up the red stairs. For the first time the entire series, John, they actually have a man advantage going into the round and during the mid portion of the round, but unfortunately, it was a great read from Concordia to drone the bomb set and identify, hey, there's nobody on site.
I mean, almost every single round we've had by Concordia, they've had multiple ways of attack. They haven't been funneling at all, or even when they do funnel, it's more of a coordinated funnel. Like they just know this position is weak, so they can get away with doing that. So having Sully drop into Logi when everyone is having to reestablish themselves in cash, it opened up a lot of new avenues of approach for Concordia, and they capitalized on that pretty darn well. At 5-0 now, for the attacking side, I really don't see what's stopping them from just taking this matchup entirely 6-0 and potentially 7-0, depending on how well they play on the defense. But even though I did just say that, the mistakes that Fanshawe are making, I mean, they are pretty straightforward, so possibly in map number 2, we could see that redemption arc maybe blossom just a bit to not make it a complete clean sweep against Concordia here in the best of 3.
So, John, pretend that you're the IGL of Fanshawe. Would you go to CCTV or would you go back to Gym? Because honestly, Gym Bedroom was, at least in my opinion, the best defense with Fanshawe.
I'd have to agree. There was some sort of response. Either that or Church and Arsenal, but just have a bigger emphasis on the roam game, because clearly just going for the full anchor game is not working because they have a Habana, they have a lot of hard breach, they've got grenades. So bunkering up is just simply not going to work, even if you bring a lot of shields or a bunch of anti-flash because Flores is also on the board. So having the roam game like a mutant Mozzie, like just the standard stuff, that would probably work wonders here for Fanshawe. Unfortunately, they're still going to have a relatively they did have a relatively decent emphasis here on the anchor game. There is more of a lurk about so far, but Concordia, they really don't seem phased so far. They'll already deal a bunch of damage here to Extra Thick as they're trying to hold their own here on towards Rafters, but across the ways, we've got Rabbit Hole watching out on the single window here next to the backside balcony, and Nets one pick, almost a second, but hey, at least Fanshawe didn't lose anybody in the first minute of this action phase.
And that's the first opening death against Concordia. They've been finding the opening death against Fanshawe 5 rounds in a row. Finally, that streak has been broken. And I think we're starting to see Fanshawe heat up. They were able to develop some confidence back in the previous round, round number 5, with an excellent retake of the red stairs on the gym bedroom defense. But they're still not out of the woods yet. Look what they're continuously doing. The MKDMR finds another kill. Sure, Extra Thick Ella is DBNO currently over in R2, but oh, Rabbit Hole, my friend, you didn't need to get that aggressive there. Just play the passive angle, and you'll be able to remove Sonar. But the charge of Sonar is now continuing. Full control of Rafters, but here's the flank that you wanted. John, here's the roam, but I believe they're aware the Jiggle Peaks doesn't identify that roamer.
Fortunately, they actually didn't check out near Swamp, so Fanshawe reclaimed main advantage solely on such little HP as well, along with Sonar too. Case left near Plat as well. It'll most likely have to be just an out full brawl in these next 50 seconds. What's solely kind of just trapped here, they might need to rotate around, so they'll make the proper call of opening up that hatch leading from construction now in towards the top of stage. They can now play along with their teammate of Sonar, whether it be near Rafters or if they actually go into the plat wall to retrieve the case and maybe have a better sight line leading in towards the actual objective room of CCTV. It's actually going to be Sonar to do that, and then Sully, I believe, to be to actually change roles with that Zofia player. Just about 30 seconds left here on the board. This is definitely doable. The only thing they really need to worry about is probably both A, the Evil Eye, and B, the Nitro Cells. But one gets used a bit prematurely, so there's only one on the board, and that's in the hands of Brendo. They're not really in a fantastic spot to utilize that, but at least Shrimp was in a good spot to find one with the Alda, and Brendo netting that final pick. A great refrag there in the middle of red to finally give a round favoring the way of Fanshawe, so at least it won't be a 6-0, but still a very tough hill to climb as it is 5-1 still.
You know, Fanshawe looked confident that round, John. They
Yeah.
stood their ground, they took gunfights, and they really put Concordia in awkward positions. They find the opening kill through that highway window, and it was just good crosshair placement followed by a very tight angle. That's what you need to do to prevent the offensive team from artillery barraging you with nades. Now, to be fair, Concordia probably should have been proning to dispatch that utility, but still, that was a great read from Fanshawe to exploit that mistake. Now, John, they have to kind of remember what that's like. Putting Concordia kind of on the left foot, kind of knock them uneasy, unbalanced when you're going over to attack. That's going to be very difficult to do, but hey, Fanshawe has now been heating up. Sure, again, they weren't able to win round 5, but that was the catalyst to eventually take round 6.
Oh man, this lineup by Concordia is quite scary. To be honest, if they didn't want a bandit trick, they probably could have brought out a Wamayu as well, and this would have been a pure nightmare for Fanshawe. One thing though I will compliment by Fanshawe is that they finally got out of the rut, first and foremost. They got around on the board, but also they do have a Twitch on the board, so if they're able to evade those mute jammers and kind of play for range with her primary gadget, then they could break a lot of utility here on the side of Concordia. I mean, the Vulcan shields, it just takes one zap, they'll be fully destroyed, and that is some very potent util to have, shields being one of the strongest pieces of utility in the game currently, Vulcan or regular shield. Also, those Banshees, great way to gather information passively, that can also be destroyed, and the ADSs, which if those are no longer on the board, then you could have your nade player of Brendo get some pretty easy picks to once again start Fanshawe off on the right foot perhaps.
John, what do you make of both rosters electing to not run primary shotguns? We've been seeing impact grenades kind of take the burden of rotations, which to be fair was kind of their design, but at least in the competitive meta, impact grenades have kind of evolved away from being wall opening devices, but more utility removing devices. So are our teams just trying to bring more firepower with, submachine guns, or what's the deal with the lack of the Mossberg shotgun?
I mean, maybe just wanting to play range, perhaps? There are some nice angles you can hold from a distance, and sometimes it can be a bit awkward to force yourself to only play close quarters if a lot of people aren't comfortable utilizing the SMG-11 in more than just an up-face
Uh-oh.
confrontation, perhaps, but that would really be it. I mean, both the FMG-9 and MP5K both can have a 1.5, and oof, that's unfortunate there
Oh,
by Brendo,
no.
not able to break that util or net a pick on towards Sly as well. That could have been a great opening frag there for Fanshawe and able to get that plat wall opened up as well. But yeah, maybe people just aren't simply comfortable enough to utilize that shotgun. I mean, if you believe in it, it can believe in you, and you can net some brilliant picks. And Sully, so close as well. They still have the soft pings though, and the Zofia has no idea where Sully's actually playing at. So this could be a huge element of surprise play here for Concordia to finally get a pick here in the second half of the action phase.
John, did you notice that 2 sets of Zofia impact grenades and pardon me, 2 impact grenades from the Zofia lifeline and 1 set of nades, or a total of 2 nades were expended on the bandit trick, and all of them missed? To be fair, though, who really cares, though, if you've missed your bandit trick, when you could just start to walk into the bomb site and take kills? Here's Sully, your roamer, John, that you highlighted earlier, but they find themselves kind of in an awkward position because Sonar is the only player on site. With Sully finding a kill, the death of Rabbit Hole, I mean, what do you end up doing? You have to try to retake up the red stairs, go through rafters, but John, that's currently being occupied, and I think my stream has died.
Say, well, looks like we are having a very long angle being held here by Sonar, just waiting ever so patiently. Nope,
Perpetual angle, you could say. Just
indeed.
waiting for somebody to, walk in. Waiting for the world to change. Waiting for
Yeah.
an attacker to wave high.
Yeah, we will never know the outcome of that round until now. As we are finally back, it will be an attacker round win. One thing I wanted to point out there was the kind of bait playstyle by Sully there. He really did take his sweet time before swinging out and finally getting a pick. I would have much rather have had him get aggressive and find that pick, because then the Jaeger player would have actually been able to hold off Raptors for a much longer amount of time. And from what we saw in the end round bit there, the final pick, Raptors was the main point of access way for Fanshawe to try and go for that plant and just get site control as well. So being a bit more proactive here on the defense, that will be the big aim of the game here for Concordia. But they've got room to breathe. They have rounds to spare. It's still a 5-2 score line favoring themselves. So hey, if they win church and then either reattempt CCTV, go up toward gym and bedroom, or dare I say, have a double bar site in play, they should still be in pretty smooth waters and could definitely end out Clubhouse in a pretty good manner.
John, I have some very bad news for you. I have to talk about numbers. I have to talk about statistics quickly. So I know you have a phobia of math and numbers, so just bear with me for a second. We currently have seen
right.
7 rounds, and every all rounds, the team that finds the opening kill ends up winning. So it was 5 opening kills for Concordia through rounds 1 through 5, and now rounds 6 through 7, it has been, well, a change-up. Not Concordia finding the opening kills. It's been them taking the burden of opening deaths. So that's the win condition right now. If you find the opening kill, especially on attack, all of a sudden that roam pressure, the roamers across the board or the on-site anchors like we saw in round 7, I mean, it just kind of crumbles. Imagine it like a chair where there's 5 legs, but if you knock one of the legs out, the chair just collapses.
I guess it's a pretty good analogy to describe it, but I feel like Concordia could also just be that driving factor to get those first picks. They've been a tad more sluggish. I mean, that's a really hard thing to say because they've only played for 1 defensive round, but now make it 2, and Sully's actually the first one to fall. Luckily, there is some sort of crawl back, though. Cardboard just waiting behind one of the boxes near former dummy, and is able to get a pretty quick refrag, extra thick elbow, and how go down on the other Polish operator, the Zofia. So, at least there is some sort of response so far, and the roam game could now fall back a bit, perhaps, maybe try to be a bit more aggressive near the lobby side, net some sort of pick, and have a pretty nice pincer effect as well, with the first minute now just about underway, and plenty intel being gathered by both Fanshawe and also Concordia, because I could almost guarantee they hear these audio cues near blue, and now will try to position in a manner as to where they can actually deny this position from being held that much longer by Fanshawe.
I do have some concerns, though, with this attack. Blue is such a difficult place to hold as an attacker, right? There are multiple angles. The soft wall is going to be your undoing, and sure, you're holding this beautiful, long cutoff into dirt tunnel, but that really is not going to net you anything. What is going to be Shrimpfather kind of carrying the charge with that LMGE. Unfortunately, they end up falling, and you're going to have to rely on a trade. The trade doesn't take place, so now where do you find yourself in? You're in this kill box. There's soft walls all around you. you, you're back at square one, but in a worse position because the attacking lineup has started to fall. It's an absolute kill box, and it's all on Rabbit Hole. The 1v4 Bane of Fanshawe seems to be striking once again. The diffuser is now isolated, and Rabbit has to leave the burial grounds of their fallen comrades.
Say, I understand that blue is an incredibly important thing to have in your pocket as an attacker when you're going for that execute, but just blue control, that's called a funnel. And I know you're saying of a fatal funnel, I mean, it was pretty darn fatal here for Fanshawe. It's only Rabbit Hall left to stand. They get a really nice kill dropping down from the stock hatch. Can they find more than just that singular pick? Potentially not. They're caught on a reload. They have to whip out the hot for the Caveira secondary, and they'll find yet another one. Sly goes down, but it's still a 1v2, and there is not a lot of time left to spare, so they'll most likely not be able to go for the plant, especially since there's no coverage to be had by any teammates, as they're all relegated to camera duty. So those might have just been 2 picks to pad the stats up, and now just see what Rabbit Hole can do in terms of communication, to see what they can do better to win 3 rounds in a row, to potentially deny that match point and then game point being won out here by Concordia.
Rabbit Hole not going to be likely to clutch this round. And John, the real question is, do you have the copyright on the name, the Han Solo gun for the 44 auto mag?
Say, I think I like signed some contract like a long time ago, maybe.
Well, I'm just doing that now from you, so it's now mine.
Alright,
I'm
cool.
gonna be using
You
that from
rarely
here
get to
on out.
see it, so it's like it's
Does that
totally
surprise you? It's
I understand what I'm
terrible.
saying.
It's great and terrible, right? Like
It's like
the
funny if you get a kill with it, because it's like
oh
really
yeah,
cool. But
it's
that's
it's
about
a
it.
meme gun. Like if you could hold a tight
Oh yeah.
angle, like imagine you have like a 1x, like you're let's say like you're me and you're playing with a red dot because red dot superiority, but you want to hold a tight angle? Why
Mhm.
not 44 auto mag? Pretend like you're playing CS:GO and one tap somebody. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm. I mean, it is a one-shot headshot gun, so can't really blame you, to be honest. And I don't
I
blame
don't hit
Concordia
headshots.
not wanting to actually go to CCTV a second time, or they're going to opt to go to gym and bedroom, which is actually a very good site if you have that mirror still available. It's not bad if you don't have her. It can be a bit more challenging to actually hold on to for a long period of time. Luckily, though, Maverick is not on the board either, so it's going to be a very periodic affair to get both the CCTV wall opened up and also Jacuzzi wall opened up as well, even when you have a fair amount of burn to utilize here. There's a mute on the board, so those Twitch drones can be quite challenging for actually having anti-breach being established, so most likely that will be done with either Brenda with the grenades or maybe extra thick Elo on the Zofia with those explosive lifeline charges. Other than that, hard destruction could actually be quite challenging here for Fanshawe if they don't play their cards right.
Honestly, I'm of the school of thought, just put somebody over by highway balcony, the south-facing windows, isolate one of the runouts, either the peak from CCTV, the runout from Master or Khan, and then just shoot down the green barricade, and all of a sudden there's going to be bandit batteries in your way. However, Fanshawe's actually being very disciplined with the attack right now, John. They're electing to push in from the plat side of the map, which is towards the east. They're going to establish this foothold, this beachhead over into CCTV. That's going to be a leverage point to eventually take cash, and once you have cash, then you can start to get more creative with your attack and start to rotate attackers over to the spa wall. First, though, you're going to have to remove our friendly mute here, who has decided to show their fangs, but lots of damage being dealt to extra Ella, but the follow-up with the MP5K is not good enough, and now we see another opening death against Concordia.
Hey, and at least there's some sort of great equalizer here. The exothermic charge will now open up the Logi hatches. Extra is nowhere to be seen. They are not going to be able to utilize those breaching charges to help out in the soft direction towards Logi, but hey, at least they'll concuss Sly, so maybe they could open up a bit easier and towards Cash Room perhaps. They'll finally enter that part of the map, but Sly is at the ready, gets rid of one player. Shripfather will now fall. Could potentially be another one as we move into the second half of the action phase, and that man advantage now being regained here by Concordia. We are now back at a time warp here, unfortunately, for the 8th time in a row. And now we're at a standstill here. Nope, apparently we did not have Sly find their third pick overall here in map number 1. Fanshawe, though, finally getting control of Construction Room. It can now enter Logistics and also try to poke and prod at the site here to have that multifaceted approach, but they don't have the man advantage, and they don't really have the health advantage either. One more shot onto Extra Thick Ella, that could put them in the grave and make this, yet again, another 4 versus 2, and Brian, that's exactly what happens here.
Concordia in an excellent position currently in their defending stint here on match point. 2 defenders in Master Gym, 1 over by the main stairs and 1 over in Longy. What this is going to do is allow Concordia to basically deny any entry into Con, and a push through Con is going to be death. And you can see what happened to the teammates of Rabbit Hole. They were all removed throughout the endeavor, and Longy will be the final burial ground of Rabbit Hole. That's going to be quite a decisive victory on the side of Concordia. Well done to them, a well-earned 7-2, but you know, we're talking about statistics, and I actually want to mention one more thing, because statistics are fun. For the past 4 rounds, Concordia has been the opening death, and round 8 has been the only round where the team that gets the opening death, or opening kill, doesn't end up winning the round.
Hey, well, sometimes, educated guesses with those stats are simply only that, just guesses, I suppose, but still pretty interesting stuff to, just deep dive just a little bit. Concordia definitely knowing their stuff there on Clubhouse and not funneling a lot of rounds, having general good team play. I feel like that's going to synergize really well on Coastline, especially since they often did get those opening first bloods, and that was one of the main reasons why they were able to be so aggressive and win a majority of their rounds. So this could honestly turn into a very quick 2-0 here for tonight's first best of 3 here at NECC, but I am hopeful that we could see a bit of change here by Fanshawe. Before we see that change, though, we'll have to go into a quick little break and be back in just a few short moments before we actually get Coastline underway, so don't go anywhere, as we will be back momentarily with more NECC action. Welcome back,
NECC
everyone.
week.
Ah,
Oh,
you have
I thought
intro.
I was doing the intro.
I didn't hear you, to
You know,
be
hold on, wait,
honest.
time
That's
out,
okay, though.
time out. We're gonna both say it together. So we're gonna say hello, welcome to NECC week 2.
All
Three,
right.
two, one. Hello,
Hello,
welcome to
and welcome to
NECC week
NECC
2.
Week 2.
There we go. Perfectly done. We're on the
Oh, yeah.
same wavelength, you know. I want to say again
Yeah.
though, you know, it's a haircut. The haircut distracted me. I just couldn't hear. You know, I couldn't hear of the haircut, man. I was just too enthralled by it. With that being
Probably my
said,
music, if anything. Full blast
no.
in here. You say, oh, yeah, I got intro, John.
What are you listening to, music-wise, other than my melodious voice, which is not melodious?
Funk.
I don't even know what that means. I'm a boomer.
You don't want to know.
Excellent. You know what you do want to know, though? Our score for map number 1, a 7-2 for Concordia over Fanshawe. Welcome back again. We currently find ourselves soon to be entering into map number 2, which is going to be a quite spicy one. We're going over to Spain. We're going over to Coastline. And, you know, we saw map number 1 be kind of a, as I like to call it, a YOLO click headfest. And what better place to go than Coastline? So let's dive over in. Let's see what it's like here.
Yeah, maybe take a quick look at the operator bands as well. I'm expecting, like, just pretty default stuff. We didn't see really anything over the top on Clubhouse. It was Thatcher, Maverick, Mira, Kaid in that order. I mean, the only deviation you see there is Kaid is banned first and then Mira. Like, that's normally, like, the most straightforward approach on Clubhouse for bans. So I'm really expecting nothing out of the ordinary here. Maybe, like, some kind of info gatherer. Ah! All right, well, there's at least one thing. It's also Concordia banning out the Zofia as well. I mean, Ella was kind of crutching on her as well. That's a weird sentence to say. Ella, extra thick Ella was really crutching on Zofia, but they also had Sonar doing really well on the Zofia as well. So it is a bit shocking having that banned and then also followed up by a Thatcher, which is not a necessity. Apparently, I got the predictions completely wrong, as this is the most odd Coastline ban phase I've seen in quite some time, Brian.
Absolutely unacceptable. You have to get 110% of your operator bans correct. I need a new duo at this point.
Tragic.
Criteria is you have to have good hair, though. That's what it's going to come down to. At least you got another one of those operators, right? It's going to be Mira, but I want to harken back over to the Zofia ban. It is most certainly to remove the firepower of Sonar. I mean, that's really what drove Concordia's attacks. Let's go back over to the conversation we had back in, I believe it was about round 4, where it was Sonar and Sully knocking on the door of double digits while multiple members of Concordia were still currently on donuts. So if you're able to remove some of that lethality, honestly, it might be enough to trip Concordia up just a bit. And we're going to have to wait to see if that does matter, though, because Concordia is starting on the defense.
Hey, and we didn't get to see a lot of defender rounds for them. I mean, in total, it was, what, 3? Yeah, it was 3 defending rounds overall. They always went for some sort of, minute roam game. Did it work out all the time? Kind of, but not enough to really scream home to, because they allowed a lot of stuff to be kind of gotten away with by Fanshawe. They allowed themselves to get a lot of map control early on, and then, yeah, the roam game may have found a pick or two, but then they had to end up retaking the site as if they basically swapped sides and were on the attacking team again. So if we see more aggression come out of Concordia and more of a dominating presence, I feel like they should have a pretty straightforward approach here on the defense, and I feel like you need to either fall back incredibly early on a map like Coastline or kind of play to die, because there are only 2 floors in total to work with, and those few sets of floors you can work with for both an attacker and also a defending team, it pays dividends if you have that map control in your back pocket.
You know, traditionally, something that a lot of teams use to take their map control and kind of cash in their win are hard breachers. But as we go into Coastline, hard breachers can sometimes be a very rare entity. We see Ace being selected by the offense of Fanshawe. We also see pocket thermite charges that's going to be in Shrimp Father's pocket. So, John, are you part of the, yes, I must bring hard breach to Coastline mentality, or are you more like, meh, don't really need it?
It kind of depends on personal preference. I feel like hard breaching, yes, it can be fantastic to gather a couple of sightlines here and there, but I feel like I'm more on the boat of it's not a total necessity every single time. like I said, it's nice to have those sightlines, but it isn't always required. You could have a brilliant roam game, clear out the bottom floor, get pink bar control or sunrise, whatever the heck you
Oh,
want to call it. And hey, look at that. Also get office control, which is what I should have been mentioning early on, as well as Extra's going to get rid of Sully. You can play for verticality if you want to, if you have that secondary soft destruction, and then you can move up above, maybe go for a hookah plant. So it's not a big deal to not have VIP control here, but it is always something nice to have in your back pocket if you do have that hard destruction.
The Fanshawe offense, when they were back on Clubhouse, some of their best rounds were from fast executes where they're able to establish their map control very quickly. We're already starting to see that be a dominant factor here in Coastline, the very few seconds that we've seen here, but if 6L is constantly able to kind of leverage that go, go, go mentality, I mean, it could be a completely different series. And look at where the offense currently is, John. They have control of Aqua. They're starting to dispatch smoke grenades. You have the Osa shield on Big Window, so all of a sudden, Concordia might find themselves in a position where their bomb site's compromised. Their nitrocell from below has now been removed, so the bomb site is practically ripped open wide. The only thing now that Concordia has going their favor are the 7 grenades from that Shamika launcher. A lot have already been used, and you're going to have to deny over 80 seconds, and the Shamika launcher won't be good enough for that. In fact, Cardboard 42 no longer in play.
So the Chonka was trying to make the floor lava for as long as possible, but now as he falls, the site is up for grabs. Plant going down, Sly not having that evil eye to try and deny it, and having no denial in any other manner as well. He gets one with the Alda, but there's currently an Osa shield blocking him from securing that second pick and really leaving behind that back couch position. It'll have to be the wrapper round implemented by Augie to try to win this one out in the 1 versus 4. The air jab will give away their position and now intentions as Extra Thick Ella gets the final pick of the round with a great long sightline through the opening of Courtyard. And that's going to be the first round actually going to Fanshawe after a very good attacking round, to say the least.
Fanshawe just put on a masterclass of a round, John. They were confident, they had bravado, and simply put, they just took map control and they bulldozed over Concordia. If there was a player roaming an office, they were knocked down. There's a player downstairs in blue, they were knocked down. And then the bomb site execute took place. They step in through hell and high water. There is fire all around them, and without a care in the world, they plant because the Osa shield was providing coverage. Concordia was unable to run out through hookah balcony because there were air jabs in play. That was preventing that from taking place, so you started to see Concordia kind of get bottlenecked, choked up into their bomb site, and from there, it just kind of goes downhill. Ooh, this is spicy. Hello, Penthouse Leader.
And one of my personal favorites, all honesty.
Might as well.
I feel like it's actually easier to defend this site in comparison to Hookah because, trying to hold the vertical play underneath as a defender is much easier on this site, and it's a lot easier to extend on Penthouse than it is on Hookah. You kind of have to kind of pivot around both sites here when you're defending Penthouse and Theater. You can only really truly anchor up on Theater, and that's if you still have 90 control for the most part. So I think this will suit the playstyle of Concordia tenfold in comparison to Hookah. I mean, they'll still have to be on some sort of aggressive roam game, but now they could potentially be in more power positions to not be flushed out as easily in comparison to something such as, just one man roaming up and towards like Office and then just getting flushed out off the rip like we saw on round number 1.
I will say the lack of deployable shields is currently concerning me for this Penthouse Theater defense. You're talking about 90 pressure. You absolutely need a deployable shield there. Some teams are electing 2, so you can challenge both the south angle and the west angle. And a deployable shield and VIP where that little donut circle couches, it's also nice to have a fixed fighting position there as well. So currently not a lot of comfortable positions for Concordia, but the one thing that is going for them is their ability to expand that bomb site with almost a brand new bomb site that's going to be VIP where Lord Tachanka Cardboard 42 is playing. Fanshawe actually has a lot to do. That was a drone hole kill, and Cardboard, their toes, just spotted out a little bit. And that's not the way Concordia wanted to start their round.
No, not at all. That's their main set of denial as well. Those Shamika launchers, you talked about it earlier around number 1, how much time they can waste. Sully will actually waste away extra thick, so the Ash is now gone. There's a little bit of verticality off the board. There are still grenades you can maybe toss out, but I don't think Brendo will attempt that. Augie goes for 1 pick, and will manage to be successful in that, and Brendo will get a refrag on towards Sly, so we're still kind of on even footing. But Concordia, I mean, they could potentially have the health advantage if Sully can actually heal themselves up. They will not be able to, as they've got a bout against Perza right up and towards Luggage. They'll end up eventually falling back now, just wasting a bit of time. So is Augie, as they're not going to fully give away that 90 control just yet. So overall, Concordia, they've got some pretty good positions to just remain stalwart in for the time being, and Brendo, having no clue Augie didn't fall back, will now give Concordia the man advantage yet again. And finally, we could maybe see these Kona stations come into play as Sonar goes to the overheal and could now be a juggernaut in sort of the inside of the site of Penthouse.
Yeah, Sully needs to come back to site, though, and take those gumball machines, heal back up to full HP. And then Concordia find themselves in an excellent position. They found themselves the burden of the opening death, but from there, it's been excellent trades. And now Fanshawe is starting to stall out. You have 2 attackers kind of spread out, one over in Hookah, one over by Billiards. That's not really a place where they want to be. They have to link up and start to push. If they do push, there's plenty of head-level holes as well as this green barricade. It's going to provide some concealment, but Rabbit Hole wasn't quite prepared for the head-level holes, and now it is all just on Peraz. Forced to find 3. Low HP on 1. That's going to be on the Sully, but I don't really see this going in this direction. The AK-12, a phenomenal primary weapon, but Sully is going to be better. An excellent read to flank in through Aqua, and that's going to be Concordia bringing the round back.
And that was one of the things I was actually hoping to see more of on Clubhouse. Matter of fact, Chief, was just proactivity on the roam game. If it weren't for Sully, we would have had a very one-sided win by Fanshawe, 100%. That, and also having Augie still playing inside of 90 as well. I mean, just great stuff of not giving away that map control and really giving Fanshawe a run for their money. That was much better in comparison to what we saw in Clubhouse for their defenses. So this is definitely going to be a very even first half, to say the least. It's going to come down to that roam game, how effective Fanshawe can either clear it out or how well Concordia can kind of bite their time and really see how many people they can bring down in the grave with them potentially if they are still opting to play to die in a majority of these rounds.
I mean, Kitchen is all about the roam. You will win this
yeah.
bomb site or lose this bomb site in the roam. Now, there was a time where the attackers could, in theory, kind of just rush the bomb site. That was back when Kitchen's service was expanded all the way to that east door. Things have now changed. They've cut the bomb site basically down by an entire room. This room is now called Reception. It's no longer part of the bomb site, so rushing can be quite a pickle, John. You're going to have to walk in through the threshold of 2 different doors as well as that window, and we see Concordia already starting to establish a strong fighting position there. That's going to be through the use of the ADSs, so utility dump and trying to conceal yourself with smoke grenades. Currently none on the side of Fanshawe, at least traditional smoke grenades. You have the smoke bolts, so a fast push, not on the option of Fanshawe, so they've kind of condemned themselves to a linear push. You have to clear upstairs, you have to clear that vertical, and rely heavily on that sledgehammer. No pocket flat place breaching charges, so the sledgehammer is going to be the chief opener of the floorboards.
Really make or break, especially since you would prefer to have those Ash breaching rounds for the shield play or just general just inside of the site breaking some sort of utility, whether it be those shields or even the Malusi Banshees or the Evil Eyes, all stuff that are bulletproof unless you actually open up the panels of a Banshee when you get in proximity. But normally you don't want to be sitting that close to Malusi's gadget because you'll most likely be met with a hail of bullets or some sort of nitro cell if there is one on the board. This time there will not be, though. For round number 3, there is still that light roam game, which I was talking about a little while ago, and that presence on the top floor has not fallen back just yet. So a minute burned off the clock here, and Concordia are still in a great position to contend against Fanshawe as they try to clear out this top floor to, like you said earlier, establish that verticality to make the site a bit easier to approach upon later in the round.
Oh no. Cardboard 42 has dropped the LMG. A sin has committed by all Chichanka players. You're only allowed to run one weapon, and that's the LMG. The punishment is going to be dealt out to Sully. Sure, they don't have the LMG, but that's because they're running Malusi. But Extra Thick Ella has been quite an attacker so far. Their ability to be a slithering snake and serpent their way in through the defense has now been dead in the water as Extra Thick Ella eventually ends up falling. But man, they've had such a threat so far this series where they just kind of wander their way into a good position, and Concordia has not quite been prepared for Extra Thick Ella and their shenanigans.
Personally, I would have preferred if Ella actually had just sat in luggage, because after droning out Sonar, you know he has to go basically one of two places. Either he moves into Penthouse or he moves into 90, because why would you still sit inside of Theater after being droned out? That just seems a bit dumb to do, to be brutally honest. So that was probably an improper read. Luckily, though, Perza will actually bring back the man advantage here for Fanshawe. Shrimp almost gets away with robbery near Bathroom, was not able to land enough shots to actually net that pick. Cardboard will be down through the vertical holes that we've been preaching about throughout all of round number 3, and that will really solidify how strong of a position Fanshawe have. They could now keep Rendo up above, and when they get the plant down, they're going to have great coverage during that post setup. Shrimp now finally gets one as Sonar will fall. It's only Sly left alive here on such low HP, but no one's actually covering the plant here, despite the fact they had that vertical coverage. Luckily, though, Shrimp is in the right place at the right time to get the final pick of the round, and it's going to be Fanshawe to actually reclaim the round advantage, now 2-1.
Fanshawe's entries are just unmatched right now by Concordia's roamers. They have no idea what's taking place, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's the lack of on-camera presence for Concordia. What that means, John, is some poor chap on the Concordia defense has to have the very unentertaining task of cycling through default cameras or whatever cameras are currently available to the defense. And what that does is it allows the defense to kind of gather real-time information. If a camera is destroyed, that is still info, guys. That just means, hey, the attackers are in this area. They've shot this camera, so we need to be kind of on red alert because there could be an attacker in this position. And I mean, Extra Thick Ella, to be fair, is telegraphing their position, right? If they're pushing in through Aqua, they shoot the default camera. So that's free info to Concordia saying, hey, default camera in Aqua's gone. I wonder if there's a lurker trying to push in through Billiards or potentially in through Luggage. So let's be on red alert and let's have our guns up in those sectors of the map to make sure that there's no Extra Thick Ella shenanigans.
Well, we're bound to see some sort of shenanigans here for Hookah Billiards, as Fanshawe did have a pretty clear win when they attacked this site on round number 1. I think the biggest problem was just how effective they were at clearing out the roam game so early into the round, and I think that might be why Concordia want to go for like a slight extension and actually committing some utility there as well, with both a Kona station and a deployable shield to actually hold on to some parts of the map for a pretty good chunk of time. And we'll only have to wait and see if that actually works out and goes into fruition as they planned it to be, or if it's actually going to just fall flat on its face. We'll have to wait and see, like I just said.
So, drones being established, and this is going to be the information gathering system. So far, Fanshawe is establishing that they want to push towards the VIP section of the map. Now, that's going to be a little bit tricky to do because there's going to be either a soft wall or reinforced wall in your way, so you're going to have to break that on down. They're also going to be changing up their attack and have a solo droning Ash that's extra thick, gathering information over by Kitchen, and with the green wall, or pardon me, the green barricade now being breached, Concordia should be aware that Ash is pushing in, but there's a problem. The roamer, solely in that position of the map, is long gone, is headed out of that spot.
Well, first minute now underway, still plenty of intel being gathered, and yeah, no first pick here for Fanshawe Concordia. They've been falling back at pretty good portions of this time so far to not really get caught out at a bad moment, to say the least here. We got a soft ping coming through, and it's a direct one-for-one trade between the Ella and also Silly on the Malusi here. Not a bad start whatsoever here for Concordia, as they will now secure a second pick here on the round. Rendo almost gets rid of one near 90 hallway directly, but is not able to get the pre-fire down at just the right moment here. Aqua control now established as well. This could be a big element of surprise, but look at this flank. No one's watching from luggage, but He actually whips most of his shots, and Shrimp will punish him for it. Smokes now get deployed, but Cardboard will barely be able to cut down Shrimp. A second flank being attempted, but Brendo will manage to deny before it even becomes an issue. Now the Shamika launchers will rain hellfire across the site, actually downing Perza and having backup from the Evil Eye as well, leaving Brendo 1 versus 2. They've got a minute on the board and 2 frag grenades along with 2 drones, so they have plenty of time left to spare. They'll utilize one nade to break the Evil Eye, denying some information against the opposing side, and they still have one in their back pocket to potentially huck out and maybe actually find some sort of pick. There is no denial here in terms of an ADS or a magnet, but it's Cardboard on the prone play, having that natural cover to secure the final pick of the round, and we're still just in a game of tug of wars. It's just nothing but round after round going back in opposite directions, equalizing ourselves yet again.
Fanshawe had way too much confidence during that round, John. I mean, they established map control. Wonderful job from them, but once they see the bomb site, they're right there. They move too fast. You talked about how Sledge had nades in pocket. Why weren't those nades rotated over to Aqua to deal with the Maestro camera? With that bit of utility removed, Cardboard 42, the Chichanka, won't really have information on the plant situation. So, well, Cardboard's going to have to kind of go with the Hail Mary placement of those Shamika launcher rounds. And it was just information being critical to Concordia. And information is always key in Rainbow Six Siege. So what Fanshawe should start to apply more pressure to are those Meister cameras or those bubbles. Use the Ash Launcher. Use your Flores to make sure the defense does not have those bits of utility, and Fanshawe is actually making the corrections right now. So great on them, and hopefully Faraz is also running a Gun 6.
So I also really like the Lion pick as well, able to get rid of that roam game pretty quick manner too. And the one thing I like about Lion more than Jackal, because they both kind of do the same job, is how easy it is to use the EU1Ds when you're
not
going
a
for the
Jackal
execute. So what was that?
You're not a Jackal fan?
I
don't think we
do
can be
like Jackal,
friends.
but I think Lion is just so much better.
I'm a Jackal crutch. What can I say?
I mean, good gun, pretty good gadget. It's got a nice secondary gadget. I mean, he is really good still. There's a reason why they had to nerf his gun all that time ago. But there's also a reason why they had to nerf Lion even longer before that, because he's pretty damn good still.
What, do you mean built-in wall hacks is broken?
Now, if only Pulse didn't have the UMP, maybe we'd see more playstyle of him perhaps, because he quite literally has wall hacks. He's always had that as his gadget. Actually has been changed a couple of times slightly to actually make it a bit better in the current meta, but that was ages ago, unfortunately. But yeah, like the point I was getting at earlier, Lion, incredibly strong. He's good both in the early and end game part of the round, so his ability can kind of just build up stock over time and kind of go to the moon in terms of value. And just like that, in the first minute of the action phase, we'll have the first Lion scan come out to gather a bit of information to make this push in towards VIP not as difficult as it normally would be.
You know, John, we were questioning, is a hard breach a viable option here on Coastline? And I will say it's providing dividends to Fanshawe's offense, because you've now opened up the VIP wall. You've exposed an angle into Lord Tachanka and the deployable shield in which they're playing behind, but you're still going to need to deal with it. The way you do is going to be through a Flores. There's a mute jammer already on that section of the map, so Flores is not going to be the answer. What will be is that Gun 6 or the Ash Launcher. Extra has actually used both Ash Launchers. That was to remove the mute jammer on the VIP wall, and Fanshawe seems to be crumbling. A lot of individual plays and lacking of trigger discipline has kind of put themselves in an awkward scenario.
I mean, how many times has Extra Thick Ella died inside of luggage? I mean, that's just such a predictable place that they've been set up at countless times. Sully as well, they haven't changed their position that much throughout the round, playing normally in towards the double bar, but it's been working out for him so far. So, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I suppose. About a minute left on the board here. There is still a couple of Lion scanners and a singular drone to utilize, and maybe some claymores for some active flank watch. Other than that, though, Concordia, they really are looking on top of their game here for round number 5. Brendo goes for a wide swing as they needed to work some sort of pick, but they're not going to be able to get it done. Just a 1 versus 5 as the Lion finally spots out the Black Eye Karen to deny some information, but they cannot deny Augie of landing that crisp headshot and guaranteeing a flawless round to boot Concordia back in the driver's seat here.
These rounds are going down to one simple factor, John. It's who is getting the opening kill and who is winning gunfights. And right now, if we go back to Extra Thick Ella, going into round number 4, they found themselves, pardon me, round number 3, they had 5 kills to their name. Now that we enter into round 6, they only have 6 kills. So it was Extra Thick Ella that found absolute map control early on those first 3 rounds, and from there, the bravado and the fast map execute hasn't really been working for Extra Thick, and they've been either the opening death or the follow-up death in the hopeless endeavor to find the trade. And right now, that beautiful attack that we saw from Fanshawe has actually started to be broken down by Concordia, who puts themselves in a very comfortable position, 3-2 going into round 6. And if Concordia finds a victory here, well, that's an excellent place to be in, because if we look at the Siege Invitational, this map is hyper-attacker sided. Only a 30% win rate for the defense.
So I think it is one of the highest attacking win rates, just period. Also in SI, like you mentioned, I think like that and Bank are like some of the highest ones what we saw currently during this
41%, if I remember.
Yeah, something like that. I know that with all the recent games that have been played, the stats have changed from what I saw yesterday. So not fully up to date personally, but at least you're on your A game in that department. So that's always
Mine's from
good.
yesterday too, my friend. So things may have changed.
You didn't need to break the fourth wall like that, unfortunately.
I'll give you real stats.
All right. Well, we will maybe get the stats checked up in later on, as we will give Chief some downtime to perhaps look at that. But yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, 4-2 split, that's fantastic for the defensive side. Even 3-3 is something to not cry about, really. So I feel like Concordia, they still have their mental game in a pretty good way. And Fanshawe, I mentioned this last round, the amount of repetition and predictability we've been seeing by them on their attacking half is quite concerning, especially on the defense, because there are a lot of play-make positions you have to put yourself into, especially if your roam clear for your opponent is top-notch. Then you have to either go back to the site and go for some sort of, crazy anchor hold in a wrap position, or you kind of play to die. So I am incredibly concerned for Fanshawe, A, if they don't win this round, and B, just in general, once we move into the second half.
So going back to real-life statistics, they've actually begun to neutralize. Bank currently has a 47% defending win rate and 41% defending win rate for Coastline. So no longer hyper-attacker-sided, but still attacker-sided enough to be considerable. In fact, it's actually the largest sway between attacker or defender side of that 9% away from the mean or the neutral mark. That being said, information currently being gathered and also utility being dealt. Extra Thick Ella John finds themselves a brand new home that's going to be inside that bomb site, and that home's also going to have a diffuser be planted in it. Concordia forced to make a rotation, pre-fires to the wall, attempt to find the planter, but in fact it actually gives away that position. And Extra Thick Ella taking a nap in the middle of the bomb site. A little bit too much food there in the kitchen after indulging in overeating. It's all just sonar though. Outside, in main lobby, a very dangerous push to go forward, and a lot of noise is being generated. Slap with those feet, but Rabbit doesn't actually find the kill. Great read from Sonar, but with 20 seconds left on this defuse, very difficult to break down, especially when you start to incorporate that vertical, and there goes Sonar falling to their death.
I mean, just picking the perfect moment to strike really there for Fanshawe. They saw that the site was actually mildly up for grabs. They just get a couple of picks, and it kind of worked out for them. Hey, sometimes the most direct approach is honestly the best approach, and that's exactly what I was talking about, having to understand when you need to go for some sort of power play. Fanshawe just literally noticed some small error, and they were like, all right, let's capitalize off it. So got to give credit is due for Fanshawe. 110% equalizing into the first half, going now into round number 7. So Hookah Billiards going to be their first point of contention here for the site, and their lineup is not bad. I feel like they don't really need a kite unless they want to extend into VIP perhaps, but not having any shields to do that could make it a very, very odd place to hold for the defense. What are your thoughts on the kite pick here, Brian?
I just hope it's not going over to quad wall. Maybe you're going to electrocute some barbed wire to remove a drone or a Flores if in play, but I'm with you. I'm not a fan of Kaid. I don't really see it paying that much dividends.
Yeah, especially again since we do not have, oh no, the white circle of death.
Circle of death.
Yep. Same
Great
idea.
minds think alike, my friend. You know, it looks like the couch that's over at VIP because it's kind of like a crescent moon. Is that a crescent moon? I'm not a
Mm,
moonologist, so
no, you're what, a camelologist, right?
I'm a
That's
camelologist.
that's the thing I missed out on when I was taking my shower today.
Yeah,
Um,
you
yeah,
missed our camel discussion. Which camels are fascinating animals, by the way. Like,
it's on
I,
the
I
cold
highly
side.
recommend doing your camelology research and getting your PhD in camelology. My friend,
Mm.
our concerns seem to be valid. Those arcades on the quad wall. Now, sure, you have Habana in play, and sure, you can create some beautiful lines of sight into hookah, but honestly, I prioritize using my X Kairos on the VIP wall, whether that's the external or the internal wall, so you get a better line of sight into the bomb site. Each to their own, but I just don't really feel that you get that great of an angle and you're not able to cut the bomb sight and have as well as you would from the position that you currently see from sonar.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you have time to spare, you have somebody on like the top of the roof still when you're like going for a plant. That's when you would want to get quad wall open. I feel like it just wastes way too much time early in the round, in my personal opinion, when you could be, for example, like what Concordia is doing, getting the VIP wall opened up so early in the round. Then you can start to transition over into Aqua, deal plenty of damage, and such you've already had the roam game dealt with too, which currently that is not the case. But if it were, then you could just start applying pressure into sight. I mean, there could be potential to watch the flank. That'd be something very direct, though, for Concordia, as they do not have a Nomad or really any kind of flank watch, no gridlock or zero on the board. So this could be a very make or break play here for Brendo. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but that is exactly what I was talking about. If we see some sort of nitro cell kill or even a pick in general done by Fanshawe, that could pay dividends in the late round for number 7, and it looks like that's exactly what will happen, as Rabbit Hole will get the first blood and their first pick overall in map number 2, Brian.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. John has Jinx Concordia in this round, and the Jinx is going to continue. The wall hack operator below, providing information, but Concordia, after being jinxed by John, well, they're going to start to bring this round back. In fact, they're actually the owners of the man advantage, but there are Meister Evil Eyes in their way, John. So you're going to have to start to dismantle them. The only operator available in your lineup to do so was going to be the Nades or the Gon 6. And they've now fallen off the board. 55 seconds, and the diffuser isolated over into Aqua. What do? You link up, and you play together as a team, and you also use the 2 remaining drones as sonar to gather the information.
Yeah, 40 seconds. That is not a short amount of time at all to gather some quick information. Then you'll still have about 20 seconds to push, especially when there is no one playing underneath and there's only a single nitro cell, and Perza is very low on HP as well. So if he goes for a swing with a nitro cell, he could actually get killed before he can detonate out that brick. So not the worst idea to go for. Looks like Sonar, though, will just keep his gun up for the time being. Smoke bolts get tossed out. There's a pre-fire. It's landed quite effectively by Perza. Out Sonar on the 1 versus 2, and they're still kind of out near 90 hallway. They'll try to make ends meet as they get a bit aggressive here. They're in the red time. Down goes 1, but there is extra thick Ella just waiting quite patiently and comfortably as well on the VIP store. Pardon, Cool Vibe stairs. My mistake is, I guess I really did jinx them. I thought Concordia, they had their rabbit's foot, but eventually their luck must have ran out, as Fanshawe will still reign supreme on their first defensive round.
Oh, John, how dare you jinx Concordia in the previous round. And it
Yep.
seems like you jinxed them in one particular factor. It wasn't just the attackers falling off the face of the earth. It was kind of their inability to deal with the utility. And at the end of the day, it was the Meister Evil Eyes that was relaying a perpetual stream of information, and everything that Concordia was doing was being monitored. You incorporate Pulse into the lineup, and all of a sudden, it's starting to compound, where Fanshawe had just absolute authority of the round. They had full-time information, and as an attacker, there's just not much you can do. Sure, you have Sonar in play, running the IQ and operator that's very seldomly selected, who can track that pulse, but it doesn't matter if you're tracking a pulse when you're also being red pinged by a Meister camera that you cannot deal with. It is critical, John, that the nades stay alive to remove any bits of hard utility. And better news, Maestro is absent downstairs in the kitchen.
Okay, now we have the Echo, which is actually an operator who's been favored by a lot of teams during SI. I know he brought up a couple of stats back a few rounds ago. Echo has been played a lot during this major event, so I am big fan of seeing it. They are a fantastic operator to go for that trade up denial, and again, the intel game, which favored Fanshawe so heavily in the last round, they'll have that and also the Valkyrie in tandem to play around with. Even having a pretty cheeky spot in that shrub to maybe gather some information towards the kitchen window, perhaps a pretty weird ADS spot directly on the guitar as well for Hall of Fame, so they can actually play up above for a tad bit longer. But so far, Concordia, they've got their eyes locked in on just a pretty horizontal take as they will get Sunrise bar control pretty quickly in the round and also look to maybe actually go for a single kitchen window play perhaps as well.
You know, that solo push in through window when you start to add Sunrise Bar into the mix actually could be quite powerful. You force the defenders away. The problem is you do not have vertical. The player that's in charge with vertical has now lost their lives to, well, a roaming Echo, something that you do not see every day. And to be fair, Echo probably should not have been able to get away with that gunfight. Mistakes were made, though, and Concordia finds themselves once again in a pickle. You have flat place charges, so Sonar is going to be really the only operator able to remove the floorboards away from the defenders, but the second of three has now been placed on the quad wall. There is somebody on the other side of the wall, so if Sonar detonates, they might be able to get a kill, but they seem just a little bit too focused with the bomb site presently.
Go for a pre-fire here. Luckily, Rabbit Hole is actually backed away, so they've got natural cover, and then they walk out in the open. So I guess I'm now opting to jinx Fanshawe as well, returning the favor here as Concordia are clearly not happy about the last round predicaments they put themselves into. Minute 20 here. They're technically on even footing, so not the end of the world really for Concordia, but they haven't gotten a lot of map control. There's still that roam game, which can now kind of bite Concordia in the back, perhaps. If they're just able to hold in towards white, they could deny the presence near library, perhaps, or pardon, bathroom. I must be getting my call-outs wrong here tonight. And looks like Brendo will be attempting that, but they are not able to directly get off their cardiac sensor and then also land some pop shots with the UMP-45, which does basically no damage as well. They could maybe drop the hatch or just at least prone play around it. 45 seconds or so left on the board, and Concordia, they are kind of just stalling here for that inevitable push, but they want to confirm at least a second pick here to at least have the advantage yet again, but unfortunately the exact opposite happens. It's Shrimpfather to find some sort of pick here in these last 30 seconds to put Concordia back on the back burner for only for a little while though.
Well, the parental unit of Shrimp has now fallen, and Fanshawe, where are they? There's two players upstairs and one on the bomb site. Concordia can just rush, go for broke, and take control, but you have to gather the Confuser, and that's going to be on Sly Raccoon, who currently has it in pocket. Control currently of the downstairs bathroom, but the players who are upstairs roaming, well, they've now been recalled to their bomb site. Augie falls, and the Drunken Blast start to hit Sly, forced to go to the secondary. A melee with, well, too far away from the defender, doesn't land its mark, and neither will the bullets of the Bearing 9. A great read from Fanshawe to move those roamers from the top floor down to their proper bomb site.
So timeout being called here for Concordia. I really don't blame them. They are kind of forgetting what they had on map number one, essentially. Not only just the round lead in general, they're actually now on the deficit of a 2-round loss here, but also just what they were really good at doing on Clubhouse. They took a lot of map control by surprise on Clubhouse, and it really paid off for them. Now they're just kind of funneling and being very sluggish too. I mean, we were joking about how quick the rounds were ending when Concordia were on their attacks or Clubhouse, and now we're just seeing the exact polar opposite with rounds ending in the last 40 seconds every single time here in the second half. So a lot of change needs to happen here by Concordia if they want to deny a third map from happening. But across the pond here, I mean, great stuff done by Fanshawe to say the least.
I mean, one of the contributing factors that is making Concordia lag on their attack, especially in the red time, as you like to call it, you and Reese like to call it, is that Echo. I mean, Echo was information, and Echo was also slowing through the Sonic Blast. And to answer your question from earlier, you wanted to know what the pick rate was in the Siege Invitational. Currently, a 3.5% ban rate in the Siege Invitational, and a 12% pick rate. If we compare that to somebody like Valkyrie, who has a 72% ban rate and a 13% pick rate. A little lopsided, eh?
A little bit, slightly. Not general pick rate, but one has a low pick rate because they are banned a lot, I guess. But hey, we need to fill that void of intel because Valkyrie's banned all the time. I mean, Echo is a really good pick. I mean, so is Maestro, but It's kinda like the set and forget mentality, almost kinda like Capcan, where you just sometimes forget about having that utility on the board as an attacker, and when a yokai can directly deny a plant, much easier in comparison to an evil eye, unless an attacker is already low on HP, echo, and it is still, again, some sort of intel. Intel is king in a game like R6. That's why you should always try to utilize almost all of your drones as an attacker and not really, like, waste them early on in the prep phase, you know? So, again, Intel, if whatever you can scrap as a defender, you might as well just take
To
those
shoot the
odds and see
TV.
what you can work with here. And now we're not going to only have flat out Intel in both those evil eyes, but also a bit of Intel denial as we have both the Mute and Mozzie on the board here to maybe strengthen that roam game here for the defensive side of Fanshawe, but also just maybe weaken the side for Concordia as well.
Fun fact: if you shoot the TV, you can actually kind of inset that Maestro camera. It's I guess the TV just crumbly a bit. I don't know. It's weird mechanics. It doesn't break, but it doesn't work. It's a weird spot. And
Yeah,
you
I
can
know
kind
what
of
you mean,
inset it.
because you can do that on the TV in Penthouse as well. I actually used to do that quite a lot.
Yeah. It's kind of similar to the monitors and bank, but the monitors and bank just kind of like dissolve. This one will just exist, but inset. With that being said, it's now Concordia taking their attack the first time after that timeout. They had 60 seconds to digest, break down, and kind of have new strats begin to percolate in through their minds and start to decide what has gone wrong and how we're going to correct it. They wanted to go for a faster attack. To their credit, it is a lot faster, but they end up losing the opening death. Let's go back over to Clubhouse. One of the strengths of Concordia was their ability to find multiple opening deaths. All but 2 on Clubhouse was in favor of Concordia. Now it has been much more lopsided in favor of the current defending team of Fanshawe, who's was able to find the opening kill in this round. The trade will take place about 30 seconds later. Oh no, Rabbit Hole! You have a beautiful lineup, bud. Hit your shots. That would have been another lethal factor, and that would have been one of the 2 sets of pocket thermite charges off the board.
You saw his foot, Cardboard. Come on. He's going to try to firebolt out Brendo, but he has so much of VIP just to move around because there's no pressure at all near Hall of Fame that had actually been pushed upon. I think Sly dropped down from DJ too. Oh my goodness. What an upsetting series of events for not only Fanshawe, but also Concordia. This could have been a 3 or even scenario, been a 3-on-3 perhaps, but hey, 4-on-4 better than nothing, I suppose. Nitro gets tossed out by a rabbit in a last-ditch attempt to try to find some sort of pick for his team, but it's not going to land at all. It'll be a dud against Sully as he tries to work his way in towards Theater, but just gets railed with bullets by Rabbit Hole, I believe it to be. So eventually he'll make up for his past failures. Doesn't know where he's playing at, but luckily there's the Evil Eye to finally finish off Sully. 40 seconds left, and Fanshawe once again are in the driver's seat. They've got the man advantage established, and they are still sitting very comfortably in the middle of sight with Evil Eyes 2.
Condition of the attackers of Concordia, it's actually going to work out in their favor. Not a lot of time left in this round. The burden is going to be on Concordia to begin to expedite. They're going to have to start to flood on forward. VIP is currently under their thumb, but the same thing can be said for the tasers starting to dish out a ton of damage. A swing from Cardboard will not be good enough for Concordia to put themselves in a strong position this round. Diffuser now isolated. The rotation in from 90 is Ren, and it's going to be on Augie, forced to heal up using the new changes with those nanobots, but unfortunately doesn't go in their favor.
No, not at all. And I mean, even if we had that pick favor the Finka there, it's still 1 versus 1. The Maestro's in a very odd spot. Maybe being exposed to Theater Dory could have died, but I'm not entirely sure as we were very short on time for Concordia. Match point now. Favor the side of Fanshawe. So unless I jinx them right here, they have definitely made the redemption arc at least have some sort of lump on it. I'm hoping to have that turn into a potential hill, maybe. That'd be kind of interesting to see. But Concordia are really letting them get away with a lot of trickery here. They are once again just kind of funneling and really forgetting about the big picture of things, which is something they were so honed on for Clubhouse, and then just they kind of left it over in that part of Europe as they moved a bit more southern, unfortunately enough. So I'm really hoping that we can have that bounce back perhaps as well, because I know that Concordia, they can divvy up their player count, they can go for multifaceted approaches, and they can still win gunfights while spreading themselves kind of thin. I'm thinking maybe having Sonar now and the Jackal could maybe alleviate some of that pain on the roam game because they've been struggling with those entry picks like you mentioned, Brian. But again, only time will tell, I suppose, because Fanshawe, they might just be completely unfazed and could bring us to map 3 sooner than what we probably expected.
And it's almost mind-blowing, John, that we've seen almost a complete change up in opening kills and opening entry swagger, if you will, right? Where Concordia on Clubhouse, their entries were uncontested. Just executed. Now we're seeing Fanshawe on their offense, in particular, it was extra thick, just literally walk into the map uncontested and win their gunfights. So we've seen two teams on their own map selection just exist on the attacking side. And Concordia has to kind of remember what that felt like on their Dub House series and apply it here because they find themselves against match point and they're also down by 3. So they're going to have to not only win this round, but the next 2 rounds to be able to bring themselves back into overtime. And even that, it's not a high likelihood.
Pretty much the exact same position of what we saw on map number 1, except just completely turned around the other direction. Looks like Fanshawe, they're getting a bit rowdy and towards Hookah, perhaps. Not going to have to worry about anything just yet, though. It's going to be that luggage take, but Rabbit Hole is watching across the ways. No one has any pressure towards VIP or even the 90 Hall for the attacking side, so Sonar will be turned into mincemeat, essentially. Not a great start when you are looking down that gun barrel of match point. That could almost guarantee a position into map 3 because it can be so challenging to try to find that refrag, especially when you haven't even dealt with the roam game. Now a minute 30 on the board. You are going to be crunching the numbers here to try to make ends meet, and that is a gunfight you needed to win, but unfortunately, extra thick Ella will be just in a much better position and simply gun diff Augie here to make it a 5v3.
Yeah, the CPAs on the side of Concordia really aren't able to process this taxes right now. They find themselves being cashed out and having their paycheck stolen by the side of Fanshawe. There's a potential gunfight for you to win! A little bit too high with the ACOG and the type, and that might be the final burial ground of Concordia here in map number 2. It's all left on Comboard 42. Finds 1 kill. John, there's 60 seconds left. The diffuser is obtainable, but you still have to find 4 more kills. And during that process, you're going to have to overcome a Nitro Cell, impact grenades, Maestro cameras, and a Rooney gates. This path to redemption for Concordia is going to be practically impossible, but if anybody's capable of doing it, it's going to be Cardboard 42.
I got to add in the extra numbers here. I mean, 4 and 4K, perhaps. Maybe that could be the little bit of a coincidental numbers here for the Nomad. I really have no idea, though. 20 seconds left on the board, and I mean, Fanshawe, they are in a pretty good position to end out Coastline on a pretty high note here. Still have to get through that Surya gate as well. It's going to give away their intentions and maybe lose some of their HP, but luckily they had an air jab to break it, but they did not have the information to know Perza was just sitting behind the Aqua bar top. So we're going to now head into map number 3, Oregon, I believe it was. So a pretty
Correct.
default map. And I mean, with both scorelines being pretty close to one another, 7-2 and then 7-3, I really have no idea what to expect from map number 3.
I mean, it is just mistakes on attack that is costing both teams. Yeah. It was a clubhouse attack that, or pardon me, the clubhouse defense for Fanshawe that looked horrendous. And then it was a Concordia offense here on Coastline that was equally bad. So both teams have proven today, John, that they are experts on their own map selection. We're now going over to Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, for our final map in this best of 3 series. It is going to be neutral playing ground. So as we start to set up for that series, who do you expect is going to win?
I, quite frankly, have no idea. I mean, we saw Concordia have both really bad attacks and really good ones as well. I feel like whoever has the better attack, they will
Agreed.
probably do incredible on Oregon because it's so defender favored. So maybe that could be the deciding factor, but I don't know who exactly will actually be the main victor in that department. But before we go into Oregon, yet again, we'll have to go in a quick little break and be back in a few short moments to get map 3 underway. So don't go anywhere as we will be right back with map number 3.
NECC returns here in week number 2. We find ourselves in the middle of an incredible best-of-3 series. Map number 1, Clubhouse goes a 7-2 in favor of Concordia, and then a 7-3 on Coastline in favor of Fanshawe. John, what happened to you? Why are you on my side? Why have you invaded me? Thank the God. Get him out of here!
Such an old picture, man. Oh my god.
It's an adorable picture. 10 out of 10.
Oh. Man, the lore of that picture, Brian, you don't even want to know. Your partner for tonight, who I'm actually filling for due to certain reasons, he actually knows a lot behind that picture. So if he sees the bot, he'll get a pretty good kick out of it. Anyways, I think we've got all 10 players readied up, so we'll get in the game just momentarily. So Oregon is our final map here for our best of 3. And, you asked me the question of who do I think is going to win it, or at least just have a better time here in Oregon. Still a bit undecisive. Maybe Concordia could get an early lead because they are on the defense and, Oregon is technically defender favored. But we have had attacking strides by both Concordia and Fanshawe be pretty good. So it just depends on whether we see the Concordia side play more like they did on Clubhouse, or if we see the Fanshawe side play more like they did on Coastline, perhaps.
I want a Zofia ban, John. If I don't get my Zove ban, I'm going to be very upsetty spaghetti. That's all I'm going to say. Fingers crossed? Toes crossed? It's a Jackal ban.
Jackal
got used.
What?
I mean, Jackal was played on Coastline back in the final round of Coast, but Jackal really didn't provide the dividends. And with Fanshawe electing for a Jackal ban, it is imperative that they've removed that operator because they're going to establish a strong roam, in particular downstairs in the basement. Other than that, banning Jackal is really not an operator and an option that I really condone.
Especially when, you could ban out the Maverick or the Habana. Like, there's just simply better options. If you're going to ban, like, some sort of intel gatherer, I feel like Lion is just 10 times more viable than a Jackal. Anyways, maybe it's some sort of target ban. I think it was, Sonar who played him at one point, if you didn't mention that already. I can't quite recall. But even then, I think Fanshawe also brought the Jackal. So a bit odd again, kind of like that Zofia target ban. Last 2 after that are going to be Mira and Valkyrie. So those are pretty straightforward bans. Maybe with the Jackal ban, we'll want to see more of like a European kind of play on Oregon, where there is still a good chunk of roam potential available for them. We might also see that here on our number 1 as kids and dorms are in play first and foremost, and this is a pretty challenging site to just completely anchor on. You almost always have to have, 1 or 2 roamers a prowl here when defending this top floor site, and maybe even a full-fledged extension if that does tickle your fancy as well.
Flores, arguably one of the best operators in the attacking lineup for their ability to dismantle utility, is going to be 6-picked away from in favor of a Zero. Now, Zeros are, in fair, very powerful attackers. They have access to those pocket thermite charges, and running 2 sets, a traditional set of explosives, the ones that can penetrate through walls, and then the newer set, the pockets kind, is nice to have. here on Oregon, especially when you're executing on this bomb site, because you can use your exothermic on the games wall, which is to the south of the map, and then you use one of your pocket charges over to the north, so you're able to go for a two-pronged assault. However, it's going to be at the opportunity cost of dealing with those Malusi Wublubs. The only option that the offense is going to have to deal with those bits of gadgetry is going to get up close and personal with them and shoot them when they start to open on up.
Say, first minute of the action phase now just about underway. Looks like Fanshawe will firstly be opting to maybe get that closet wall opened up. There is already a rotate hole set by the defense, so they might try to hold onto that part of the map in a more proactive manner than normally expected by most teams down here in the collegiate way. They also have a pretty good roam game established too. Sonar having plenty of rotates for himself to play around both security and also that kitchen area. If he wants to fall back into the basement floor, he can do that too, and then have some sort of flank be established later on. This is all just kind of the beginnings of the round, though, of course, literally and figuratively, as you only just start dipping your toes into the building for the attack, getting that drone game established, understanding what you have to deal with here when you enter the building, and then also just get ready for that hard destruction so you can get those sight lines in towards sight. Augie finally gets spotted out, but it's actually Sully to get the first pick off screen. Pretty good stuff so far by Concordia, as they are wasting a lot of time and effort here by Fanshawe.
I've been loving the use of Lord Tachanka, truly an underutilized operator who has been doing wonders to the defense of Concordia. Look what the Shamika launcher has done. A single Shamika could deny access to the door frame and force an absolute rotation. Here's the rotation, but there's also a wrinkle in that, because the Shamika launcher simultaneously can deny two door frames at once, and Cardboard 42 realizes the writing on the wall, and they're going to hightail it out of trophy. So Fanshawe has put a lot of resources to achieve a foothold over into Master, and now they're going to have to repeat that into the trophy side of the map.
Say, it looks like Concordia have wasted countless seconds, and also players too. Extras like Ella and also Brenda will be the first couple of people to fall. Minute left on the board now for Fanshawe, and they are still just kind of in the same two positions that they were. They've got some established control near Deer, and well, they've got the roam clear being taken care of. Rabbit's going to find one vital pick. There is another defender, though, in towards that middle floor, so maybe they could get hunted down too. That would, in theory, even things up in a 3 versus 3, but still not a lot of time left, and there is still a good chunk of denial here for Concordia. A couple of Shamika launchers left to spare some of those fire grenades, and also a nitro cell in the hands of Sly. So we are at a small stalemate here for Fanshawe, because they just need to burn through all of this defender utility before they can really dip their toes inside of the actual site itself. Technically, a 3 versus 2 is there is both a single roamer underneath on that bottom floor, or middle floor, pardon, and also Rabbit. But now as things equalize, this could actually be a bit better for Fanshawe, but not for very long, as Sonar and Cardboard will win their gunfight separately. Purs are the only one left to stand, and he'll just get cut down through the smoke grenade that he probably ended up tossing out in that first round. So Concordia having a pretty direct win, and that play in both Closet and Deer just worked out so well for them, to be honest, Chief.
I mean, what a genius use of utility. The entire round is centered around the deployable shield of Lord Tachanka, Cardboard 42, triple ADSs, and the Shamika launcher denying entry in from the vault position of the white van into Master. The Shamika was able to do double duty, deny the armory stairs door, and from there, I mean, Fanshawe kind of stalled out. I don't think they've ever seen a play like that. We see it every so often with somebody behind that deployable shield, but very rarely Lord Tachanka. Great out-of-the-box thinking from the defense of Concordia, and I hope they continue to bring the Lord Tachanka, and in fact, if they want to increase their surface area coverage, why not also incorporate a smoke into your lineup? Because all of a sudden, the slow push of the offense, well, it may get stagnated even more.
Hey, moving in towards the basement here, still have that Tachanka in play. And, I really thought that we would maybe see another smoke ban, because how often we have seen Concordia both embrace the Valkyrie and also just kind of ignore the smoke too, because it was banned last map, and they aren't deciding to double down with both a smoke and Tachanka. It can be a bit overkill, but if you look at it this way, You could have Smoke holding elbow, then Tachanka can kind of play either in closet to hold both main and freezer. So it is a good idea, especially when you want to go for a heavy emphasis on the anchor, and you probably don't need the Goyo after that because 2 shields is more than enough for defending the basement. So hey, just some food for thought, but I'm not saying at all that the lineup that Concordia is bringing out right now is horrible. No, 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 not at all. Their lineup right now is phenomenal, and it still is going to really force the hand of Fanshawe to play with this util clear pretty much perfectly, other than the fact there is no mute. So these shields can be destroyed with relative ease now that the Terror drones are on the board here for Fanshawe.
The shields were free to begin with no matter what. Look at the ADS positions. Only one was to the north. The others were on the other side of the shield. There was no gap between the shield and the wall. It was placed flush against the wall, so the ADSs behind the shield would have never actually done their job. That was bat deployable shield placement from cardboard, which also compounds when the R6D drone of Flores is incorporated to the mix because you can't defend it from the side. And that J-bunker position has been significantly nerfed from Concordia. In fact, it actually might be time to start to recall Cardboard 42 because if you don't, they might find themselves in kind of an awkward position. There they are, recalled back to the bomb site with a wall reinforced.
There goes first of many Lion scans to follow up. The Excyrus charges will now begin to detonate for a nice sight line leading into all the way down through Freezer, perhaps through the side of Supply Room potentially. Another Vulcan shield will now get destroyed. Sly and Sully are still kind of playing in that proximity. Sully tries to get aggressive, but Brendo is just waiting at the perfect place to actually deny that play from working out here. 5 versus 3 now. Another E1D gets popped out. Here come the Shamika launchers to try to slow down this onslaught by Fanshawe, but it's really not going to do much, especially since he has to worry about both E-Box and that main wall from the side of Elbow. Shrimp will now get rid of the Tachanka player. It's just Sonar and Augie left to stand. A minute left, so they cannot play for time here. Only a single Nitro Cell in the pocket of that Goyo, but why are you planting out in the open? Augie gets 2 freebies, and the Goyo of Sonar will actually follow suit. This could be winnable now, as things are completely evened up, and there is no utility left on the board. Augie nets a 3rd on the round. It's just Perza left to stand. What a drastic turn of events as Fanshawe completely dropped the bag, and now the Lion, who is on already such little HP, will have to clutch in a very dire situation. They might try to stick the plant, but more or less, this could be just a bait. As pros, they might not fake, but definitely Perza is not in that department here. It actually nets him a down, though, on towards Sonar, but Augie's simply not going to lose those. Concordia, they steal back round number 2, and we are not going to see a round win just yet by Fanshawe.
A 2v5 there for the defense. They had no business winning that round, John. They had their backs against the wall, their air jabs littered throughout that bomb site. It was practically impossible to break down the crossfires of Fanshawe. The one thing they needed to do, though, John, was plant safe. The only safe place to plant if you do not have control of Freezer, which the offense did not, is to plant in the cubby on the other side. So you have to walk into the bomb site about 3 or 4 meters and plant in the safe cubby position. Fanshawe elected to not do so. They planted out in the middle of the open. It may as well be Narnia there, John. And Concordia, they walk in through the wardrobe, and they get gifted 5 kills throughout that endeavor. An incredible round from Concordia, one that they had no business winning. To be honest, I was going to be very critical of the Concordia defense. I didn't like their utility usage. I didn't like the way they played together as a team. But the 2 remaining players, they rectified every single one of the criticisms I had.
Planning in the single wall is like one of the most risky things to do. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Just going a bit further into the site and just planting in that cubby would have been the literal best option there for Fanshawe.
Just sprint and plant.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that, because you had somebody watching from elbow, so you can't get aggressive in either highway or freezer without at least getting refragged. That was I think Fanshawe just really jumped the gun on that round, to be blunt. Maybe they'll get a chance at redemption here, though. Moving into this dining room defense, this is technically one of the easier sites to actually attack. So if they get their due diligence established, maybe get rid of that roam game pretty early on, they could be in some clearer waters, perhaps. But not having anyone focus on verticality for self-destruction, that could actually be a pretty big problem. So the only main purpose of clearing out that top floor is simply just to get the man advantage and then have that to work on. Other than that, it'll still have to be probably a very linear take moving into this dining attack.
So we've talked about, our preferences on whether or not we want to bring hard breachers over to coastline, but what is your preference on sister bomb sites? Do you like kitchen meeting or kitchen dining?
I think they have both their
Oh.
pros and cons. Oh no, that's the con of having your flank watch thrown out in the open there. Sully will just catch you at the worst possible time. Yeah, I mean, meeting, it can be easier to defend overall. Dining can be easier to attack here, but it really just comes down to, yet again, personal preference. That's why EU and A are just so different when those sites are in play. Here comes the response by Fanshawe finally, so they'll actually put themselves in a 4 versus 3. Not bad, but like I mentioned earlier, the only real purpose of that top floor control is just to get picks. At least they'll be able to be successful in that endeavor, though, so that's completely fine, to say the least. A minute 30 left on the board, and Concordia now have to worry about both the top and bottom here, in case Fanshawe want to potentially get Swifty and maybe drop down the hatch. A bit of a suicide mission, but hey, maybe it works out for him.
I mean, sometimes you gotta just flood, just go for broke. Unfortunately, that mentality is going to put one player deep. That was Raz Lion, who actually gets felled by that Shamika launcher, which has just been this cash flow machine. No need to diversify your assets because Concordia has put them all in one basket and has been cash flow after cash flow. Habana's gun is currently spotted by Cardboard, but Trigger Discipline on their side won't give away their position. In fact, Flashbang's trying to deal with Cardboard. They're going to fall short of the mark. The gunplay, though, for Fanshawe will not do so. They put themselves in an excellent position, John, for their first victory here on map number 3 of Oregon. They just need to fly Sign Raccoon, who's rotating in through the other bomb site. That's through A. A gunfight takes place, but the P-10 Roni, the recent nerf, only 15 bullets to the magazine, and they end up running out of ammunition.
And despite the rocky start by Fanshawe, not having anyone be prepared for the play from backstairs, still got the round win. They didn't seem too worried about it in the slightest. They just kind of dealt with the roam game and then kind of got the rest of their stuff taken care of once they went for the site execute. So, hey, really good job playing with the cards you've been dealt with. Got to respect that at least. So a pretty standard first set rotation, the first quarter of the round, 2-1. Not too bad at all. So nothing really much to harp on. I feel like Fanshawe have had their moments of grace, though, and really their strong parts of the round, but then just kind of fumble the bag a bit towards the latter end of the round. So if we see them kind of up the ante when they go for that execute, this actually could be a much more attacker-favored Oregon than what we are seeing right now, Brian.
All right, John, let's take a deep breath, especially if we're a fan of Fanshawe, because they have made some mistakes, but they brought it back. Let's go back over to the Dub House, right? I mean, Fanshawe had a lackluster first 5 rounds, or first 4 rounds. They almost win round number 5. They didn't quite cross the finish line, but they brought it back in round number 6. They were able to carry that over to an additional round win where they ended up losing the series. So Fanshawe finds themselves in the exact same position, John, where they have tasted defeat this round, or the 2 previous rounds. Now they've been able to win a round. They have to remember their mistakes and the fact that in round number 1, Dorms, they fatal funneled. They kind of just set up in a fixed position, and they got fried alive by the fire grenades of the Shamika. Now, Fanshawe just has to push in a different direction. Push in from North Attic, push in from Big Window. You can even use that south-facing window to cut off the bomb sites, and from there, you should be good as golden. Your win condition, though, is removing the electricity on the north portion of the map by T2.
Oh, Sully almost manages to find one. Cannot land the shots, though, in order to make it that 5 versus 4 just yet. First 30 seconds are finally about over and done with here, and it's just kind of a slow start here for Fanshawe, but I don't blame them. They don't want to really lose any life early on, so luckily not getting caught in that gunfire near the back doorway from Big Tower will actually kind of work out for their favor here. Rabbit Hole is just holding an outside angle through one of the garage doorways to almost catch somebody off guard near library, but they are, or pardon, garage. That's the second time I've said a random call out as library today, Chief. I don't know what's gotten into me, but apparently there must be something in the water here in Rhode Island. Yeah, if only I knew how to read. Maybe it would make sense for me calling a lot of different things library. Anywho.
Scott's a good reader. He can teach you how to read. He was reading Dune and Lord of the Rings at the age of like 5. So if he can do that, he can teach you to read, Sesame Street.
Maybe one day. Only time will tell, though. Fanshawe were opting to try to get the back wall opened up from Addict. I think they're just about ready to do that. They're just trying to figure out where the electricity is from that Kaid Claw to finally destroy it and get that control in Addict. I mean, if they want to ignore it, they potentially could, as Addict has been kind of forfeited here by the defense. So that might be a better option, in all honesty, Brian, as they are very limited on map control. And that could honestly be a huge upset, especially now that they've already lost a player and have had no response up until now.
What are we doing, guys? We're all just fatal funneling, stacking over to the north side of the map, and it's become quite a burial ground, but the hearse hasn't yet been sent for 2 members of the side of Fanshawe. I like how they've been able to adapt their attack to trying to change out their vector push, but it's not currently working out for them. They're kind of just once again stuck, and it's going to be Brendo going for the Hail Mary. The swing on in through little dorms is actually going to be successful. They have a foothold in the bomb side, but the diffuser is basically out in the middle of nowhere. And the pre-fire from the ARX, well, now it's going to be the wolf hunting pack as Concordia is going to flood into the position and Brendo is going to fall. It was a brazen push. It took a lot to put themselves in that position, but unfortunately the death of other members of Fanshawe really didn't make it go the way they wanted.
I mean, quite frankly, we once again just saw a funnel instead of it being from the deer side of the map and also the part of Master. It was just over an Addict. I mean, they wasted way too much time, didn't find any opening pick. They stalled really hard, and then Concordia they kind of fell back. They let them take just that small, minuscule amount of map control and just played with the resources they had to work with, which was a Tachanka with Shamika launchers, some nitro cells, and just simply some good aimers too. So that's more than enough to secure your 3rd round here on the defensive side. But you have to keep up that momentum though, of course, because only 3 rounds in your defense, that is not phenomenal, especially if your attacking side is quite sloppy, which is something we saw on Coastline, which is even more attacker favored, especially Incan Bears in Oregon. So it's not all green pastures just yet for Concordia. They still have 2 rounds they need to play well in to really guarantee they can take map 3 with a pretty bold statement against Fanshawe.
I mean, Fanshawe is playing well. They're making
Yeah.
small mistakes, but they're a team that's going to be able to rebound and come back from any mistake. We saw that on Clubhouse a bit. We saw that on Coastline, guaranteed on Coastline, so you can never count Fanshawe out. They will always be a factor in every round, whether attack or defense. They were sloppy in round 1. They corrected a lot of their mistakes in round number 4. Wasn't quite what they wanted, but they were improving over the course of the round. And I could only hypothesize, but I have a sneaking suspicion that Fanshawe is going to be much better here on basement. On Concordia's side, they have still messed up the deployable shield. There is a gap, but I do not believe it's going to be enough of a gap between Cardboard's deployable shield and the ADS. You need to have like 3 inches, and to me, it only looks like there's about 1.
Say once again, we're gonna have that clear into elbow come into play, and yeah, that gap is incredibly tight. And the ADS might actually be like too far away. I'm not quite sure. It might not matter as well because the Rotero drones will be deployed out first, but there is a mute jammer to deny it. You could maybe swing out and shoot it without getting shot here, as yeah, there are ADSs to deny that mute jammer. A double swing comes into effect. Cardboard will lose a bit of HP, but just has so much to play around. They're going to be able to force back Fanshawe for just a little while longer. Finally, we're going to have that Rotero drone be deployed, but I think it got denied a second time here. Cardboard will net their first pick. There goes Brendo with the swing. Finally, the Tachanka will fall, and now there's technically site control. This aggression by Fanshawe is paying off so well from what we probably expected earlier, as they now could in theory go for a plant. They just have to make sure they don't make the same mistake twice, as where they plant is going to matter more than if they can get the plant down.
You have to play it basically where Extra Thick Ella is playing right now. And if you don't do so, you're going to find yourself in quite a pickle. Sonar is the player from the side of Concordia that has rotated into Freezer, who is going to be denying all pressure. Sure, Sully has fallen on their rotation up the corridor, but Sonar is still here. They're the last hope of Concordia in round 5, though. The Nitro Cell may pay dividends. The plant's going on down, a little bit too aggressive there from Lion, who finds themselves DBNO. You had the Finka, but they were already removed, and thankfully, Extra Thick Ella, they're rushed into the bomb site. They find multiple kills for that endeavor, as well as the final kill.
And it's not the first time we've seen Fanshawe attempt a rush into a site. I mean, we go back to Coastline when they were attacking Kitchen and Service, and they noticed that, hey, there isn't a lot of pressure here in this part of the map, which was the site itself, and they just kind of threw players at the problem, and it just kind of worked out. They did it yet again, this time not directly on the site. They just rushed into elbow, cleared out the one player that was defending it. It was 1-for-1 trade, and then they got site control for free pretty much after that. So really great stuff done. They continue to pile on more and more aggression, which caught players like Augie and Sonar kind of off guard, which were two of the most keen players last time Basement was in play, and they were the two driving factors to actually claw back that round in a 2 versus 5 situation. So good stuff done there by Fanshawe. They'll get their third round, and it's going to be a reattempt of going to this basement site here by Concordia, which, you know, I don't really hate overtly, but I'm also not a big fan because technically they should have lost this site twice in a row, which maybe could have allowed them to have the idea of going meeting room and kitchen instead rather than returning to dining room, because they didn't do that great on that site either. But I mean, I guess it's just the best option that they have. And this is like the third time we're going to have to mention the
Stop.
shield placement again. Yeah, don't directly attach it on the wall, man. I mean, Chief, you said it countless times, so I won't repeat you here. But man, if only they knew. If only they knew.
I will say, you and I have the pleasure of casting other collegiate leagues, CR6 and R6CC, right? Where we've been seeing a myriad of bomb site rotations, particularly here on Dubhouse, where we've had the pleasure of seeing 4 bomb sites. In fact, we've been seeing a lot of teams kind of experiment. They'll run all 4 bomb sites, and then their best 2, they will elect to run it as their final 2 bomb sites in round 5 or 6, or depending if you end up starting in round 7, it'll be round 11 and 12 for you. And that has been successful because, A, the attackers have no idea what bomb site you're going to be going to, and probably more importantly, you kind of get to learn about your strengths. Now, one ADS actually will grab, so that deployable shield's going to exist. The Shamika launcher is going to flame out the corridor, and here comes the reinforcement. Great coordination on the side of Fanshawe to alleviate that position, and Cardboard had no choice other than to rotate. That took 45 seconds. That is record pace.
So now that you've got this back control into bunker, you have to start bringing some of your reinforcements up to that top floor. I think that's going to be Rabbit Hole's job to get that back stair control and try to flush out the player in pillar from more than one direction. Now, there is still a roam game up above. This could be quite challenging here for the Nomad. Looks like Extra Thick Ella will have to be engulfed by a bit of flames here. Not going to lose any HP, but we'll have to waste a bit of time here. And Cardboard actually shoots a couple of shots actually across his side of the wall. So a bit of a laugh there, a slight chuckle. Not really going to be that much of an issue though so far. Minute 20 left on the board here. Fanshawe are just about ready to fully clear out pillar, as Sly will have to fall back now that the shield has been removed via an explosive drone in the hands of the Flores. So not a bad spot to be in here for Fanshawe, but they've got to work for some sort of pick to really put themselves back in the advantageous position, Brian.
Well, there's the pathway to do so. Extra Thick Ella just a little bit too aggressive on the swing. Their teammate, Shrimp Father, will be also equally as aggressive. Sly Raccoon's able to get the trade, so you're still going to find yourself in a good position with a follow-up trade as well. Sonar's death. It's in an excellent position. Where has this round gone? It was only a few seconds ago, the entire 10-man lobby was alive and well. 60% of it has dissolved, and now both teams only have 2 representatives. The diffuser's going down. The Lion Call is going to help guarantee that Finka is successful with that endeavor. Now into the post plan, we find ourselves in a position that we were not all that long ago. Back in round number 2, it was also a post plan, but Concordia was able to break that down with only 2 of their defenders, and now they're going to be attempting that endeavor once again. A swing from Sully is going to miss. The Claymore gets a trade, and Augie finds their 3rd. The diffuser will be clicked away, and Concordia is able to find their 4th round, and they're going to go to the half 4-2.
I mean, an absolute frag fest in 20 seconds flat. We were in like a 2 versus 2, as you mentioned, just complete and utter chaos on round number 6. But at the end of the day, the team play by Concordia was simply much better in comparison to Fanshawe's. I liked how they were able to get the plant down, don't get me wrong, but it was in a very tricky spot because E-Box was not opened up at all. So you had to play pretty close to E-Box, and you could maybe have been swung out from Highway, which is exactly what happened. The coverage was a bit insufficient and lacking by Fanshawe in that 2v2, and Concordia really drove that strength for them home to the field essentially and got the job done. So they will still have a very default split of 4-2, technically in the advantage, but they're going to need to still put in as much elbow grease as they did in the first half, now moving into the second one, as attacking on Oregon can be a complete nightmare, especially if you can be quite sluggish on that attacking role, which is something we did see quite often by Concordia when they were playing on Coastline. Funny enough, such an aggressive map to play for an effective roam game, and that's a bit of a better shield, but still kind of awkward. Maybe a bit too far. Now we're seeing the exact opposite problem, Brian, on the second half.
I will say I'd rather have this shield placement than the other one. I mean, yeah, it is a bit far back, but at least the ADSs are going to stop it.
True.
That's all I'm going to say. You have 3 ADSs there, and the reason why you want to place the ADSs in that position and not on the wall is because you can kind of jiggle peek it and shoot an ADS, so you guarantee it won't reset that way. I will say Fanshawe did elect to start an attack first, so that demonstrates to me that they are very confident with their attack, and they, as you mentioned, found themselves exactly where you should be. 2 rounds on attack of Oregon is pretty standard. Now we have to see what their defense is going to look like. They're bringing out a ton of utility denial, the ADSs, the my pancakes, and a very aggressive stance over into barrels. Concordia is already starting to queue up attackers in that position, and they're going to have to be very mindful of an enterprising member of the defense trying to swing on them.
It won't be for a little while, though. Looks like Concordia want to get the middle floor presence established first. Then they want to get inside of bunker. You still have to get rid of that part of the map at some point, though. Just only matter of when, and I guess how as well. There's no Flores on the board, so it is going to take a fair amount of time and also resources to get rid of that back elbow shield. So the coordination here has to be spot on, and wasting a nade very early on like that is a very big upset indeed. You should be spam pucking out those flashbangs, especially if you're aware there's both a Wamai and Jaeger on the board. A bit of a waste could actually bite Concordia in the rear end if they never clear out that part of elbow and only get control of the back stairs.
You know, we saw that Cade be placed on the triple wall. There was no Cade placed on the meeting hatch. I mean, that's usually one of the best places to place. Pardon?
Okay.
All right, well, Shrimp Father will not be bothering any more shrimp as they lose their life. A little bit too eager to be sitting on those Maestro cameras there, John. And if you're going to be doing so, let me pitch you a radical idea. Do so in a safe position. I mean, the Maverick torch, the Syria torch, is a bit quiet. It probably could be a smidge louder. My boomer ear struggles to hear it, but it is loud enough to at least be aware that, especially if you're like Jaeger lurking in this corner. You should be like, hey, bud, maybe you should get off your cameras. There's a rectification, though, and it's going to be the train a little bit late, and now there's a gun actually blocking your way.
Oh my goodness, seeing people die on cams several times almost. Only has happened once, but man, a couple of close calls by both teams. Augie will find a pretty big opening pick for his team. 40 seconds left. Here comes the pre-fire. It's clean by Augie. Cardboard will get one off screen as well, leaving just Brendo here. 1 versus 4. He's got a couple of toxic babes to utilize here, but that's about it. He's kind of trapped inside of the closet for the time being. He'll stall the plant, though. Sorna will have to get off it. They could maybe try to plant a bit closer and really just snuff out Brendo. There is not a lot he can do now that they have no more utility to play around. Gets 1 pick, though. Down goes Cardboard. Maybe if he can isolate, he'll win out this 1 versus 3. Augie has no idea he's rotated out. He's in the middle of highway now and can actually catch someone off guard, but thankfully, Sully is watching down through pillar and will barely spot out the body of the lurking smoke, and it's actually going to be the side of Concordia to start off here in a pretty good manner for their attacking half. But man, Fanshawe, they just seemed a bit lost there on that defense, at least at the very beginning.
John, did you catch the interplay between the smoked canister and the Finka nanobots? Did you see that a single toxic gas grenade did like 300 hit points damage to multiple players? Because when you have those nanobots in your system, the lore behind it is your blood pressure rises, the attackers breathe more, so that means they breathe in more toxic gas. And that single grenade did so much darn damage. Like, yeah, it has 15 hit points, but it doubles, and it was just a monster. But to echo what you were saying, yeah, that defense was just a bit sloppy. What it came down to was bad positioning, lack of trades, and lack of communication.
So I guess maybe I should have been thinking about it on the other way around. How strong the defenses are going to be, how default we can see Oregon actually play for these two teams. Because Fanshawe, although they had a pretty good attacking half, don't get me wrong, even though it did look like Concordia had a strong advantage, their defenses so far are looking to have more to be desired from the both of us. I could almost guarantee that. They'll move their way up above and towards kids in dorms this time. Still a couple of shields to play around, just one in total. No general denial. I think they're going to try to rely more on that roam potential, in particularly by Rabbit Hole, which has never been a strong fragger for Fanshawe. I mean, I hate to say that, but it is true. He's normally been like on the lower side almost every single time. He's been more on that like flex / support role. So I'm really curious as to why now on the final map, when you're at a 3-round deficit, you want to put Rabbit Hole on that main fragging role in comparison to someone like Thick Ella or Brendo. And also Shrimp Father, who wasn't on a fragging role, will still get fragged in the first 30 seconds of the round, shockingly enough, to give Concordia yet again a very early lead on their attack.
Yeah, let's go back over to Clubhouse. I mean, Fanshawe lost the opening duel all but 2 rounds, and that was kind of their undoing. I mean, it was the defense on Clubhouse that was kind of their burial ground. But at least you're removing a hard breacher, and pardon me, Buck, who could act as a hard breacher and was acting as a hard breacher with the pocket thermite charges as well as the flexibility of that skeleton key. So it's going to be a worthwhile trade, and you're trading off a mute with a nitro cell. So it kind of goes equally between both teams, but it's critical that Fanshawe doesn't put any more defenders in the line of sight in aggressive positions. Unfortunately, they're not going to mind my warnings, and they're going to lose another nitro cell. Concordia's attack has looked spot on, and they're starting to bring the energy that they brought on Dubhouse.
It looks like it's starting out in a really good way, and now they're about ready to get the heart destruction down as well. I think they've destroyed the mute jammers, as we didn't hear any of it through the audible sounding, so that's going to be one entryway in towards site. They've got their flank on watch as well. This is a fantastic startup here for Concordia. If they get someone to rotate around into White Stairs or Big Window, I would be like foaming out of the mouth at this point, because their attack so far has been pretty darn good. I mean, they've got Augie playing underneath, and there's the Big Window play as well. Unfortunately, though, Brendo is going to get aggressive at a pretty phenomenal time. You've got to work for that pick to slow down Concordia. That's exactly what happens. Unfortunately, they overstay their welcome, so Sonar is there to greet him with an M4 to the skull. Now the man advantage is back in the favor of Concordia. Rabbit Hole going to miss a couple of vital shots here, given the MX4. Bit of recoil here, more than we probably anticipated, and Sly can probably just sit and look pretty, wait for that alibi to overextend once again, as now it's only the Rabbit Hole left to stand. 1 versus 3 situation, and there is a lot of time to set the attacking team up in a dang near perfect position to get that plant down and really keep Rabbit Hole at bay. They'll be able to get one, that's a beautiful shot, but they cannot secure the second one just a few moments afterwards. Concordia, they'll take round number 8 with yet again relative ease, and now they're on match point and series point as well, Brian.
The Concordia attack just looks like a bunch of team. They look like a team playing together, well synchronized, pushing with a common goal and objective. Whether or not it's X-Cairo pellets going on to the game's wall, whether or not it's the rotation for a cutoff over by Big Window. And even when Concordia makes mistakes, they put their attackers like their Buck in a very bad position. They're able to overcome, and it's coming down to their firepower potential. And it's the ability for Concordia to simply win gunfights. On the side of Fanshawe, they're starting to play as individuals. They're starting to make a lot of mistakes based on their positioning. And now is an opportunity to maybe call a technical timeout. We saw Concordia do the exact same thing back on Coastline map number 2. And now it's an opportunity for Fanshawe to kind of deliberate and break down what's going wrong. Because, as you mentioned, Concordia currently on match point, and Fanshawe has a huge hill to climb if they want to enter into overtime.
Especially find it odd that on a round that's so important, they are going to have a rook. And for what reason, I'm not too sure. Maybe to get aggressive and go for a spawn peek. That's kind of like the one trope I tend to fall into when there's someone like a rook or a dock on the board is like, oh, you want a spawn peek? Yeah. And then it's normally like, nah, I want to roam as a 3 armor, which always is a head scratcher for me. But I guess sometimes comfort can be king, and when you're down on so many rounds, you might as well try to go for the wild card option and just see if it works out and continue going with it, I suppose. 4-round deficit, though. Like you mentioned, a very big hill to climb here for Fanshawe. We've seen them attempt to bring it back, but with very little success, more or less just futility there on map number 1. So we might just see a similar story in that endeavor because Concordia, they're back to their old tricks, establishing multiple avenues of approach, getting those first bloods. I mean, just like you said too, just playing good siege. And hey, look at that. Speak of the devil, they're going to get the first blood yet again, none other than Sully on the sledge to get rid of Brendo as one of your main roamers. That is not how you want to start out round number 9 here, Fanshawe.
So, with the roamer off the board, the droners of Concordia can have a nice sigh of relief because the utility of Vigil, the static that the drones will see, is no longer a factor. So everybody is going to be open to the line of sight that those drones are going to create. The defense, to be fair, has their own drones, but it seems like Shrimpfather is going to not learn the lesson that they learned in their previous round, and it's all on 1 against 5. Peraz has to make a superhuman play, John, if they want to keep Fanshawe still in this series. You have information, you have utility in that Nitro Cell, but as Concordia continues to funnel their way into the bomb site, it is going to be high noon. The 6-shooter revolver is elected. You had actually 29 bullets. Don't know why the 6-shooter was selected at all, but Sly Raccoon begins planting the bomb. The yellow pings are good enough for a headshot, so the endeavor may not be totally hopeless, John, but you still have to find 4 more kills. Throughout those red pings, that's going to be easier to do, but look at the way Concordia is currently playing. They're fanning out, and now they're using X-Cairo pellets to have a longer line of sight into the diffuser. Focused on 1 in E-Box. The round gets dropped, and Concordia will be able to take this victory 2-1.
Well, a very, very one-sided affair yet again. I mean, 7-2, 7-3, 7-2, just across the board. Pretty quick matches, to be honest here. And I feel like just the overall stamina of the defense side of Fanshawe just kind of fizzled out. They just seemed like completely different teams at that point, or teammates, I should say. It was very upsetting just to have them almost give up in a manner on that last round because they didn't really look over the top. But hey, I mean, it is only week 2. I'm sounding so grim when they have plenty of time to improve. I'm not that worried about them, to be honest. And hey, on Coastline, they absolutely killed it. So at least we saw one good map out of them tonight, Chief.
I think what we saw were teams that hyper specialized in their own map choice, particularly
Yeah.
Fanshot. They looked incredible on Coastline. They were a bit rocky on Clubhouse. And to be fair, I don't think a lot of collegiate teams are going to be rocky on Clubhouse when Concordia is just kind of flying into your bomb site, taking these very aggressive gunfights and attack. Again, it was a 5-1 half with 5 rounds in a row being won by the Concordia offense. I mean, that was incredible. And that same mentality was incorporated here into Oregon. And John, that makes sense because Clubhouse and Oregon, I'd probably kind of rope together and call them sister maps. I'd call them, maps that play out very similar. And they're also legacy maps that a lot of people in the community just adore.
Yeah, I mean, they've both been around for a very long time. Not as much change as normal. I mean, Clubhouse could be a bit more attacker favored, but like it's still it's a map where you test your basics, and we just saw Concordia really just blow it out of the water there in their just consistencies, at least on map number 1 and 3. Coastline, maybe some work needs to be done, but hey, you got the win at the end of the day. I guess it's all that really matters. But all that being said, we have one more best of 3 lined up here for 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It'll be myself and also Infernosis casting that. But before that, we will go into a bit of a longer break. Before that, though, might as well give a shout out here to our observer of Unnamed Gamer and also Zayshul. You'll be seeing them again on both Prod and Observation. Sadly, though, no Chief, no TriCast, unfortunately, but it's always fun to
Rude.
vibe with you, man. Always enjoy it. Also appreciate you going in for the effort and changing your shirt to match me a bit more. That was honestly really heartwarming for me. But yeah, with all that being said, we will go into
Lobster.
a minor little break and then be back for another best of 3 here at the NECC.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome fellow, a.k.a. Fellow the Caster, a.k.a. John, a.k.a. my best friend, a.k.a. good friend of mine, a.k.a. he hijacked my hotel room last time we went to an event together. So
Good
there's
times.
lots of names for him, but I think one of the best ones here is going to be just how handsome he looks today with that fresh as all get-out haircut. Woo! Shiesty, man. That looks great. How you doing tonight, fellow?
I'm doing great, man. At least the vibe is going to be definitely strong today. And also the division here will be quite strong. And this is the Legends division. Technically our first time casting them, even though we have casted Columbia College beforehand. We'll go take a look at their roster though, to see who's actually probably playing tonight for their full 5-stack. Perhaps maybe get to see our good friend Lauren, perhaps maybe off of the coaching role. Nope, she's not going to be in play today, unfortunately. Yeah, hate to see it. But hey, Oni's here, and my buddy Ty, who's currently playing a bunch of Due Process with me, actually knows the guy. So hey, Oni, and also Ty, you two should go say hi to each other sometime. But other than that, it's going to be KJS Delo, I believe that's how you pronounce his name, Jason, and then Click for the remaining 4 for Columbia College tonight.
I'm actually really excited for them as well. I mean, when you're talking about Columbia College, who else are we really talking about here in the T3 scene? It's Moshizo. She's an absolute menace, and though she may not necessarily be I guess, on the roster tonight to be able to face off against everyone else, she still is a menace on the field, and she'll probably be helping coach or have helped some of the strategies here. So keep that in mind for it. And I'm also really excited for Oni being a criminal justice major myself. But we'll take over a look at Ottawa's lineup as well, because this is a team that we at least know one of the Ottawa lineups. This one a bit more different, so to say. It's Xander, Kiro, Riven, Val, and Axe Neckerman. This is the Garnet team. Keep that in mind. The Gray Squad last week was actually felled by a major margin. 2 7-0 victories. And guess who did it? It's Columbia College.
Yeah, so maybe a bit of a rivalry between the two groups, perhaps, even though it is technically a different subset of UOttawa. But before we get into the matchups, we're going to take a look at the map bans for tonight. This best of 3 series, maybe we'll get some surprising picks, perhaps. Yes, we will. It will be Chalet first and foremost, and then some pretty standard maps, Oregon and Villa. But hey, at least we start out with a absolute banger here tonight, Scott.
I love Chalet so much, man. I love Chalet. Ottawa, you have stolen my heart. I'm rooting for you. I'll just say it from the very beginning right now. If you pick Chalet, that's the team I'm rooting for. I'm sorry to break it to you. But Oregon is also one of my favorite maps, and I mean, Columbia did ban Cafe, so it's really kind of hard to say who I'm going to root for, but I'll tell you what, no matter how this game goes, I think it's going to be an absolute slugfest, an absolute banger, and it's all going to start off here with the banned face.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we'll have the straightforward band set here of like a Thatcher, some sort of secondary hard breach, the like Wilmine, and then maybe a mirror, perhaps. I mean, those are all like pretty normal bands. Maybe some wild cards though could be in play, perhaps. Flores will be off the board instead of a second hard breacher here, but we could still probably guarantee that Thatcher is going to be on the chopping block here for tonight. But hey, still Flores, fantastic band. That's going to make the util consumption a bit more timely here for UOttawa, but they probably aren't too phased about that at all.
With Flores off the board, I'm a little bit hesitant about what they're going to pick next. It will be Thatcher for the attack. This does make a little bit of sense, as some teams still do want to make sure that there's no way those EMPs can deny, but some teams do actually leave Thatcher up on the board on the map of Chalet. I think it's a personal preference, but this does make it a bit more difficult for the attacking team to actually clear out that library hall and top of library staircase. Makes that ego window a bit more important and can allow for the hold on mezzanine towards Fireplace to have a bit more importance when it comes to defending. And I think Columbia is a team that's not going to ignore that outlook at the very beginning and will try to use each and all those advantages to their advantage. But they get the last ban. The second one, on the first one, I mean on the defensive side from Ottawa, was that mirror, getting rid of the black mirror, and we'll see the Kaid Electra Claws being knocked off here by Columbia.
Yeah, it makes sense. Only having the Maverick for a lot of hard breach or something like the Ace, for example, it's going to be quite challenging to get rid of those Electro Claws, so better just to not have to worry about it at all. I'm not really going to blame on that. And also having the Wamai on the board and there being no Flores, this is going to make Chalet more defender favored than what you'd probably expect. Makes sense as to why we're seeing Barn Gaming first and foremost. This is going to be probably one of the easier sites to defend because you have so much utility to play with that it would be kind of a dumb idea to not want to bring out one of your best sites first and foremost. Test the waters when you should have that advantage, but at least UOttawa, they have a ton of utility in their own pocket to potentially deny that top floor pressure to be there for much longer than a minute 30 or so, depending on how well they can play underneath all this pressure.
Barn gaming is the exact objective I think we should have started off on, and it's a very smart decision here by Columbia, and that means that we will see a heavy emphasis when it comes to the mezzanine hold towards that fireplace as well as the top of library staircase. Well, mine is your go-to solid choice to sit up top. However, they'll have to have G-Sin bring the shield on over to hold that position, which means they won't have as much safety when it comes to the mezzanine, as they are highly limited in their shield usage. This seems like a bit of an obtuse strategy, maybe somebody not picking the right thing, as there's no real great position to hold on to the mezzanine plaza. It just seems like a weak link for this Columbia defense. We'll have to see how they hold on. Probably one player actually being stuck inside library itself, holding strong and defending. Maybe that's their avenue of approach, but I think they're just going to rely on that castle barricade until maybe Val or Riven can clear it out quickly. And once that's gone, mezzanine's basically taken care of for Ottawa, and Columbia will have to funnel the way back and maybe drop down hatch to get a secondary look on the first floor.
That's what I was thinking as well, maybe having someone play inside of library, and I actually get to say library correctly because there actually is a library on this map. If you saw my last matchup, I went absolutely insane, giving certain sites or certain parts of the map the wrong call out, but at least I won't try to do that here today. You can play inside of library near the double window, and if there is too much pressure or if you burn through a lot of util, you can fall back into sight through the back hatch and still be in a pretty safe position for the latter end of the round. There is still some natural cover you can play around on mezzanine. You just have to pick your swings very timely, because if you make one wrong move at just the worst possible moment, you will probably get punished for it, and that could give you Ottawa a very early lead-off pick, which is a phenomenal thing to have when you are on the attacking side. It lets you have more room to breathe and also just let your pacing slow down a bit without having to worry about netting some sort of other pick or having to worry about that site execute as much as you would if it were in a 5v5 or even a 4v4.
I do like the kind of default look that we're seeing right now from Ottawa. They're sending 3 over towards that main side towards Study, taking control over towards Piano. They have one player locking down that Ego window, sitting on short style roof, and they've got a secondary player, so I guess I say their 5th level player, playing big window out towards that mezzanine. This is a solid setup for themselves. They need to disallow anyone, I guess, looking in that direction from the mezzanine fireplace. They have a player watching that angle already from that short style roof, from that Ego window, and Riven also has the ability to pop a concussive blast as well as try to break out the rest of that hard wall that's actually separating over between that short room as well as the library, because currently that's one of the most dangerous positions a defender can sit, but the most dangerous one has already been cleared, as Click's shield has been devastated now by the Ottawa side, and Click is looking much worse for wear, but still deciding to sit strong and buy as much time as he possibly can.
No one on big window on the western side. No one also playing on the fireplace double door. It's a very heavy funnel. That's going to allow KJS to stay on this top floor for a very long amount of time. Same thing with Click here. So this is a very heavy stall so far by UOttawa. Finally, we'll have Riven enter the building here. They'll manage to get that first pickup on towards KJS. Xander follows suit. Down goes your blue stairs player. So there's at least the response, and they still have about 40 seconds. Not the end of the world here, but they still need to act relatively fast, as Dilo will go down. It's technically a 5 versus 2 unless the Rooney can get revived, which is exactly what happens. So it's back to a 3 versus 5 here in these last 30 seconds, Scott.
Yeah, they're going to place down the last Surya Gate. Dilo's just trying to, I guess, create space between him and the competition. If they do decide to kind of funnel in his direction, he may have a bit of a better chance, but unfortunately, Oni did not have any chance. Xander swings down to the fireplace main staircase, finds themselves another kill, netting themselves a 3-player advantage, and that'll be made a 4th as Riven takes through the Surya Gate we saw previously and finds himself also through to Bar as they remove out the last 2, Dilo being the last to fall, and it was a dominant, flawless round victory for the Ottawa side, something not a lot of people were anticipating, especially with how solid Columbia has been in the season so far.
And it's always tough to make that call, too, on the defense of whether you should fall back or try to hold up above for a little more time than what you probably could have gotten away with there. I feel like a bit of both could have been implemented there. Perhaps maybe having KJS just wait patiently on that hatch, since there, like I said earlier, there was no one playing on the double window leading into library. He had a direct access point into falling back to site. The only person who didn't was Click, and well, he met his demise pretty much right after KJS. I think like a implementation of both could have really worked wonders there for Columbia. Unfortunately, they just kind of bit off more than they could chew, and they paid the price by having to deal with the LMGE in the hands of Riven, which just ripped into shreds essentially like paper. So moving in around number 2, it's going to be actually a first round win here for UOttawa, and we are going back here to Barn Gaming, which don't get me wrong, I don't completely hate. However, if we don't see that implementation added by Columbia where they are willing to fall back at a certain time frame, then this could end up turning out to be another round win in a row now for UOttawa, because they did have a very phenomenal setup leading into that attack just simply because they knew they had to work for picks, and well, they did a really good job in doing so.
I feel like Columbia is going to adapt at least to a small standard. I think at this point in time, after the first round, Click's probably looking back at that and saying, hey, I could have placed a Magnet a little bit smarter in that position. We probably need to do a better job of actually having a secondary shield. They're still not bringing that one, but I don't think Mezzanine was nearly as dangerous as I initially thought it would turn out to be for Ottawa. But once we did see Ottawa take control of Mezzanine, that's really was all she wrote. You had Kara from behind sorry, not Kara from behind. You had Xander from behind find a kill to the opposition of Oni that was trying to stay off of sight, not really playing for anything, just sitting on that the main hall wall connecting over towards that dining room side. No matter what came forward for Columbia, their defensive presence was just completely opened up once they lost control of their main player of Click. I think he's aware of that. I think he'll adjust himself accordingly, but information is paramount right now. Using the cam we see here inside Library Hall, KJS has plenty of information to work off of, and another great way for them to, I guess, slow down the pacing of this Ottawa side is going to be bringing out the Surrey Gates once again. Already placing this one on the wall, the open door connecting over towards the piano. And this has really been able to slow down Riven quite a bit, as he doesn't really want to waste too much utility in the process of clearing this one. He'll probably wait for a teammate, maybe even the ex-Kairos pellets of Hero to clear this one out, to not waste any of his lifeline utility.
And one thing that Columbia could try to implement is potentially a flank, because there is no active flank watcher. Essentially, Xander is on the 0, don't get me wrong. That is technically a flank watcher, but he's going to utilize a majority, if not almost all of those SAM cams to burning through all this utility. It's going to be the flashbangs first and foremost, but really just hard focusing on this main set of blue and also library could also be a bit of a double-edged sword. We have Oni in the background actually attempting that flank. It's still going to be Alex in to actually get the first pick for his team. He's out on the double window, so the change has been made by the attacking side, not just the defensive one as well. KJS falls pretty early on as well, so a fantastic play so far by UOttawa, but I think Oni has slipped past the ranks of the attack and could maybe net a couple of picks to now equalize and maybe give Columbia a fighting chance here in round number 2.
Columbia can basically be grasping at straws right now. Anything that they can grab onto is going to be paramount to the success in this round, and they'll grab their first kill, this one netted by Jason. A nice headshot kill with the SMG-11 through the actual hatch. Takes out Xander. That's an important frag as well. Removes out the 0, and that removes out his very spectacular 0 camps to be able to gather the information from the floor above, but Val's going to look to try and clear this one out. She unfortunately is incapable of doing so, but the nade does not manage to kill herself. A solid way to hold on, but Oni sprints his way up through to the library up top, finding himself 2, make it another 3rd to his name, and Oni has almost single-handedly brought his team back into this one. It's just Axe and Ackerman left standing. Oni and Click, a 2-on-1. If you're a Columbia fan, then this one seems like an easy situation, and it seemingly is so, as Click from main staircase finds the nice shot kill through to the bar side and finishes this one off for Columbia, a 1-1 start.
And despite the fact that they still made the same problem of not knowing when to fall back and biting off more than they could chew, they understood that UOttawa still had the problem of really tunnel visioning on just getting that part of the map in their hand, and that was really it. So Oni reading in that situation, going on the flank, absolutely beautiful stuff. I mentioned it and he immediately started doing it. I guess we just were synced in thoughts there, I suppose. So things actually even up despite the very aggressive lead by UOttawa, which ended netting them a couple of picks there. Kitchen and dining room now going to be the site in play here for Columbia, and this site's been in play a tad more in comparison to Master Room, as you have that top 4 to actually extend into in comparison to Master, where you can kind of go for a light roam, but it's nowhere as powerful in comparison to when you hold Dining Room as a site rather than a light roam. So much bigger fan of having this site in a tandem for Columbia rather than that top 4. And depending, or pardon, the fact that we've seen Columbia opt to go for these roam extensions now countless times, I feel like we'll probably see basement as their final pick. Probably not going to see Master in contention that much by them unless they just really do horribly on that basement site.
I don't know, a lot of collegiate teams are still not opting to drop towards basement, which is I guess I understand to a degree. Basement has really become more prevalent, has become one of those mainstay objectives when it comes to T2, T1, maybe high T3. Collegiate may not be up to the point of really feeling comfortable yet to utilize that position. No matter what it comes down to, I think this objective is going to be one that they look into and saying, hey, if we succeed here, Columbia managed to take the W defending. It's not much different to defend this one than it is just to defend the master bedroom and that study side. You can just essentially still play the piano extension, have control of the second floor, and play like you would or are right now here in round 3. But Ottawa are looking to, I guess, dismantle this second floor presence. You can see Axon with some comboing there from Val to clear out that window barricade, drop down below, and maybe get some sightlines from those hatches above in kitchen. No matter what we see Ottawa go through with, they have to clear out the remaining stragglers on the second floor. Click being the most aggressive of them and probably the most dangerous for Columbia.
Only perhaps on the flanking castle roll yet again. This time, though, he's not going to be greeted by a Sam Cam. Instead, it'll be an air jab, which will give away his intentions at a pretty high rate and could maybe give a lot of value here to UOttawa if they catch him at just the right time. Yeah, he's all the way at the bottom of blue here. Xander's getting ready to prep an air jab or just wait for a possible kill to maybe bait out the castle perhaps if he's aware that there's someone on the bottom floor. But at the moment, just a slight stalemate here. UOttawa still trying to clear out the middle floor, getting a bit of hard destruction done as well, all the way on the top near offices to gather some sight lines, but nothing to net as of yet. Still that 5 versus 5. Kira loses a bit of HP, but nothing really to cry about, so it's not the end of the world. They still have a lot of time to clear out this top floor, but they've got to act fast, or, well, it's really going to start adding up here as we get ready to drift in towards the last minute of the action phase, Scott.
With only about 80 seconds on the clock, you still need to flush out the last 2 players here in the second floor. Click's holding and controlling that master bedroom side. D'Lo has control over Piano to a degree, but the flash will actually funnel them the opposing direction, and that shield will actually be devastated by the Ottawa attack. However, D'Lo still choosing to be aggressive, actually coming out victorious over Riven, giving the man count advantage to Columbia, and that's the first death in this round. It took 120 seconds for any team to find it, and the rest of it's about to cascade forward. Flurry drops, Click finds another one, this one taking out Kiro, and this is going to be a hard stop for the Ottawa side to make a recovery. With only 3 players left, and they're lacking the Habana to give themselves sightlines, there's just not much safety left for them. They've sent Val to the study side, Xander with full control over Piano, but D'Lo is still hanging out inside of Solarium, previously in the master bathroom, and has plenty of safety to walk on down the staircase and get away from the situation. But a nice wallbang shot will actually DBNO, not finished just yet until Axon can have something to say about it, but it was Xander to take out G-Sin. With only 20 seconds left, John, there's not much more to do, and Ottawa needs to step onto the objective fast.
And they've got to go for the rush here. KJS lands a nice shot. Here comes the hatch drop. Oni will not find anything just yet, but a crossfire is down to be established. Here comes Click first and foremost. I thought it'd be the Mute to land the first kill, but a wallbang almost nets him something. Xander just trapped in the middle of sight will down KJS, but there's simply no time left. Columbia actually going on a small fallback, yet still contending the top floor was honestly the best play done by them, and I'm glad they were able to realize that from Ottawa just wasting far too much time on that top floor. It really bit them in the rear end, and they simply could just not do anything but funnel into their own graves, essentially, once they enter the site of Kitchen.
I think one of the great things we could talk about Columbia was not just the time bot, but the success that was found on the second floor. Yeah, D'Lo and Click are a very menacing duo. I spoke with you before the game, as well as the people here in the production booth. D'Lo was a player that we talked about last semester as well. We didn't think he was the most tactically successful player. I mean, he wasn't a player that would always have the go-to strats in his head and work it around. I think he's obviously progressed leaps and bounds in that regard, but he is one of the most clinically talented players on this roster to be able to find these, I guess, kill opportunities and put himself in a good spot to do so. And we saw that right there. Instead of D'Lo just taking a step back and relying on buying that time and having bought the time, D'Lo actually re-swings after the flash, funnels him away through the master bedroom, and finds himself a kill, the first in the round. That gives Columbia a massive advantage early, and that puts pressure on Ottawa. And that's something that we didn't see get applied to them in round 1, which may be one of the reasons why we see them take it in a flawless fashion, because I guess what's the term? The thing is on the other person's neck? I can't remember. It's like a horseshoes on the other horse's shoe? I don't know. That's like one of the few old sayings I don't recognize. I'm not that old, John, but it is what it is. Ottawa have just not been able to find their presence and have not been able to find their groove, and unlike Cusco, this one's looking a little bit old. They need to buff out their strategy and find out what's going to work for them going on here in round 4.
Maybe Chief would know the line to that.
Probably. He's from
I can't
1600s.
recall. Yeah, something like that. Apparently, he's seen actual dinosaurs roam the Earth too,
There's
but
no way.
only
I
been
think
a
I think he's
only
just
been a
talking about
rumor.
my
He has
mom.
not confirmed nor denied it just yet. Looks like Columbia will actually opt to play on the top floor here. I'm a little shocked. They still have a very big emphasis though on the util game, and they are extending just slightly here. So you were more on the money than I was, Scott. But I mean, Master is still not a bad site to defend. Arguably, any site here on Chalea is not bad, just depending on how you are as a team slash how your players act singularly. And we've seen a lot of single plays be implemented by Columbia. Yes, they do still like to play in a tag team manner, such as D'Lo and KJS right now. But if one person falls, a refrag could most definitely be imminent. So it's not the end of the world if either the Jaeger or Romai will fall, just so long as it isn't at the exact same time. And such a nice shot landed by D'Lo to once again give Columbia that first blood. And this power duo right now of the double denial is just a force to be reckoned with at this point, as D'Lo now nets a second. A third could be found as well, as Xander gets downed and finished off. He whipped up the pistol, almost gets a fourth, but finally Kiro will have some sort of response. But there it is, the dynamic duo to now put us in a 1vx, Scott. And I don't think Val is really going to be able to claw this one back here.
I don't want to say I told you so, and not about the objective, but about D'Lo as a whole. I mean, what else can you say? At some point, Ottawa need to realize that D'Lo does not stop swinging. D'Lo does not stop peaking. Yes, D'Lo does a very phenomenal job of buying time, but he does that with ruthless aggression, and that's something that Ottawa really need to, I guess, start to realize and then adapt onwards from. But it's just Foul left standing. She's stuck in a 1-on-4. This doesn't seem like the greatest of odds so far. Trapped outside from that ego window side, but he's going to go and drop to the rooftop. Give themselves a bit more of an angle, but with the diffuser actually down in library and 60 seconds on the clock, John, I'm starting to think this one may just be a tactical timeout, one where they hesitate a little bit longer, talk about what went wrong, talk about what they're going to do forward, and even if it's not, I think that's what the rest of the roster is doing, while Val attempts to, I guess, burn out the rest of her utility as her second nade gets sent, not really finding any impact, and she still yet remains on the rooftop trying to find which direction she approaches from.
There's only 30 seconds left here, unfortunately, and I don't think we're going to be able to have much of a bite back, unfortunately, by Val. She could definitely work a couple of picks. I don't really think that's out of the unordinary, but nope. Click is going to get a nice spray down through that singular window next to the top of blue stairs, and that's going to give Columbia now their third round in a row here on the defense. But not having any crossfires established, really no proper team play done by UOttawa. That was probably their biggest mistake, whereas that is really what allowed Columbia to kind of flourish. Even when D'Lo finally fell after already doing so much damage by himself, he had backup by KJS to really confirm that no one's going to control a library anytime soon, and you're going to force yourself into a 1vx. So still really great stuff done by Columbia. They are continuing on this pain train, despite the fact that normally Chalea is very attacker favored. It's a 3-1 split favoring the defensive side so far.
I want to point out as well, a Vulcan was brought in that last round for Columbia, and yet we didn't really see the shield be a point of contention. Ottawa didn't even make it to the shields to have to face and burn through those. That's how strong Columbia was early. And yes, we can attribute a lot of that to D'Lo holding on from that the mezzanine side and having control over towards Fireplace, swinging in two directions at once, getting big window as well as clearing out trophy. Oh, sorry. Library side, and they attempted to step inwards. I mean, all in all, I feel like Columbia had more than just a single level of defense. Yeah, they had the forward attack, the extension to keep Ottawa at bay, but even if Ottawa got close and managed to deal with the extension, they still have to burn through the shields. And Ottawa did not get out of that unscathed. And they would never have gotten out of that unscathed with the level of aggression we saw from both Click and D'Lo in their extended defense, as well as KJS over on Library Staircase itself. Ottawa would not have had the utility. They burned through a couple of their nades early. The only person really left towards the end was Val trying to handle it. Axon had attempted to toss theirs early to get out D'Lo, but was killed just as quickly. We saw that one on that outside veranda. And overall, Columbia just put themselves and put Ottawa into the dirt, so to say. But with round 5 officially going underway, this has been an objective we've seen before, and one I think we'll probably see Columbia manage to take. Despite the fact that Ottawa has taken round 1 on this objective in a flawless fashion, we have not seen the same Ottawa side in the last 4 rounds.
That would have been such a nice pick to open things up too. Jason almost got caught in a really bad predicament. A Maverick hole through the double castle barricade leading into sight was almost his impending doom. He's one shot away from being put in the dirt, but at least he'll be alive to still have those toxic canisters for the later end of the round, perhaps. just about the first minute over and done with here, and UOttawa are just about ready to start setting up to open up that back wall, also get the castle barricade done and dusted as well to begin that util clear. Once again, just very slow start by UOttawa, and the time management by them almost every single round has been kind of lackluster, and if they just were a tad bit faster on this clear, I feel like they wouldn't have as many problems because they've been able to find those picks necessary, especially round number 1, but backing it up with proper map control at the right time, that's been a whole nother topic to discuss, Scott.
Dilo is being very aggressive once again. I mean, hanging out, sitting pretty inside library is not a bad start, but that aggressive towards Ego window seems like an odd option, especially when Axon Ackerman is holding a very prime weapon with a solid scope to it. I mean, it just seems like Dilo is feeling a little bit overconfident. And that's something that you necessarily need to worry about. Last semester, we saw Dilo on the map of Bank go absolutely ham in the first half. In the second half, failed to find anything. Needed a bit more strategy on the attacking half and did not manage to collect anything for themselves. But I'll tell you who does collect. It's KJS, takes out Xander, and the flank watch there with the air jabs is out for the count. No utility available for their rear, and that's going to make Ottawa feel a bit careful about each and every direction, but they'll split this one wide open, cutting down Dilo, looking for their second, as Click is still sitting on the stairs. He's now looking to be aggressive as he DBNOs Axon, but doesn't have the look just yet to finish the job. Click knows his shield is still up. They'll have to look around in both directions. Another player jumps out of Ego window, and Val, she gets aggressive herself, buying enough space to give her team the chance and herself the chance to bring back Axon, and that'll be another nade available to their pockets. Rushing Click now down to the basement side, running away from that library staircase.
4 players now so low on HP. And I feel like we've got Columbia in a better position. Look at the utility they have in comparison to UOttawa. They have all 3 of their toxic smokes, and they know where this push has to come in through. It's the back hatch drop. KJS not that far behind either. Axon gets rid of Jason, though. That's such a huge pick. Yet Oni is there on the refrag. KJS follows suit, and it's a team kill by Oni, evening things up yet again. And there is site control technically in the pocket of Ottawa. They'll go for the plant here. Hero able to get it down with relative ease here. There is technically no coverage right now, but Val, she'll make ends meet. 2 brilliant picks at the very end, and round number 5. Sure, it was a very rocky slope back and forth between these 2 teams, but finally the attacking side of Ottawa will claim it as their own, but it definitely got down to the wire in a couple of instances there, Scott.
What a great watch as well there by Val. I actually was very stressed. I could feel my heart beating. That's not just because I'm have a bad heart or anything, but I feel my heart beating. She's staring up at the hatch thinking that maybe Columbia would come from that direction to deny the plant. That was a solid idea, but everyone on the first floor needed to quickly swing through door, the game's opposing side, but gets it, then swings and finds the second kill in bar. The TK by Oni has to be one of the most unfortunate things that Columbia could have happened in that moment. You could have gone from a 4-1 start in this half, maybe even going up 5-1 at that halftime switch, but at the very least guaranteeing that you have the number advantage in terms of rounds at halftime, to now you have to win this round if you want to break even. And for Ottawa, and this being an attacker-sided map, you really do need to break neck even here. You need this 3rd round win to give yourself a fighting chance for the defense, because like we've said previously, Columbia is a team of fraggers. Click is very well known for his gun potential. Jason has been playing fairly well as a utility-based player, and I expect that to continue late and onward. And then Dilo has been devastating Ottawa just by sitting still, so imagine what he'll do by getting in the face of the Ottawa defense when it's their turn to attack. I am worried for the Ottawa defense, but at the same time, they have to get through this half first before they can start to think about how they'll keep Columbia at bay on the second half.
I really want to know the thought process behind those 2 shields, to be honest. I really don't get that at all. We do a little bit of trolling around these parts.
No, the one shield's placed so that they can have a getaway towards the master bedroom side, and the one is placed towards master bathroom. Now, you don't need either. Well, technically, you can still opt for the master bathroom one. I like that shield. Dilo used it earlier.
Yeah,
with
but
great
like
success,
they both get shot if there's someone on big window, and they've had a sledge almost every round, and that hard counters castles. That's why I'm like really.
It's a good call.
And
they cleared that the last time we saw it as well. Big window was one of the avenues that we saw Ottawa take from.
Yeah, that's why I'm very confused about this, but you did make a very good point, Scott, so I will give you that. Trying to back up Columbia as best you can. I really don't blame you, though. I mean, they have some utility to deny in case like a nade gets tossed out or something, but you can still probably shoot the shields anyways from that position. You'd be kind of threading the needle, but maybe get away with at least one being destroyed. Oh, is it to... Oh, no, I get it. It's to deny the first Vulcan shield from being shot, so they have to grenade it. Look at that. It's actually blocking the shield farthest to the right. I think that actually might be what it is. That's like
But that
That's like
shield's
10
still
billion
shootable.
Giga Chad stuff right there.
But that shield is still shootable. You're still going to be required to. You can burn one and then the second one. It just feels
Maybe,
like
actually.
maybe it's not
I
turned
don't
enough.
know.
I don't think the second one's turned enough in the process. I feel like Columbia just wants to stack the second floor and didn't think too much into it. I'm not going to defend them about that because, yeah, it doesn't seem like the right idea. Interesting approach, but I just don't feel like that's it.
Yeah, maybe we're just going a little too analytical on two shields that have not been even like thought about by you,
Just
Ottawa,
Lee
because
Mickey
they are
right there. We're
mostly
just getting too in depth
yeah.
on something that they're just placed to place,
simply getting lost in the sauces.
Exactly.
Ryan Sheep Schubert would say. Anywho, back into the round, Ottawa, they'll get the main wall opened up, and Axon's going to get rid of KJS early on, so this is not a horrendous start here. The only problem is that we haven't seen a lot of pressure established on the top floor, and you can actually play the vertical game if you ever so please to for Columbia. I mean, they've got a shotgun in play, Oni, and they could definitely make some kill holes with the Aruni punches with her metallic arm, so it's not a bad idea to do in the slightest here. Oni barely managing to escape away with his life, and there is some sort of trade here as Click will get rid of Axon, the Maverick, to fall. There are still some nades in pocket, but again, this top floor not being in the hands of Ottawa, that's definitely going to be a nuisance moving into these last 40 seconds, and the site execute, of course, Scott.
And those shields are still up, as well as having barbed wire and a Surya gate. There's a lot in the way for Ottawa. They're just going to have to drop down to the first floor and take advantage of the holes that they have created with those X-Kairos pellets. But unfortunately, Val will not be allowed to stay alive for much longer. They'll lose her fairly simplistically from a long shot, but still, a little bit of damage tacking off towards the Columbia side. D-Lo is quite low, but 4 players. It's a man advantage, and Click is going to actually drop down. He finds an amazing angle, sprays down Riven for his second, but Kiro turns with a quick flick and finds one of their own. Quick attempted plant. Kiro's up top, but guess what? There is still the Yokai drone up above. D-Lo tries to swing on his Xander. Denied. You got to get rid of the Yokai drone in the process. Kiro is going to commit to it once again. Jason has no more to work with, does he? It's been shotted at this point. No. It's not going to matter. The plant does, in fact, go down, and there is no denial at this point whatsoever. Yokai will once again tag the player of Kiro, but despite that, Kiro still finds the kill into Jason, leaving this one up to Oni in the 1v2. 15 HP and a dream, and this one's looking a bit more like a nightmare. So he still has to fade off the Xander and Kiro combo for the University of Ottawa side. Oni stepping up aggressively towards dining room, finds an amazing angle onto Xander. Now just has to deal with Kiro, who's sitting out inside dining hall. Peeking door. Spray firing as they're trying to transition to a better spot, pivoting around the doorway. Kiro takes a ton of damage, but Oni does not come out victorious. The Bearing 9 in the pocket finds themselves a kill, and it will in fact go to Ottawa.
Oni picking the worst possible time to un-ADS and start running at the Habana. You almost had that, Oni, but unfortunately still so far away from winning that out. 3-3 as Ottawa managed to scrape away against that dining attack. I mean, there were a lot of great implementations there by Columbia to try to stop the plant from happening. A really nice flank by Click, but it only netted them 1 kill. And on top of that, the Yokai drone, the timing was kind of underwhelming there. If just an extra second was burnt out there for the Echo, then we would have seen the plant completely denied, as Ottawa did not have enough spacing to actually flush out the Echo behind the bomb chassis inside of Kitchen. So just some improper timing on a couple of things, such as that flank, and also the denial of the plant really just went a long way. And also the sprint again of Oni too. I definitely did not forget about that, because that was such an upset. He almost had the pre-fire on full lockdown against the Habana, but I digress. We'll move into the second half here, round number 7, moving in towards Bar and Gaming with more than one shield. So Mezzanine could possibly be held much longer than it was last time around when we actually had Columbia defending it, yet there is still plenty of regular denial, such as those ADSs, those magnets, bit of drone denial too, and hard destruction in that mute. And then we've got Axon on the Alibi, who has been doing relatively all right in the kill department, so having that 1.5 optic and the MX4 Storm, I'm sure he'll be bound to find some sort of success on round number 7.
I'm actually really impressed with how even both of these squads have been when it comes to the kill factor. Obviously, G-Sin's a little bit behind, but they're a utility player anyways. I'm not stressing about that, but even with Ottawa having utility players, 3-3 on Riven and Val comboing there. Kiro has 4, and then a double 5 for Axon and Xander. Only person to have more than that is Click on the opposing side. We're not too shocked about that, but both sides have been fairly even. I really have been enjoying this game and the variety we have seen when it comes to who's being able to pick up these frags and how these teams are transitioning once they lose that main entry fragger, or how they're adjusting once they lose 1 or 2 players. Ultimately, though, with Ottawa now on the defensive side, and we are at that halftime 3-all situation, it's going to come down to how Columbia decide to attack. And with the 0 and with the information that Oni can gather, I think they have a really solid chance to transition forward and start to put Ottawa on their back haunches, make them struggle to sit still, and even Accent's feeling pressured. Only a minute into the round as he's now being forced to funnel away from the dining room side and maybe even run all the way back to the objective to sit still for the next 2 minutes.
Here comes the beginning parts, the precipice of that util clear. Click almost got alleviated from his own skull, so that would have been a pretty big upset, to say the least. But it's still that 5-on-5. Not the end of the world here for Columbia just yet. They still have to worry about this mezzanine position next to the chimney, though, as Xander does really not seem that worried. That's not a Gemini clone. That's a real living person. So is Axon, but his body will now turn cold as he'll get taken care of by KJS. Kira will get rid of Oni, so we're still on even footing, relatively speaking. And this util clear has not been that strong so far, and Xander will begin to now fall back in a better position so far. D'Lo, once again, not fully knowing what he's getting himself into, will actually lose his skull finally. The hatch not being opened up. Thankfully, though, Riven is here at just the right time to let Xander drop, and now they can play for the anchor game with the man advantage, and still having 60 seconds, they can set themselves up in a pretty good spot to hold out the fort to deny that execute. I mean, this is a really good spot overall for UOttawa, Scott.
Absolutely. It just seems weird not to have that hatch already be breached open for the escape. If Columbia had actually pressured in that situation, this would have been a completely different story with them being able to find that frag, or maybe even more if Riven was still trying to clear out that shield. But speaking of Riven, shots going the opposing direction. KJS just barely missing an opportunity through the floorboards of that mezzanine to the opposing side of Bar, but they'll transition through the actual stock side, and Riven will take a little bit of damage. As once again, it's clicked from above through the hatch. Columbia attempting to pound the hurt downwards and has failed up to now until Click can in fact finish the job onto Riven and removes one, tying this one 3-3. Keep in mind, we saw a player just previously hanging out on the bottom of library stairs, ready to rotate from that basement side, and we'll already see Columbia dive in for the default plant. Val, she'll find one, takes out Click. KJS, only one there to support. Jason going for the plant in this situation. There was no Nitro Cell available, only Toxic Babes, and there was 3 in the pocket, but Val was too occupied going for the kill to actually pull this one out. Thankfully, Xander is watching from behind, takes out KJS, and swings to find Jason. A fabulous drop through, and Xander will find themselves not just the last 2, but a defuse on top of it, giving Ottawa the first defensive round win of the second half.
Very strong stuff as well. Not overstaying their welcome, which is something I had a lot of gripes with for the opposing side of Columbia. We actually had a fallback despite the fact it was a 4 versus 3, and they could have still, in theory, like waited up above for like 20 more seconds and have done their job completely fine. However, we didn't see that. We had Xander fall back and then rotate up above to deny that vertical coverage. In general, there was not a lot of coverage, but in the exact same breath, we didn't have really a lot of denial instantly for that plant. However, once the Habana committed to that plant, she couldn't escape. The double door, or double window, pardon, was castle barricaded, so she couldn't open that up without meleeing it several times, which would have basically costed her her own life. So she was there to die, and then you only had KJS up above, I believe it to be, and they got shot in the back. So really strong stuff by UOttawa. They really deserved that opening round here in the second half, and it looks like they'll be opting for, it's based off the map HUD, it is actually master and offices. Okay, no one deciding to go to the basement floor just yet, unfortunately, but we did have a conversation about that earlier in map number 1, Scott, so oh well, to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking forward to the most when it comes to the second floor is we obviously saw Ottawa initially wanted to attack, and we obviously saw how Columbia defended it with that 2 shield setup. We also know that they like to bring a Vulcan, whether they were defending the kitchen site below or defending the second floor. They like to bring the Vulcan to place one up on piano to actually have that extension a little bit forward. They also like placing, obviously, the 2 shields they had prior actually in the main area of piano through that hall connecting over towards master bedroom and that master bathroom side. And right now for Ottawa, we don't see that. There is no Vulcan, so they're going to be opting for only 1 shield in the hand of Xander, and that may be a huge limitation for them, but they're going to place that one the old-fashioned way, putting it up on top of piano. But if we see Columbia go for the opposing side, maybe pressure over towards that Solarium Aquarium side, well, this could be a disastrous situation for Ottawa, as the majority of their, I guess, stronghold positioning, the footholds that they will be able to create for themselves with that shield, is on the wrong side of the map.
So far, it doesn't look like that'll be a problem just yet. Columbia going in for a basement, a bottom-up clear, so to speak. I mean, I don't blame them. There's a lot of the map you have to really clear through when you are attacking on that very top floor, depending on how you look at it. You don't want to get nitro celled or shotgun from underneath, so maybe getting rid of this roam presence first and foremost is the best option, and Click is just in a prime spot to get rid of Axe and having the intel to follow up as well. Nice opening pick so far by Columbia. They'll double down as KJS is just upside down on the double master window, catches Xander off guard. This has been a phenomenal start so far by Columbia. Let's just hope they can keep up the pace moving forward in this next minute 40.
Now, let's not discredit, that was not just Click. That was Jason with the drone. Live ping as well on top of it. Very quick on the draw to give themselves an outlook and know where that player was. And man, great job there to combo and give themselves the outlook. Another kill dropping for KJS, like you mentioned. That puts Ottawa 2 players down, and they're going to have to make a major recovery, but Dilo is continuing to pound the dirt downwards. Kiro fell with a headshot kill, and that puts themselves 3 players down with only Val and Riven to try to make the recovery. Could this be a flawless round for Columbia? We'll have to see with only 75 seconds left on the clock and plenty of utility to dump. There's 1 more nade sent, but still 2 in the pocket to work with. That'll make it a little bit easier. Dilo finds the shot under Riven. Val Nitro's down 1 more, but it is not very long-lived as KJS collects once again from outside of that master bedroom big window and devastates the defense all over again.
And a couple of things to really just micro-analyze about too. Big window, super powerful part of the map when you are attacking on master. It allows for A, a lot of cutoffs, and B, it's just really hard to kill you, especially during that post plant. So it's just something nice to have. Also, when you go for that bottom top clear, you are not going to have to worry about a run out at all because you've already dealt with the roam game in the basement. You've already dealt with the roam game on the middle floor. So that just strengthens the position of having someone on that double window tenfold. So maybe that was one of the main reasons why they wanted to go for a bottom top clear in comparison to just kind of going for a complete horizontal take, starting from library and then working their way over towards the site, and then having someone kind of play for a high risk, high reward setup into the big window. I don't know, just some food for thought, but it worked for Columbia. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. We'll see a reattempt now by UOttawa going back in towards master room and offices with kind of the same lineup, if memory serves me correctly. Not really a lot of changes from what I can gather. Maybe having the alibi on the board, though, by Xander. I think that's the only big change. What we saw is that we could see potentially more aggression, maybe more of a stack up on that middle floor to have the roam game remain alive for a while longer than expected. But other than that, nothing much has really changed, and that is going to allow Columbia just to kind of do the exact same thing they planned on last round, but probably in a much more efficient manner because they've already seen this setup beforehand, Scott.
One thing I really like from Columbia, and I'm anticipating to actually continue, has been the drone economy that they were able to maintain. KJS lost both drones by the time the actual round started last round, which was not where you want to be, but KJS's role was not going to be solid for facilitating a drone pull anyways, as he was just locking down that big window anyways, so not a huge and worrisome factor. They've only lost 1 so far, and it was right as the round actually started, but I want to see Jason once again on that drone, which we can see right now comboing with Oni to give Click the information to progress onwards. Click knows there's 1 player just firing that direction. G-Seat's going to rotate the other direction because he knows Oni is clearing out towards Snowmobile, and Jason's just continuing to spot out, prodding the opposition and trying to give themselves equal opportunity and spacing, but I don't think Jason was aware there was a secondary player in kitchen. This could be disastrous for Click, but Click himself needs a bit more help, and that's where Dilo is going to step up.
Hey, so far, like you mentioned, though, big step up will need to be implemented at some point. Click once again in the same prime spot that he was last round to try to spot anybody out early on. Xander has a very cheeky angle on towards the double window, yet because no one has cleared out this middle floor just yet, it's technically not safe to go for that window play just yet. Dilo actually gets caught in a DBNO phase, and the alibi almost gets away with their life. It's a bit of a tussle between dining room and kitchen as there are soft pings flying in through. A crossfire will now be established, and eventually Xander will die, and not finishing off the Ayana. She can remain alive as she gets revived. Yeah, she's on 20 HP, but she could maybe go for nade plays underneath, perhaps. There is still a flank of Axon afoot, and that could be deadly if no one is actually aware of that, Scott.
I think Columbia is just going to circumvent that route, though. I think saying, hey, we've cleared out that first floor. We have less to worry about I don't think they're aware that Axon has still been playing down there. In fact, they've all flushed themselves up to the second. They're looking to approach from D'Lo himself is trying to approach from the veranda side of the western window, trying to play this piano window initially. They haven't busted it down just yet, but I'm sure we'll see it in just a moment. The Syria gate placed on piano door has been devastated. Now it's up to Click to kind of push forward, but it's D'Lo from window of bathroom to actually take out Kiro. So a player out for the count, and that puts Ottawa once again at a player disadvantage. 2 down, and Columbia have plenty of time to continue the hurt onwards. Val, she's taken out by D'Lo. A second to their name alone, but it doesn't seem to last much longer because the devastation on site continues to cascade, and D'Lo just takes advantage of the opportunity, swinging out this master bathroom side and finishing off the last player. A fabulous ending to the round, and Columbia did a great job of gathering information and properly utilizing it.
Just playing as a proper team, in all honesty. I mean,
Yeah.
once again, they knew the strengths of being able to attack on Master, like the big window control, and being able to deny the roam game pretty effectively. They've done that both times in a row. Like I said, the beginning of round number 9, they kind of already knew what they wanted to do. It was just actually putting it into an execution and getting the job done, which they did completely fine. So 1 round away from match point potentially here on map number 1, but this has still been a very back and forth matchup between Ottawa and Columbia. I mean, there's only a 1-round differential for a reason. They're just at each other's throat, Ottawa and Columbia. And we're going back in towards bar and gaming room, which isn't really a favorable site at all for Columbia. When they were attacking it, they were quite sluggish and also weren't able to really get any opening picks that would have alleviated some of that pressure when going in towards the site itself. So it's going to be a huge adaptation that'll be necessary for Columbia to guarantee match point rather than looking down at another even scoreline, this time 5-5.
Why did D'Lo not use the Gemini replicator when diving through trophy? That's my question at this stance.
I don't know. It just wasn't he the guy you're talking about that like does stupid stuff from time to time, or is that somebody else?
Guns. D'Lo's the player with guns out, but
blazing.
is not the tactician
that
you would want.
sums it up.
Yeah, so that right there is the exact moment. D'Lo's like, "I'll just go in and shoot them." Yeah, sure you will, buddy. You got
I
it.
don't need a drone.
Yeah, then gets a 3K at the end of the round. Yeah, that's exactly what we anticipated. This is D'Lo at his finest. I love D'Lo to death. D'Lo was so much fun last season to I guess watch and commentate over. I want to be able to speak to him at one point. He goes, "What was going through your head right here?" But I'm sure he's too busy just gunning in the training range, just trying to figure something out, keeping the reflexes up. But I'll tell you who's not gunning anymore. It's Jason. Axon managing to find a very early pick that's going to go through the trophy window, if I am correct. I may be incorrect about that one, but they'll lose the flank watch, which is big because Jason is pivotal to the success of Columbia because that's half their drone game. Yeah, they are able to assist with other players, but that's half their drone game, and drones are the single most important piece of utility in the game, by far.
And if you look at round number 2, how Columbia won the round on the defense was having Oni on a flank. Now, not having that flank watch could be detrimental. No one checked for library window, so D'Lo hopped in for free and even got a pick because of it. Things now on a 50-50 slate here. Not a bad spot for Columbia at all, and finally the fallback has to come in through much faster than anticipated, probably by UOttawa. But look at that flank potential. We've got Axon running around towards West Main. That could be quite deadly later in the round, but it's still going to take a lot of time for that 3-speed operator, the Alibi, to actually get in a position to make that roam game effective, and that's even if they win a gunfight. If someone 180 flicks onto them or is expecting a flank, that's still going to be lights out, and that could give Columbia a huge advantage so they could only focus on the site itself.
I mean, think about the mental advantage that Ottawa has at this point. With the fact that they've taken out Jason, there is no flank watch, and that's pressure on Columbia. That slows them down, and that's where you'll see Axon dominate. Finding 2 in a row, a solid middle stage of this round, and with only the last 65 seconds on the clock, there's a 2-player advantage for Ottawa. Columbia are in a very poor position. They have to make a hasty recovery with only 55 seconds to work with. It's only up to Oni and KJS to do it. They have no piece of utility left, a sledgehammer and some X-Kairos pellets maybe to their name to utilize, but beyond that, there's no destructive utility of a nade. There's no real great way to get any kills besides them actually utilizing the firearms in hand, and defense can just sit pretty and play in solidarity. But unfortunately, Val, she gets a little bit too aggressive. Stands up behind the bar and will have her head lopped clean off, and Oni clutches up elsewhere. Takes out Kiro. A fabulous recovery, but 25 seconds left. Columbia still have to keep going and find the last 2.
Riven is still inside of the objective room. Axon not fully there, kind of playing in a proxy. I thought they had site control, but no, Riven's still in the back of stock. Gets a bit aggressive here, but cannot find that pick. Luckily, Axon is here at just the right time. Oni refrags, though. The swing by Riven, though. It's going to deny Oni of winning out that 1v2 clutch, and UOttawa will once again put us in an equalized scoreline, 5-5. No match point just yet, but now we have to have somebody win this next round, so we're bound to see it at some point, Scott. It's just a matter of how and, well, really when, I suppose, or who actually would be the better question, I should say.
Let's just say the MVP of that round was absolutely, without a doubt, Axon, right? First kill onto Jason. That removes the drone player that we have been so emphasizing for Columbia this entire time. Then proceeds to get a double kill in the first floor towards the dining and kitchen side in towards that main entrance. And then finding the last as they swung over. Well, not last, second to last as they swung over through fireplace and actually get around that door leading to bar and finding only one, but almost found the second. That set up Ottawa in such a way that despite their flaws they had elsewhere in that round, there was plenty of them as we saw, as they completely brutalized away a 4-2 round advantage, or player advantage, I should say. Yeah, there was a lot of weak links for Ottawa, but I'll tell you who was not weak. It's Axon. Axon is apparently lifting gains, been hanging out in the wrong map and hanging out in Clubhouse inside gym, because carrying themselves through that round is one of the most important pieces that Ottawa could have, especially as Columbia is one round away, and now Ottawa is one round away from match point, which is a huge, huge thing for both of these teams.
So I think if we take a look at the map bans as well to see whose pick this actually was, it was Ottawa's pick of Chalet. So this would be a nice thing to have in their back pocket since they wanted to actually go here to the French Alps.
But it's collegiate. You always take your opponent's map. You always take your opponent's map. Yeah, it's the collegiate
fair. It's just the collegiate law, I suppose. Except the only thing we are missing is, oh no, we are going to Villa at some point. Never mind. I was say, wait a minute, we're in collegiate, but there's no Villa on the board. No, it's just until map number 3. So we will save the most default for last, depending on you actually ask. Oh no, why would you walk into that, my friend? Click is going to be kicked into a coffin by an MPX. Axon, yet again, you talked about him lifting heavy. He's now well circumference into double digits at this point. 11 frags to his name, and I mean, what's stopping him from finding any more inside of round number 11, Scott? Probably nothing.
Probably nothing. You're exactly right, especially with the fact that a Valkyrie gets left through in a ban phase. That's information that Axon can utilize, that you can see right here on his black eye cams. Sitting pretty. Not really sure where he's lying just yet. Don't necessarily see him in this position, but I can guarantee you he's just in a corner, tucked away, and gathering the information he needs. On top of that, if they can keep Axon alive, that's a nitro cell in the pocket. One of only 2 that they have brought, and they need to keep that in the back pocket ready to use, because if Columbia managed to bring themselves forward, getting onto a site and planting for any sort of default position, they're going to need a little bit of extra insistence on the top, and there is no chance, I would say. It's still possible, but it's just not a likely chance to go through that mezzanine hardball into study and planting for the oh-so-typical default place, because typically that strategy utilizes smoke grenades and the canisters to cut down sight lines and then to work with. That's not available for Columbia. Instead, they're opting for a bit more of a util dump approach. They have 6 flashes and brought 4 nades, as well as previously having that lifeline utility, now no longer up for the count, but Axon's looking for another one. This one's actually going to be diffuser control. A 3rd kill on top, this one onto D-Lo, and he's cut down 3 of the best players now for the Columbia side. Only KJS and G-Sin left standing. This is devastating now for Columbia.
I guess probably not was the best call between you and I, Scott, as Axon has now turned up the kill count to 13. Very low HP, but their job has already been done. They will now gloat inside of the site with the rest of their brethren here, stacked up in a pretty good position. Only about 30 seconds or so left on the round, and Columbia, they know where exactly this push is going to come in through. KGS will try to bombard their way in towards site, but gets met by an MX4. Looks like Jason is the last one to stand. Axon technically down, so there's a 1 versus 3, but only 20 seconds left, and one shot from almost any of these weapons, but probably the MPX, would actually put this one down 6 feet under. There goes the attempt of at least denying a flawless round, but Xander is there on the prone play to bring it to a buddy ace for both the Alibi and also Valkyrie of Axon and Xander in tandem. They will be the ones to get match point here. UOttawa, one more round to seal the deal, but I feel like Columbia, they're not done just yet either.
I think 8 months ago, if you asked me which 2 weapons would be the best chance for a defensive team to hold on to, I would say something like the Roni and probably the 416C. Now I am almost guaranteed going to say the MX4 Storm and the MPX. Even if you don't play Warden, the MPX is still a solid weapon. Never receives nerfs, never receives buffs. It just sits pretty in fair contention. We see
Just
it right
like
there.
it.
It just clicks heads, right? So that's all it really needs to do, and we saw that right there. Axon popped off, did exactly what was necessary, above and beyond what was necessary, as we saw there was really no chance for Columbus to even make a return there, as it was a flawless, indomitable round by Ottawa. That's their second flawless round on top of it. And keep in mind, the first round was flawless, and now the second to last, possibly, for Ottawa is flawless as well. Columbia is kind of desperate at this point. They have to win this round if they want to have a chance to take map 1. It will force overtime, and we will see how that one will necessarily go if Columbia can manage to clutch this one up. But the early losses that Columbia has faced, both from Accent in the last 2 rounds, has been their downfall. They lost Click extremely early, as like you said, he just wasn't paying attention in the right direction. They lost Jason the time before, and then therefore they were lacking a huge amount of information. Ottawa have known exactly where to go to cripple Columbia. It feels like right now Jason and Click are like the Achilles of the Columbia side. You lose one or the other, and the rest of the army is doomed to fall.
So having out that Tachanka is going to be a pretty annoying thing to deal with. You can just kind of sit in the back of Kitchen Room, and if the roam game is kind of poor, or roam clear is kind of poor, then you're not going to have a lot to really deal with when you're trying to shoot any Shamikos out towards the default plant. You can also play up above and waste time. That's completely fine as well. You've got a couple of Nitros to boot, or just a single one in the hand of Val, so she could be pretty important later in the round, especially open up that hatch to the immediate left of Dining Room and just puck it out from there to stop default plant. That works completely fine as well. Looks like Axon will just try to get aggressive on the Russian operator, almost gets him 1 pick, is not going to be able to land the shots properly though, so it's still going to be that 5-on-5. But hey, a minute off the board and no loss of life just yet. Not so bad here for you, Ottawa, and they still have plenty of reinforcements here up and towards this top floor to burn even more seconds off of Columbia's clock.
Man, only 120 seconds on the clock. There's a lot of util that's actually been dumped here. Look at how aggressive Columbia has brought. 10 flashes on the top. That could be, oh, sorry, 9. That could be incorrect. You never know. Maybe our Ubisoft hasn't fixed everything just yet. But with a lot of nades on top of it, Finka to bring 1, they obviously will start to use those to progress onwards. And they'll do just that. Axon and Xander, both out for the count. The 2 top fraggers for Ottawa, and arguably the 2 best players for them as this game has progressed. They're no longer on the board, and that'll mark a 3rd as Click devastates once again, taking out Kira, leaving Val and Riven all by their lonesome. Riven on the first floor has rotated back through to give themselves sightlines in Kitchen. Val herself is also laying down crouched, hiding behind the objective in Kitchen itself, and just trying to buy time. Columbia have 5 members still alive and ready to dive, and Ottawa are looking mighty uncomfortable.
I mean, I would be too if it was a 2 versus 5 and you had really no way of stopping a plant except just your own gun skill. Val, she'll find one very important pick, tries to get aggressive, but Dilo is there to greet her. So just Riven left, and they're off the site. They'll have to reclaim it. We could potentially see a kitchen plant, as I don't think Columbia have any idea where exactly Riven's playing it, so it might be just a safer option to go for the plant as to where you have that vertical coverage, and that's exactly what happens. Oni will start to stick the keys down on the ground, and there's Jason as well to meet Riven with open arms and an open gun as well in the ARX. Overtime is where we're heading to, Scott. We're not out of Shelly just yet, as Columbia, like I said, still have plenty of words left to shout at their opponents today.
Plenty of words and plenty of rounds to hurl in the opposite direction, right? I mean,
Oh yeah.
whew, that was a frag fest, to say the very least. I don't think Columbia were taking victims in that round. That was pure and utter domination. There was really nothing else to say about it. An indomitable performance from them, and I can only expect them to try to continue that same level of aggression. They'll start first on the attack. We know how this necessarily started for them. Ottawa had a really good spree of rounds to string together, but Columbia ultimately made the return, and they're, I guess, the most fresh when it comes to attacking. So they actually have what I would argue would be the favorite side, especially for the map of Chalet, considering this is considered to be an attacker-favorited map. I would love to see how this one pans out, but from the get-go here, you can kind of give a nod towards the Columbia side. But the way the Ottawa has performed, if Axon can continue to devastate Columbia early like he was incapable of doing last round, then that may be all she wrote. Just a quick slice to the Achilles tendon, and Columbia will have to drag themselves through the rest of the round. But you kind of removed the knife out of their hand. You performed a Metal Gear Solid dismemberment when it comes to removing the weapon, and Axon falls early. Ottawa need to do everything they can to keep Axon and Xander up for the count if they want to stand a chance of contending against Columbia.
Yeah, I didn't realize what the Riven copy pasta said until I typed it out, so I do humbly apologize, Riven. No hard feelings. I assume you know that by now, though. I may or may not have typed it in Twitch chat, but I
so
think
funny,
they will come to an understanding that it was no hard feelings.
You're just doing copy pasta. Ooh, message spam.
Yeah, well, we here at the NECC absolutely love copy pastas, but you know what we love even more? Axon getting sturdy with it. He gets an instant pick, almost another. Click barely lives to tell the tale. But I mean, what more could you ask for the roaming alibi, getting aggressive, denying the flank watch again? That is the second time Axon has picked off that flank watcher, the Nomad, early on, and that could just pay dividends later in this 13th round. And I mean, Axon's still trying to get aggressive, finding some kill holes towards the snowmobile garage wall, but no one's there to actually meet him, so it's still going to be just a 5-on-4. But man, Columbia, they must be shaking in their boots against that alibi.
I mean, this is just a situation where Columbia, like I said, they've been cut short. They're going to have to drag themselves through the rest of this round, and it may feel like that. There's a lot of dead weight behind him. Not saying G-Sin is bad. He has been the key factor for Columbia's wins when they're able to take it on the attack, but losing him early just puts such a weight on their shoulders that now the rest of the squad of Columbia need to recover from. Fabulous job by Axon. There's no way to understate the value that he has brought on this defensive side, but he must continue that same level. Kiro sitting on Library Hall behind their solid shield. Top of steps, and their stronghold has been fairly successful so far. A lot of time has been purchased for them, and it's going to be up to Columbia to try to cash that check in if they're not able to progress any further. Axon from below. Looks to be they're going to make a first floor approach. They're going to take a direct idea to the site. A Gemini replicator will spot out Axon, and he's aware that there may be somebody in the outside window of mud. But however, the majority of Columbia attempting still to push from this dining hall and from dining itself. Maybe if they try to breach through and sprint towards bar, that could be their, I guess, estimated avenue, but time will have to tell, and they're running out of it.
D'Lo actually using the Gemini? Bro, that's actually crazy. I've never seen that happen before. Anywho,
Cringe.
Columbia still need to work some sort of pick in order to get things at a 4v4, and they have no idea where Axon's playing at. Such a beautiful play with the alibi. A huge and explosive entryway, even having backup from the rest of their squad as well. Oni is just shivering in their boots, and Axon just catches them off guard as well, even though they knew exactly where the alibi was playing at. I believe that's 15, if not 16 frags overall for Axon now. And man, that was just such a brutal way to end out the first overtime round for Columbia. They just had no idea what hit them there, Scott.
I want to point out as well, not to dog the fact that you dogged on, you know, Riven too much, but I think it's really funny that they bring the League of Legends thing over, because literally, if you go take a look at the pronunciation
League I'll dog on, though. That game is a kind of weird, champ. That's coming from an R6 commentator, too.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
how you know it's bad.
funny. It's funny.
That's
They get
how you
more
know it's
viewership
bad.
here than we do. But if you look at Riven's pronunciation thing, it says Riven, like from League. So, I mean, there's something there for it to a degree, but you know, it is what it is. Still, Ottawa with a fabulous performance, doing exactly what I said they would be doing, and it works out to such a fabulous degree that I can't understate the value of what Axon has brought to the table. If Axon continues to play like this, I fear he'll burn out by the time of like halfway through map 2, and that's somewhere where they desperately need him to perform at the same level. Maybe giving a bit of a break, having Riven, Valor, Kiro step up a bit more when it comes to map 2 coming through, and then if they lose that one, Axon can continue to pop off on another large and wide-scaled map like the map of Villa. No matter what it comes down to, Ottawa have managed to keep this one close and even go ahead here in overtime. Columbia on the defense. It's been a long time since either of these times have touched this respective side, and Columbia are opting for that study and master bedroom to keep on and try to hold on out to deny Ottawa of taking this map.
The last time we saw Master Bedroom was round number 11, but that was Ottawa actually defending it. If we'd probably have to go all the way back to round number 4 when we had a master sight in the hands of Columbia on their defense. And that was a round where D'Lo went kind of crazy on the Wamai. So maybe we'll have that happen again, but I feel like Ottawa has learned from their past mistakes, so probably not. Looks like they're opting to clear out the middle floor first and foremost, kind of taking away from the strat book of Columbia, matter of fact, and Click is here to go for some pre-fires with the Vector, not able to connect onto any single shots, though. There's really nothing to be too worried about just yet. We've got 40 seconds now burned off on the action phase, and it looks like UOttawa are just about ready to try to land a crossfire of some sort on towards Click, but they're still taking a couple of extra seconds to fully prep that to guarantee they get some sort of entry pick on that roaming Goyo.
It's really important for them right now to push forward, and I think Click's actually doing a fabulous job, but we saw the same issue in round 1 for Columbia, where Click played that shield. Same as D'Lo, sorry. D'Lo technically played the shield, but they played over there. Click had substantiated himself in that direction as well, and they didn't leave fast enough. Click has bought so much time for his team, 70 seconds plus at this point, and could still make it back to the objective and be totally fine. In fact, have done better than most players would ever do in this situation, and yet, guess what? Still hanging out in this direction, and if he dies, the only thing he's got for himself is that time bot. It's a purchase that's successful, but keep yourself alive, and you can do more than that. And I think Click's finally understanding. He stepped back a little bit, now hanging out towards the dining hall, maybe still looking to apply pressure. In fact, he's rotated over to the basement. He can catch Val off guard. She is none the wiser of Click's position, but Click just narrowly missing the opportunity. And now Ottawa, with only 70 seconds left, have a huge ground to recover from.
So what I was going to talk about, no one was watching the flank here, so Click is in a prime position, but also Axon is too. We can spot him out, but is not able to land the shots through the soft wall. Jason gets the first blood in towards his site near the closet, actually. Is still holding quite strong on the MP5K. Will miss the first Nitro toss-up, but could be granted a second chance as it actually landed close enough for him to pick it up. Axon once again spots the ghost of Click. Not able to fully get him out of the way, though. They can now possibly pop back and towards the site in these last 40 seconds as Columbia, they are in the advantageous position, really. They have burnt through so much time off the clock of Ottawa, and what do they have to really say for it? Absolutely nothing up until now. Axon finally gets rid of that roaming Goyo, but it might be far a little too late as they still are not even in a man advantage. It's only been equalized, and there's just about 20 seconds left on the board, Scott.
But they've burned away Jason now from walk-in closet. He has been forced away. Riven now has control, will step up and use the shield to his advantage. Jason out for the count. Shots connecting over towards KJS. Down, and Axon will capitalize. Riven onto D'Lo, and it's just Oni left standing. He may cut down Riven, but needs to find 3 more in a post-plant situation. Time constraint on his throat, and Oni is left to fight for his team. If Ottawa continue this and manage to win this one out, it will be a GG no re for the map of Chalet. Player in big window, player holding the door of master bathroom, and it's Val. She will send us to map 2 in a decisive manner, requiring OT, but not the maximum amount of rounds. It's Ottawa to take it 8-6.
And we had Columbia get far too comfortable in that position, and we managed to have out the attacking side of Ottawa. Barely managed to scrape into the building, or pardon, into the site, I should say, and have Axon still go absolutely crazy. If it weren't for the fact that Click was constantly on the rotation, he could have maybe found a run-out kill on towards the player in double window, and that really could have paid dividends. Also, not having the ability to kill Axon as well, that really went a long distance. Sure, there was a lot of time wasted, but UOttawa had just enough map control and just enough utility to manage to actually enter the site and go for a plant. So, way to keep your composure in a position that really wasn't favoring you at all in round number 14, and they're going to manage to even things out. We won't need a max distance here of 15 rounds. It'll just be ended out on round number 14, like you said, but I mean, that's the end of map number 1. Before we go into Oregon, we'll go into a quick little break and be back to see if it will be yet another win here for Ottawa, or if we have Columbia bring us to a third map. Stick around and find out here at NECC. And we are back here at the NECC, Scott. It's going to be UOttawa versus Columbia yet again, in case you needed a quick reminder. And we're going into Oregon with, I don't know, probably two of the most enjoyable teams I've seen in a hot minute here at the NECC. They've been keeping us pretty much at the edge of our seats. I mean, I think I almost fell at one point as well, especially when I heard your webcam mic being popped earlier in the day.
I was about to say, you didn't intro right. You're not using your webcam mic.
Dude, I remember when I told you about the time our producer did not tell me I
The
had my webcam
entire
mic on the
cast?
entire broadcast. I was, whew, man, how
I
livid
felt
I
so
was.
bad for you, man. Like, I was like, oh.
And that was like my debut for that league as well. And that was just like, oh,
That's
Mickey
fine,
Mouse
that's
was like, Mickey Mouse could not even up me on that at all.
Oh, what a fun time. Me and John are anything but serious. To jump
Of
into map
course.
2, the ban phase, probably not super similar to map 1. I mean, Thatcher's your guarantee ban. I would assume we would see Mira once again here to go down, but Kaid can be left off the board. He can be someone that you kind of forego. However, for the attack as well, I mean, it's personal comforts to a degree. If you ban out Maverick, you kind of have to ban out Kaid. So if that combo does go through, we'll have to see how it pans out. But Thatcher will be the first one off the board. I wonder what the next 3 are going to happen to be.
Oh, probably Flores and then Mira Valk, perhaps. That's probably what I'm expecting because these two teams just like to do their stock standard bans. Yep, there's Flores. Didn't see that one coming at all. I'm sure of it. And then, yeah, probably the other two, like I had mentioned, maybe Mai perhaps because it was used quite heavily on map 1, and he's also a very good operator in general, but also on Oregon,
Especially the
especially on the
basement.
basement floor. So that wouldn't shock me either. But
So close, bro.
oh, Cade, never mind. I'm
Ooh,
completely wrong.
ooh, yeah! Oh man, let's go! Did you see his League's Elite skin, John?
I have not. Is it good?
He looks young. He looks young. Like, if
Oh,
it's
like
the one I
Thatcher's
was
Elite,
looking
like
at on
Operation
Twitter.
Nimrod stuff.
No, he looks very young. You should just go on the Twitters real fast because R6 Rainbow Six was trending on Twitter earlier. Unlike Valorant, which is trending now, it only had like 1,000 tweets, while Valorant has like 18,000 tweets. But you know, we're not comparing apples to oranges here because it would be more like a ripe apple and a rotten apple. But so yeah, it looked kind of cool. I thought it was kind of interesting. I was really hoping that it would release soon so I could take a look at it. But I think they're dropping a teaser tomorrow for the next trailer, next season or whatever. But yes, it will in fact be the Kaid and Mira as the last 2 bans. So the total bans for it will be that Thatcher, then the Flores, Kaid, and Mira. However, when we're talking about the first round, we are in fact heading to that basement site. And guess who is on the board for our Ottawa side? It is Wamai, as Xander is opting to bring those magnets and really put a bit of a lockdown when it comes to more than likely that blue bunker side. I predict that Columbia may not approach in that direction. That seems like a much older, idealized strategy for a lot of attacking teams. It's just not something they typically put as their first or second or even third avenue of approach when it comes to this site. But nonetheless, in recent memory, it's always been that laundry room and freezer setup. Maybe sending one over towards Big Tower to have a kind of a flanking player to force a pincer in on the defense. But, I mean, you got to see last game with Chief that the basement and more specifically Blue Bunker actually get pursued and successfully.
I now got to see the Kaid Elite skin. Almost looks like Goyo just with a scruffier beard.
I know.
Yeah.
Like,
it's very funny. But yeah,
almost
it
looks
does
like
look a lot
Maverick.
younger.
Like,
Yeah, so it does remind me a lot of Thatcher's Elite skin from Operation Nimrod, which is a very silly operation name, but he is British, so I mean, you can't really blame him that much, I suppose. Heading into basement, first and foremost, like you mentioned, yeah, we'll probably see that blue bunker push with some presence on E-Box Hatch and also Pillar as well. I mean, you've got the Habana, so Hatch play, that's imminent. And then you've got Oni on the Ace, which is a pretty good operator for getting that E-Box wall opened up for a sight line after you get the default plant down, and also maybe the not E-Box wall, the elbow wall, sorry, the other word starting with E. That could be utilized as well, depending on how many Selmas Oni has left when they're going for that hard destruction game, because you can also utilize them to actually burn through ADSs, too, fun little fact, or breaking shields as well, or whatever you prefer. It's kind of up to your decision at that given moment. So far, though, Columbia, they are just going in for the standard stuff, clearing out the roamers, or just gathering information to eventually clear out the roamers. And that's going to be Axon first and foremost, and, well, he's getting it taken care of very early in the round, and so far there's been no refrag just yet, as, well, he was the only roamer on the top floor, so that's a pretty free pick to start things off for Columbia in round number 1.
talk about a hefty extension as well, being all the way up on the second floor in a basement hold. It's not something you typically do see pursued or utilized by some defensive teams, but Axon has been, quite honestly, the beast so far in this one. I mean, there's no and, if, ors, or buts about it, so I'm not shocked to see them kind of go for that level of extension. However, beyond the extension, they still need to hold on to their actual sedimentary players, and unfortunately, the only sediment involved here will be the one that's tossed over Xander's grave, as he's the next to be felt. A solid pickup there by D'Lo on the opposing side off screen, and it's now just up to Riven, Val, and Kiro. The three, I wouldn't say bottom fraggers for the Ottawa side, but definitely the three that were not competing with Axon for that top frag potential. Overall, with only 75 seconds left on the board, this is a solid position for Columbia to be in. They're nading out the wall connecting over towards the supply room side, and Oni is going to go ahead and plant down the diffuser, forcing a time straight down unless they can find themselves a frag, which they do just that to deny.
Ooh, does he know where Kiro is? I believe they did, but Click wasn't able to win that gunfight. 2 for 2, and now 2-on-1. KGS goes for a pre-fire. It connects directly onto Val's Chrome Dome. There's going to be Kiro left to stand so far, and they're kind of trapped inside a freezer room. Only much you can do here. Plant now being confirmed by KGS in a different position as to what it was being attempted earlier in the round, so really a prime spot for Columbia. Not much Kiro can do. They will get aggressive, but have no idea as to where the plant went down, and that was just the thing that ended up giving KGS the advantage there in that gunfight, only having to shoot at the side of that Malusi. It's going to be Columbia to pretty much take away round number 1 with just flying colors, essentially. Starting off on the right foot and ending off on the right foot as well.
I mean, a little bit tricky in the middle stages, but I mean, Columbia clutch up. Yeah, we'll forget that, though. Forget that. Forget that ever happened. No, what happened was KGS and D'Lo combo for 2 kills, and then boom, round ended right there at the start. I mean, it was just done and done, right, John?
No trolling in the midway.
Yeah,
no, not
no
at all.
trolling.
Didn't see it happen.
There was no tripping over your own ankles, no faltering whatsoever, no stuttering, as some would say. But, you know, we survived. And Osa looking to be employed here by Columbia on the attack. And if you're talking about the second floor, this actually would be an insanely well-placed shield when you're talking about that games room window. Because no longer 100%. Do you have to break that window and then actually repel on the opposing side outside of what would be White Staircase to gain any semblance of sightline. Instead, place that shield within, and you can gain a fairly safe place to stand, as well as a very dominating position to force Ottawa to have to watch their back at every single angle they try to peruse.
Hey, not only games, you could also do the window up and towards kids' room, big window. Yeah, you've got a lot of options also here on this top floor. Even Deer as well, because you'll have a lot of people try to play very aggressive when they're trying to outswing anyone near the Deer doorway, so having a shield there, it just makes that much more challenging, especially if no one's playing in the critical Bolo spot, which is basically directly next to that Deer doorway. Anywho, we'll get into the round itself as we move in towards the action phase, and still a big emphasis on utility here by UOttawa. I'm not really too surprised about that. They want to try to waste as much time as humanly possible. Also the main reason why they are opting to go for some sort of roam game. Rather than letting that map control be taken for free, essentially, by Columbia, it's just going to be Axon's job to not get first picked a second time in a row here. And you mentioned that on Chalet is how well can Axon transition over that aggression. So far, it has been a bit grim, I should say, but it has only been 1 and now 2 rounds here. We haven't seen Axon really have a long-standing statistic so far on Oregon, so maybe he'll finally have something left in the tank to finally open things up for the rest of UOttawa to pop off and get some rounds on their defense.
I think Glenn is a good way to phrase that one, but only if you're referring to The Walking Dead Glenn, because, we all know how that one ended. That's basically how Axon's ending was in round 1. Just cut down very swiftly, thinking he had an open space to go. Having none of it. So yeah, a solid round performance for Columbia, but yeah, we need Axon to recover. We need Axon to show how he transitions over. But if you look at the extension and the roaming we see right now for Columbia, they have gained full control of the first floor and are looking to utilize it. 1 shield already placed, the second still in the pocket for Oni. They're placed it on big window. I don't think this is a terrible position to place this one, but I do think a better outlook would have been one towards that kids' room window, like we've talked about, as well as having another one, amazing nade by D'Lo from below, and another one being placed towards the games room, as you'd have a phenomenal cut from both directions. But Axon with a clap back, this one onto D'Lo after the nade had gone through, and Axon was quite aggressive to actually go for that one, and will decide that it's the right time to rotate away and transition through the basement to maybe catch them from behind.
So you've gotten rid of Val. That's pretty important because it's really the only main set of denial here for the actual site. If a plant goes down, there are some nitro cells, but only one, as Axon will eventually fall to the hands of KJS in that middle floor. 50 seconds left here. Plenty of time to get yourself set up to finally deal with that anchor game. You've got Presence in the big window and Presence underneath still, as Jason will barely snag out against Hero, getting rid of another key player here on the site. And now it's a 4 versus 2. Not much left here for you, Ottawa, to try to survive this. Riven will get aggressive, and I believe a down happened by Columbia's own teammate here, finishing the job that Riven couldn't fully accomplish here, but a revive will follow pretty much immediately after. So it's still officially a 4 versus 2. 28 seconds or so left on the board. UOttawa still trying to hold strong, but they could definitely isolate these two players, especially since we have Columbia still playing for that verticality. Now that Ribbon falls, they only need to find one more player, and I believe the Sledge was already aware of their position. It'll be Jason on the Habana right next to the white stairwell, next to the doorway to actually get that final pick, but it's still a round win at the end of the day for Columbia.
And a solid one at that. I think that round was very well coordinated. There was no real stutter in that middle section, like the round one I can't seemingly remember there, John. I mean, it's not like we totally forgot the stutter of Columbia in round one or anything, but a much better in comparison of the not real round one middle stage, where the clock seemingly just switched from 2:30 to 35 seconds. So just 2 minutes gone.
Great time.
Maybe I should see a doctor. Yeah, maybe I should see a doctor. I think I'm zoning out at this point or something. Who knows? But Columbia up 2-0, round 3 now, ready and raring to go, and they'll tease away the so once more. Actually, Oni switching to the ace to go for that third switch. Same thing on the opposing side. It's Axon that teases from the mute over towards the Valkyrie, and I don't think that's one they're necessarily falling for. I think Axon, and the way that they know Axon to play, would not really facilitate a very strong mute player. So instead, lock in with a different agent, and that one will in fact be the Valkyrie, who has those black mirrors to help the defense with the information they have seemingly been lacking so far, and as well as bringing the MPX that Axon dominated with in map 1.
Not really too sure how I feel about trying the exact same thing here for UOttawa, because, I mean, we've had Axon do relatively fine on the roam game. It's just also having extra pressure established on that middle floor in the hands of someone as Val. I'm not saying she's a bad player at all. I'm just saying her smoke canisters would probably be used to actually stall the site push in a much better manner. I'm not quite sure where Val's actually set up just yet, so maybe she's changed where she wants to play her on number 3, perhaps, and that actually might be the case. There's literally no extension in towards the middle area of Kitchen. So yeah, she will make a much better call in my mind just to play for the site, because it did come down to 30 seconds. If they had toxic smokes for both big window and also white stairs, there actually was a very good chance that UOttawa could have simply just beat out Columbia in a game of attrition in terms of the clock management there. So I like that call given by Val, and now they can give Axon some more leniency just to kind of run around, do whatever they can to weaken the side of Columbia and not really have to feel any repercussions for it whatsoever.
I liked it. Looked like there was just a meeting going on towards the small tower outside. Just all three of them sitting there.
Congregation over there.
Yeah, they're just like, all right, guys, how are we going to do about this one? Quick, rock, paper, scissors. Who's going inside first? Obviously, Click lost that one. I don't think he knows what scissors are, because he never cuts off the opposition. He always finds himself that frag. But he had to entry first into the small tower side. Jason got apparently a short on this stick as well. Tried to enter in through big tower bottom door and pays the price. Another kill dropping, and that's one successful at the Ottawa side. They now have a man advantage, something that they have been struggling to maintain here in the last 2 rounds, but there's still plenty of time to, I guess, recover in this situation. Maybe some physical rehabilitation will put themselves back in to a dominant position, but so far, especially now with only really 90 seconds left on the clock, Columbia still have plenty of time to recover and start to pick the paces back up.
Just need to work some sort of pick, that's about it, but they are in a good location to do that. Looks like Click will try to open up the ADS is here to get rid of that shield, but oh no, the frag gets tossed on the ground, and Xander actually kills KJS. Everyone was able to run away though, so it's on a martyrdom to favor the defensive side. Luckily, only a 5 versus 3. Still not a great position overall though for Columbia, and Oni not having any clue where Riven's playing at will get caught his pants down. 5 versus 2 now, even worse than what we saw. Kiro makes sure that Dilo does not even find a single pick, and Xander will end out the round for his team flawlessly. UOttawa finally clawing back against the offense of Columbia to get their first round here after 3 rounds in total.
Round 1, the first round 1 for Ottawa and map 1 was a flawless. However, it's the same thing here for map 2. It wasn't round 1, but it's the first round won by Ottawa's side, and guess what? It's another flawless. It is fairly impressive to see what they've been able to piece together. They're the only team so far. I think Columbia had one or got close and denied at the last second. But Ottawa has now marked up 3 flawless rounds. They have been able to perform at an exceptional level, and when they win, a lot of the times when they win, it is in a very dominant manner, like we have just seen previously. You mentioned martyrdom, and we also saw for a bit of a moment there of 2 players getting tagged by nades on the Ottawa side. Maybe they had flak jacket to bring themselves alive and to survive it. We'll keep bringing out the Modern Warfare 2 perks eventually, but no one's playing Caviar, so there is no dead silent just yet, but maybe there's a cold-blooded killer on their side. From the looks of things, it's not been Axon. It's actually managed to be Kiro and Xander, comboing for 3, which is only 1 short of KJ's 4.
Say, Axon's been quite reserved so far in the roam game, but enough to do their job. Getting a single pick, wasting half of the round in the action phase, that's really good. So, and also having the black eye cameras, or now in this case the Surya gates, you're still bringing something to the table other than your own mechanical skill or your ability to waste time. So I will always take that at the end of the day. Axon just being a very leveled out player here in map number 2, and that's nothing to complain about at all. Moving in towards the basement, though, I will have to say, Axon definitely better step up in some manner like he has been in round number 2 and 3, or else this could end up being another attacking round win for Columbia. And speaking in technical terms, they've already won their 2 default rounds for Oregon in their attack. So technically they could just lose 3 in a row and be completely okay. Do I think that will happen, though? Probably not, because if that were to go down, the mentality by Columbia would probably not be that strong, and well, I don't think we'd see map number 3 that was the case.
Axon is swiftly cut down only 30 seconds into this one by D-Lo. There's still plenty of information available, but it will actually be destroyed by the lifeline impact. John, is your game also struggling as much as mine is here as well?
Don't worry, you're not dying here. It's all of us. Zaysho probably someone probably broke into Zaysho's home. I'm not going to actually elaborate any further on that because I might get into trouble. So
I am going to stop that point right there.
Yeah, it sounded,
they just stole the router. That's it. They just walked in and unplugged for a second.
Laughing at that immediately because we're good friends, but the context required for that is that would take a whole broadcast. So we'll cut off now.
I like it. We're back into it, though, John. We're back at least 35 FPS. Nope, and it's back on again for a moment. The Gemini Replicator looks like it's tweaking a little bit as it runs down the staircase and skips ahead a few moments, but we're seemingly back to a viewable point, and Val should have just stuck to the hard shield placement. Instead, tries to hop off of it and unfortunately loses her head in the process. An easy kill for Click and seemingly an easy round for Columbia so far. A couple nades being tossed. The Magnet will yoink away 1, and the ADS will also snap it away. A bit of an unfortunate placement, but Xander's close, and he will not be forgotten as he tags out D-Lo and makes it a second. This one on to Click. A 3-on-3. Oni utilizing this glass sniper to his advantage. The thermal vision paying off immensely as he finds 2, and Jason finds the last. Who would have guessed a glass would be this important on a map like Oregon? Well, it's me. I love glass. I would play him anywhere.
Got it. Yeah, I love Glass.
Such
a fun operator. Back in the day when he was incredibly meta, those were good.
You know what's
times.
funny? I played Glass for probably 100 hours before he got meta in Pro League, and then I stopped playing R6 around that time, and then he was meta in Pro League, and by the time I got back, they had nerfed him again. I was so upset. I missed that whole time period. I was like, man.
Oh man, it was a time to be alive. I'll tell you that much. I mean, he's still fun to play now, and in situations like that where you have smokes and nothing to catch them, you can really take a couple people by surprise. He's like, oh, I got shot through the smoke instantly, and now I'm dead. Great. Fun times. For the Glass, of course, not the opponent.
Yeah.
But a lot of isolation still was happening by Columbia, and I was going to start being concerned because they let, I believe it was Xander, get away with a lot of stuff towards Freezer that he quite frankly should not have. I always talk about this, you should never put yourself in a position where it's like a 50-50 gunfight. You should always try to take the advantage on that in some manner. Maybe we had the Zofia think that, oh, I've got the LMG, that's my advantage. No, because the MP5, no recoil, 1 headshot will kill no matter what gun you have. So it really was a 50-50 altercation there in the middle of Freezer Room. Luckily, though, there was a crossfire eventually established and some trades happening as well. So it didn't matter in the long run. But if we didn't have that happen, we could have probably seen UOttawa actually scrape away their second round and deny Columbia of their third one here.
I would argue here when you're talking about this round, obviously we're seeing a tertiary objective side, right? One that Ottawa's not comfortable with, because this basement has not worked out for them like at all. I don't think this is the right choice for them. I think we should be seeing what is considered a tertiary site, because this has failed time in and time out. I'm shocked we're not seeing the glass. And even then, I'm shocked we're not seeing a warden being brought by Ottawa in fear of that glass. I'm shocked that the absolute domination of that last round does not put enough fear in Ottawa to bring the warden in an attempt to employ it. Accent already plays with the MPX before with the Valkyrie, could employ the warden and use a 1.5 scope in the process, but yet nothing, nada. We do not have that option. We do not see that outlook. Instead, a fairly standardized approach to the defense, bringing the Wamai to lock down that angle, a shield to cover down blue. But keep in mind, Val lost fairly early, and the first time we saw this objective be played, and that was a quick entry for Columbia. But this time around, Xander comes up on top and takes out D'Lo.
Once again, just giving this guy 1-for-1s, and he'll simply take them. I mean, it's not a bad weapon to have. This time, the MP5K. A Twitch drone will break some utility. Here's a elbow shield, not enough to fully, remove that player of its position just yet. And I'm actually shocked that for once we have Axon still on the roam game. He's been taken care of pretty effectively. Either that or at least open things up in the kill count. This time around, he's been very quiet about his positioning, which actually might pay off because the Columbia begin to forget about that roam presence, and they get very tunnel visioned on mostly just attacking Freezer and potentially the main stairs as well. That could actually be a prime moment for that roaming Aruni to actually pop off, get a couple of picks, and really put Columbia in the dirt here around number 5.
Columbia hasn't made a huge wave in this round, and that's something that I like to see. If they are down a player, especially one where it's a lot of information, having the Gemini replicator and being able to move in, as well as having nades to work with, I feel like they need to play this one somewhat slower, and that's what they're doing. They realize that they have been severely cut, so they're going to start to try to take the pacing into their own favor, but Ottawa is a patient team as well. We saw how they played on the defense on the map of Chalet. Click not really understanding how smoke grenades work. Nades he's great with, smoke grenades not so much apparently, and it doesn't seem to matter. He knows how guns work. He'll spray down 2. The F2 takes 2, and that'll cut down Val and Rivet. Now it's up to a 3-on-3 with only 30 seconds remaining here, John. There's a lot to recover, and Columbia have stepped leaps and bounds.
I cannot fathom Click just did that. Found 2 instant kills as the Twitch and almost got another one. They lost a lot of HP though, and technically they have the man advantage, but not for very long. Xander gets their 3rd on the round, still going big. Hero falls. There is a roam game above. We could see the hatch drop down here by Axon. They want to wait for the perfect moment though. Here it comes. Click will now fall. The plant still being confirmed by Jason as they're next to the closet, but they could get actually collapsed upon. Xander having no clue though. We're in a 1-versus-1. Jason on the reload. They've got a flash. Axon might need to overextend, but the blind fire works. They have no idea that Jason's been down, but they'll confirm it eventually. Plenty of time left to defuse, and unfortunately, Jason just caught in a pretty horrible predicament there. Couldn't quite do much, and thankfully, we had the blind Aruni still net that pick and give a second round finally to the way of Ottawa.
What a quick return there as well. The drop down, somehow surviving the F2 of course, the one and only Click, and still turning around and finding impact with it. We're in the same exact spot we were in map 1, where Columbia managed to be up 3-2 before halftime switch, and then Ottawa managed to catch up, bringing it 3-all. Is there another chance here for them to perform this kind of miracle? Because they're going to jump back up to the kids' dorms in Dorms Main Hall. This is a smart decision, considering the last time we saw this was a flawless victory for Ottawa, but think about how the other 2 rounds before that managed to go for them. Abysmal performance, nearly flawless for Columbia, and the strategies we saw brought to the table from them just paid off in every single direction. Columbia have the history, but yet Ottawa have the most recent success. And I think that's going to be something they start to think a little bit more about. Axon going back to that Valkyrie. We see Val over on the smoke. Hopefully those canisters can actually be utilized. That's something we have not seen a lot of here, as Riven and Val have died very early in the majority of these rounds. And I think that's one of the key points that's keeping Ottawa on the butt end of this situation.
Mostly caught picking up shields and trying to place them in better positions to adapt to Columbia's attacking style. Sometimes it's good to do that. Other times you need to really think about the main picture here and not just focus on the little minute things. That shield, yeah, may be important, but so are those 3 toxic canisters, so always got to understand the risk of what you're doing here. Axon probably understanding the risk here too, that one of the main reasons why Ottawa finally got around when defending kids in dorms was off of his back. He found a pick off the rip and then wasted the first half of the action phase. So it's going to most likely be up to Axon at the very beginning of this round to at least start off his teammates with some sort of pick. And I mean, we've seen Xander now pop off as well, now having the most kills for his team and most kills overall in the lobby so far in this first half. But those were in positions where he was mostly just anchoring or at least very close to the bomb site. So it won't be Xander to find anything early on just yet. It'll most likely be that roaming Valkyrie of Axon to just cause chaos throughout a majority of the map, except for probably the site itself.
I really like what Columbia does. I talked about it so heavily in map 1 with Jason being the main droner, and I want to talk about it here as well. Jason's rotated over in terms of how he's playing and is now being that hard breacher to assist, because you do bring double hard breach when it comes to this map, especially this objective, and despite that is utilizing drones still and assisting everywhere. Oni has almost completely under control over the basement in terms of information and is trying to rotate back up to the second floor and has done just that, and that information that Oni gathers gives D-Lo a kill onto Riven. That is once again a player that we've spoken about time in and time out that's been dying way too early, and wow, D-Lo will be the second one to fall. Axon has been insurmountable on the roam game ever since round 2, where round 1 he got cut down first. A fabulous recovery by him, and he's now up to his 5th.
Well, I mentioned it. We're going to most likely have to see Axon pop off in some manner. Click could be out hunting, though, for Wabbits, and this time it'll be a Valkyrie to spot out instead. Axon only going to get that singular pick, and there is still a good amount of time here for Columbia to work around. They've got this double prong assault in both the closet wall from Master and also the attic wall, and now attic itself from the back stairs. We've got Hero here on the refrag, so that's good here for you, Ottawa, but there is still plenty of opportunities for Columbia to strike in these last 50 seconds from multiple directions.
3-on-3. It's a player inside of short dorm. It's Xander finding the kill in the cage. He has as he attempts to drop to down, but does not seem to work out for Columbia just yet. They need to get to bottom attic. Drop is a very dangerous spot to get past as the sightlines are there, but Kiro is still sitting over in the back behind the actual bunk bed. Click's working from Trophy, has an option for entry, but there's a player over towards White Stairs. It's Xander once again, now collecting for his second. Takes out Click, and it's Xander once again to find their third. A 3K to their name, finishing this one off in a very triumphant fashion. And look what the scoreline's going to be once again here, John. Just like the first map, we saw a flawless first round win, and Ottawa's first round win on map 2 go in a flawless fashion. And much like map 1, it's tied at half 3-all.
Once again, Ottawa as well, just being comfortable at falling back when they need to. They understood that, hey, they've got attic control. That's fine. We can give that up and just hold some passive angles. And they also have a sightline in towards the back area of closet. So we might need to fall back in towards the main dorm area as well and maybe just fully hold out near kids. That's completely fine as well. They knew what they had to do in that position, and it was plenty enough to even things out once again. I mean, these two teams are really suited well for one another here, as going back into another 3-3 split, just as you were prophesizing about just a little while ago, and really wondering how effective Columbia can now be with their heavy set of roam potential. They might actually fully extend on the top floor. If you see both a Oryx and also a Castle, I feel like you can guarantee that you're going to have a very big emphasis on that middle and potentially top floor. But only time will tell. Jason's got a couple of castle panels stacked up towards the basement floor first and foremost. But now as they move up above, I feel like we might have been correct on that call, Scott.
Basement's one of my favorite objectives in R6. I would still say my favorite objective overall is on our perspective third map of Villa, talking about that kitchen and dining tertiary site, just because it's so reminiscent of older style Siege. But the one thing I love about this basement site is the versatility and strategy defensively that we've seen in recent years. Talk about the shield meta, where defense would bring as many shields as humanly possible to give themselves a fighting chance, which then led to the utility and consumption simulator that was plaguing R6 for the next 6 months afterwards. So yes, there's been a lot that has been facilitated and kind of trickled down from this map, I guess is the term I'll use for it. And I think that's only doomed to continue because this is one of the harder objectives to try to bring yourself to take, which is why a lot of teams have opted for more open, clean-cut entry methods, such as that freezer and laundry room side. A simple double-wide door, a wider soft wall towards angles for sightlines into the back of laundry, and ultimately defensively, it's kind of stepped away from stacking a million shields and kind of like you're seeing here, step towards maybe a bit of an extension. No longer just a simplistic turtle everyone in the same exact spot, but also feel free to spread yourself out and try to take the hurt onto the attacking team like Columbia is attempting here.
The best thing about having the Oryx is their high mobility. I mean, they can fall down through a hatch and, dash around here at their primary ability and then jump up a hatch right behind you and just shoot you in the back. It's a great thing to have. Especially with the T5, it's a really strong SMG, especially with that 1.5 optics. So the kill potential on this guy put in the right hands in the right place is just insurmountable to a certain degree. So far, though, no one's fallen just yet. We've got that clear still being established here on the top floor with Axon leading the charge with a drone a bit in front of him. I believe the Oryx will finally shoot that out and will begin to go for the dropper. Just play here to die. They'll actually breach through the wall leading between Addict and backstairs, and it looks like he'll actually win the gunfight against Axon as well. That is a huge pick for Columbia as they still have top and middle floor control, and UOttawa, once again, they are just remaining way too slow against this aggressive playstyle implemented by Columbia.
One of the great strategies you can employ, I don't say it's a solid one, but it's one that can really catch Columbia off guard, is just being swift, being a lot quicker than Columbia can actually make that transition back to the site. Yet, we did not see that. Ottawa has been playing this one as slow as they can. They're very careful, very hesitant around each and every angle, and that right now is not working out for them. Xander will step up, he'll find a kill, but that's because Oni was standing still, watching towards that laundry side, but that frees the sight lane now up for Riven. Delo's going to step into laundry. Kiro and the player of Val, she'll have to watch their rear. Val steps up, danger spot. It's once again an option for Delo as they're holding very close, and that's exactly what we see. Click swings down the staircase with a T5 SMG to find one, and it's Delo hiding behind Box and Freezer, steps up to find both of the players like I prophesized, like you said earlier. It's just easy cleanup for Columbia because Ottawa failed to capitalize on what was handed to them.
So don't get too ahead of yourself though here, Columbia. It's still a very long way to go, especially if you actually win this map. Then you got to go back towards Villa, and that's a whole nother can of worms that we'll have to talk about if we of course get there. We finally get to see a third, that quote-unquote tertiary bomb site, as you like to coin it, and because of that every other T3 individual,
I didn't
T4
start
individual
it,
now says
Aaron,
that.
I didn't start it.
You technically didn't start it, but you're the one that made it popular, okay? And it just, for some odd reason, it rubs me the wrong way, even though it's a very good word, and I recommend people actually use it. Just, I think because the lore of, like, tertiary, I think that's what sets me off the wrong way. That's probably why.
Probably.
But this is normally the site you save for last, either that or dining room, so tertiary makes perfect sense for it. So I'm wondering what Columbia want to implement here in particular. I mean, the castle play worked, so on a castle-heavy site such as Meeting Room, I guess it makes sense they'd want to go here first instead of kids. So that extension going to be make or break for them on the top floor. Let's see what UOttawa can do to maybe pick up their pace to better clear out that roam game, or if they just simply fall flat yet again to give a 2-round lead for Columbia.
I would point out that when you're seeing this objective, you're essentially defending it in an altered way as you would defend the second floor in the first place. Like, we can compare it to defending the kitchen and dining site on Chalet, our last map, as it is master bedroom and study. You're essentially altering the strategy, adapting it to your needs, your necessities, and we're seeing that here. Still a hefty extension to the second floor. Probably 3 players actually defending that position, 2 ready to hold down the first site. One's going to be holding out towards Sandbag. There is a drone hold to watch out for, but once you're aware of it, it's typically fairly easy to avoid any of those unfortunate circumstances that arise from it. And then a player in kitchen. You're able to have a really solid defensive presence on a map where you can spread yourself out and cover more than one direction. Something that doesn't seem like a likely scenario, yet comes true. It's like a fairy tale here in Ottawa. Unfortunately, this one may not be a happy fairy tale. This could be one of those grim stories where they're having to fight a very decisive Columbia side, and it looks more like a Wicked Witch of the West moment. As Val, she tries to rappel upwards through Big Tower, and Delo puts a huge damper on any and all attempts, as Riven also gets to EB and Ode off screen, forcing this one into a possible 3-on-5, but Riven will be picked back up by the Finka boost.
This could be like the realistic storytelling of Hansel and Gretel, perhaps, as the
Grim, yeah.
the children are, yes, I would rather not elaborate much further, as the young children here are lining up for the Wicked of Columbia, almost getting 2 picks off the rip. having one of your few sets of nades off the board is quite huge. Also, your main intel gatherer is now gone too, and now your main hard breach is gone as well. Click gets rid of Kiro. Still the Maverick on the board, but that is going to be a lot of time when you only have the Maverick to work with. You could maybe soft trick the wall with both the Zofia and Maverick, perhaps, depending on what utility Riven still has. But from our UI indicator, it doesn't look like that's going to be much overall. About a minute on the board, so now time is starting to shorten as well here for the attacking squad, but at least a nade will actually blow up right next to Click's feet, so that will get rid of the Wamai here. But I mean, there's still so much to deal with in these last 50 seconds. It's going to be a pretty hefty challenge for Ottawa to actually bring this round back in a favorable manner.
Ooh, not where you want to bring that one just yet. But this is an interesting stance right now with only 38 seconds left. Ottawa refusing to really step away from this hard wall inside attic, and it's unfortunately their undoing. D-Lo, the headshot kill onto Axon. We'll axe him down and ask him a question. Why are you still peeking the same exact window time in and time out? But it doesn't seem to work out just yet as it progresses further. We're down to the last 20 seconds. Riven finds a nice headshot kill, is continuing to pursue Jason inside kitchen. Misses the proximity alarm and misses the opportunity with Jason himself with a shorty in hand. Second opportunity for him. Cannot get the shotgun out in time. And it's a fabulous return now by Xander, who's downed 3 in the process and has swung this one into a one-on-one. Xander will put down the plant, guaranteeing a post-plant situation. The time constraint forced onto Columbia, and this entire round has been flipped on his head by Sanders soloing through 3 individuals already. Philo stepping up, will tap the diffuser. Xander does not have a nade to necessarily deny, but he knows he can't necessarily force anything just yet, as D-Lo can just play this one safe. 2 impacts to his name, and a hard swing failed, as Xander's readily aware of where he's coming from and cuts him down emphatically.
Not having the information that we had the Maverick go on the plant there, it was a huge blunder for the Malusi, allowing that play to actually work out for Xander. Great stuff done, and sticking the plant as well. Pretty bold in the 1 versus 1 when you have no one to watch your back, but there weren't many options left for the lone Mavericks. So you got to give credit is now due. Odds would have been 5-3 for Columbia, but things have taken a drastic turn for the worse, and I did warn Columbia not to get ahead of themselves, and look what happened. They allowed Xander to make a hell of a showing there on round number 8. So moving in towards kids in dorms, I'm wondering about the cautiousness for Columbia, because they really know they're walking on glass, essentially broken glass at that too, and I really don't think they want to get their feet cut up that badly today.
Attackers need to locate and
You making it broken? They're wearing shoes, John.
Yeah, but they're
Nobody
like,
here's barefoot. Like,
are you sure about that?
I get
Maybe
it's
they're just, like,
Oregon,
spray
but this
painted
ain't that
shoes.
deep in
Maybe
the
they're spray
countryside.
painted.
Like,
Hey, look, all I'm gonna say is, like, you know that episode of SpongeBob where they got the spray on shoes?
I think that's what
It
this
might
is.
be something like that. You never know. Have you talked to Smoke to know what kind of shoes he's wearing? What's in the canister? No. What's in
No,
the
I keep
sole of
asking
what
what's in
you're
the
wearing on your
canister.
feet?
Yeah, that's
So you
true.
gotta ask.
Well, I mean, at least it's not the invisible spray from SpongeBob, right? We can still see the
That
thing.
is true.
Which is probably better than Year 1 or 6, but there was a lot of glitches of people going through walls and whatnot. Better than CSGO, where they initially had it so that your weapon would just phase through walls, and so would your, like, sides. And they fixed that clipping problem, like, 8 years after the game released. So at least we have something better than that, but that doesn't explain why they're still a bigger game than us and 3 times as old. But
Sad.
next round underway. We're 4-all. This is very much so still the same story we saw in map 1. Tying in, tying out. Ottawa had a big spree, though, for a little while there that managed to bring them back into contention, but Columbia ultimately led to OT. That last round, though, seems like a bit of a foreign concept. That doesn't seem like something that's going to time in and time out occur for Ottawa. Seems like one of those ones that just happens, and no one's really sure why. It's Xander, that's why. But beyond that, I feel like we're not seeing a big enough force for them for me to feel comfortable enough to say that Ottawa's going to continue to find rounds here in the attack.
100%. I was just thinking about that too. The amount of top-heavy representation we have here by UOttawa. I mean, Xander is got 16 kills, and the only one who's close to him currently is D-Lo on the other team with only 10. So this guy is really trying to win Oregon so they don't have to go to another map. But unfortunately, having people like Riven fall so early on, it's just not looking well for you. And the Nitro Cell not being shot out gives KJS a freebie, as him and Click were just doing God's work near Big Tower. 5 versus 3 off the bat, yet again, and Xander's already gone. Val will get their first pick of the match as D'Lo eventually falls, but I feel like there's already been too much pressure put onto the wound of UOttawa, and they just aren't able to re-bandage that up. Looks like they're bleeding out here around number 9 so far.
Axon's in a very bad spot as well. It's going to get swung from multiple directions. Z-Hull is where we'll see the player make their escape, but the damage is continuously being strung up on Axon. He is in a very bad spot. Quite literally the rock and the hard place as he's panicking in a slight moment. But Val is doing God's work, essentially, upstairs, doing everything she can to bring her team back into contention. That seemingly their only way to continue to contest this snipe, but with 60 seconds remaining. Columbia still have Oni, KJS, and Click, an absolute gunner to hold on strong. Click on white stairs, watching from a long angle. Val's going to go ahead and drone out to make sure that there's full clear, steady available as they step towards the hunting side. A trophy will guarantee that Games Room's clear to, I guess, the bipartisan most degree, but beyond that, they still have to get past the Surya gate. They'll use a Gemini replicator seemingly to do so, and Axon is still in a bad spot, needing to heal, forced to use the last of his boost.
Ooh, Val almost spots out the Goyo. Next to the rotation hole leading it towards the actual foosball table. Renee gets tossed out. Click is holding on by a whim, and it actually costs Val her own life. Unfortunately enough, there was enough paneling between the floor and ceiling to actually keep Click alive against that frag, forcing Axon in the 1 versus 3 situation. Click is very low. KJS now falls as well. This could potentially be a clutch, but there's a smoke canister blocking both their LOS and their point of entry, and that will allow Click to secure the final pick of the round here. It's going to be the defensive side to hold strong, giving Columbia yet another round here in the second half.
This has been a wildly successful map for Columbia. Even the round wins for Ottawa felt like they were clinging on to something. Only one of those was one where I'm looking at it and go, yeah, that's Ottawa right there. And that was the flawless round where they managed to take it on the defense. We haven't seen that since that first half. We've seen basically nothing. It's just been Xander stepping up big. Val in that last round was the only reason that one even got close. Axon just sprayed and prayed and panicked 3 times over in that one. I'm sure he probably needs to check his heartbeat because that thing must be wild right now, sounding like a little Nas X concert as the beat goes crazy. But at this point in time, Columbia have absolutely made a statement that they're hunting for a map 3, and I am not shocked to see that, especially considering that, like we said, Chalet was Ottawa's map, if I remember correctly. You are typically consistent to see you win your map pick, though we do crack a joke about the collegiate special of losing or taking your opposition's map pick, but I'm not shocked to see Columbia take this one and finish this one off in 2 or 3 plus rounds. I am, however, very curious about how Villa is going to go down, considering that one is left up in the air and quintessentially both sides picks due to their bans.
I'm kind of questioning how Villa will play out as well. If we get there, of course, there's still a small chance that UOttawa actually take this victory. Not even just small. I feel like if they just play as a team better, then they could definitely beat Columbia at their own game. Because even when they have Xander doing almost all the lifting for their team, they're still only 1 round behind. I mean, if it were not for the team play established by Columbia and the exact opposite for UOttawa, then we'd probably something better. And look at this, a 5-man stack up in blue bunker. I mean, that is just by far the definition of, yeah, let's just all stack up. Maybe a bit too much for the team play, but it could potentially work out. There's D'Lo and KJS, though. Why
are you baiting?
And they are just baiting each other at this point, UOttawa. What are you doing? Ribbon's already died. Hero is not getting suffocated out by the toxic canisters. Oh, no! Action just mercy kills Val. That is not what you want to have happen. It's just nothing but orange in the kill feed. Finally, Action will try to reprimand his previous actions, but I don't think this will be a round win for UOttawa. There is no way they can recover from this blunder. You've got 3 Yin Candles. That's one thing going for you, but you can't even get the revive just yet onto Kiro. It's such a huge risk, and no! The smoke will just barely cling onto Kiro's dying body. Action now just left with his own thoughts and just all of this gore around him in blue bunker. I mean, just what did we just witness, Scott?
A massacre, a murder.
Yeah.
What's the phrase? Amorda, something like that. I mean,
What, where the?
Amorda.
Oh,
There's
no,
an
you're
old
thinking
TV
something else.
show.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's a reference. It's a reference.
I
got a mortar.
Yeah, that's not my forte, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. You don't know pop culture that much, but that's okay. I made a little Nas X
I was
reference
actually
earlier,
born
but I don't even think
yesterday.
you know what that is. So
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, this one just doesn't seem like Ottawa are back into this at all. I feel like they're just saying we're here to be here, and that was kind of their end-all be-all in that round. But Axon's doing everything he can. He really is trying. He managed to bring it down to a 2-on-1, but hatch player standing up above. That's all they need to do. Just take control over the hatches, and you've got control over the majority of that entry over from Blue Bunker. This just didn't seem like Ottawa pieced together enough. If you're doing a rush like that, a lot of teams opt to bring like a Montaigne or a Blitz more specifically to take control of Blue, and instead you had Xander ego peak instantaneously, get killed, no one pushed in afterwards, Kiro gets DBNO'd, left on the ground to rot, and then everyone else just slowly died, left in barrels. That is a barrel room, not a cemetery. You need to learn better from that, Ottawa, that it may be too little too late as it's match point for Columbia.
A graveyard over at Blue. You hate to see it. Anyways, yeah, this is a position that Columbia actually had to work for on map 1. They had to actually bring it towards overtime. This time, Ottawa are in those shoes, and they don't look that good on Oregon, so to speak. I feel like if you are gonna go for such a heavy rush in only one area, at least you would want to like know what you're getting yourself into. Like, why were there no drones? Why was there no anything at all? They just ran in and shot each other and got shot. So that was a very uncoordinated attack. That must have been like on the fly or something that they wanted to implement out just to try to scare factor and shock Columbia, but it completely backfired. Moving into meeting room and kitchen, though, this is technically an easier site to attack, and we did have Ottawa actually win out this round, even though it was off the back of, you guessed it, Xander. So again, if we don't have this hero play work out, then this is probably just going to be a ticket, basically, a one-way stop to Villa, probably, Scott, and we'll actually have to brainstorm a bit as to how that map will actually be played between both Columbia and Ottawa.
Well, Ottawa are looking to send 4 towards the big tower, which is nothing too strange. I'll be more worried about the big iron on Columbia's hip, but first and foremost, they have to get past this threshold, and that's one of the most dangerous spots to do so. You'll sometimes have players actually sitting up on 3rd floor of that tower, on top of big tower, just waiting for an opportunity, but that doesn't seem to be the outlook just yet. They did have somebody previously holding in from that hall window. That was, what is it, D'Lo, I think, initially, that did that the round prior. This time, I think, attempting it again, and Val, she is much more wise in her way. She actually gets some tag damage the other direction. D'Lo at about 40 HP, and Val still sitting pretty at about 98 on top. So the icing on the cake so far for Ottawa, they have managed to keep everyone alive. 60 seconds into this one, they Swiss cheesed on up that attic wall, giving themselves plenty of sightlines, but that works both ways, and Columbia have shown that they are dominant when using that, following the tracers of what Audio have brought to the table, and being able to clap back in a decisive manner.
It also doesn't clear out the player on the top floor. It just kind of looks at them menacingly, just like, oh, hey, we could potentially kill you if you overextend. KJS probably won't do that unless he's aware no one's directly watching at that given moment. So they still have to worry about that verticality, especially if they cannot have somebody on the side of you, Ottawa, actively watch for KJS throughout the entire round. If somebody dies and Columbia gets the man advantage, that's going to spread you, Ottawa, quite thin. So this next minute 20 is going to be very impactful for the attacking side, especially since they are, for the most part, still in a pretty fatal funnel. They've got, I believe it was one of their hard breachers perhaps going on a rotate in towards the front part of Oregon, so maybe that could work out if they're able to catch somebody off guard, but so far it's still nothing but net for Columbia. You, Ottawa, though, will finally get something, and wow, I'm so surprised it was Xander to find the opening pick with a well-timed and tossed nade to bring the 5v4, favoring the attacking squad for once.
Axon had 18 kills in map 1, and Xander's at 17 here on map 2 so far. So the top fraggers, end all be all, have been Ottawa, but Columbia now looking to just finish the map and still take it. We don't care if you're top fragging, we care that we're winning. Click finds 2, collects onto Val and onto Xander, knocking off 2 very important players for their side. It's information in the name of the game. D'Lo with a second. Axon comes in clutch, takes out D'Lo, swings for the LMG, finding Click on top of it, and has swung this one into a 2-on-2. He sees a player and doesn't fire instantaneously. Still wary of the player over towards the kitchen side. Looks like they're going to transition themselves to watch that direction, and it's all Axon on the feed. He tries once again, sprays down KGS on the opposing side, a 1-on-1 towards kitchen, and he'll win the fight. Axon with the 4K clutch, and Ottawa hold on one more. What?
I have no idea what our prod man just said. However, NA, fun fact, is also known as nearest airport, aka Columbia College. Omega lol. Those are not my words. I was quoting Zaysho, our producer.
So if you want to get
for us
on to him,
tonight.
do @Zayshow on Twitter and just
Yes.
ratio. But don't follow, just ratio.
Just
That way
just
he
L
does
plus
not get, he gets
bozo.
the impressions, but not, the numbers, right? So
Indeed. Well, I had a good
Follow
feeling
us.
that we'd have something crazy happen there on meeting. I just didn't think it'd be from Axon. I was gonna mention how slow it took him to go for the swing, but because it was still backed up by a teammate from the backside of the map,
Attackers need
it
to
worked.
locate and
And the
defuse
fact he
bombs.
actually gone 6th the Malusi Banshee, it didn't give an immediate audible cue. It's much easier to hear the Banshee, and also it slows down that player stepping through it. So having that destroyed was a pretty big risk, but also an even bigger reward, netting Axon 4 picks. And now he's also in the double-digit club as well, alongside D'Lo and Xander, all in close contention for the top frag MVP so far in map number 2, and 1 round away. So also close contention here for overtime potential in the hand of UOttawa, but also that can be said for Columbia. 1 more round and they will deny overtime from happening and guarantee map 3 to maybe give them a chance against UOttawa on Villa to maybe actually reverse sweep here 2-1. But I mean, I feel like there's still a lot of potential for UOttawa just to confirm this to at least a plus 12 round limit, so long as they just continue to have people like Axon and Xander just simply click on heads or even blow people up with grenades if they're in the right position to do just that.
question towards you here, John, as this round is getting ready and raring to go. Bets? No, not real bets, but give me a number out of 10 for chances this goes to OT and Ottawa manage to take it in the end.
If Xander gets like at least 2 kills, can almost guarantee it. Then he'll get like probably the plus 20 club. And
I hope he gets plus 20 club.
yeah, I don't think he'll get 3 kills here on this round, but I think he'll get at least 2, and then that should give Axon enough room to kind of clean everything up, maybe give Val a nice nade pick. Also depends on how effectively he can clear out the roam game, because Click and KJS were, causing a storm of commotion when they were going around from the big tower stairs towards the green hallway. So if they don't get dealt with, that could be a pretty big nuisance, especially if the hatches open up at Anik. You could definitely toss out a nitro cell through that opening to maybe catch somebody off guard when they're moving out from the big tower stairs over in towards Anik itself. But we don't have that information at the ready just yet, so only time will tell if that actually is a possibility or not.
One thing I want to point out as well when you're talking about Ottawa, we talked about Axon kind of not fulfilling his role early, and he kind of got better, but then he hit a slow point as well. At 13 now, huge recovery. That is a major talking point for the Ottawa side, something that we can kind of give them a fresh breath to say that, hey, they're still in this. They're still fighting. And another player, Jason, a player that found little to no frags in map 1, and we could say his death was quite literally the reason for Ottawa taking map 1 in the way that they did. Time in and time out. Jason has made a fabulous recovery, positive 7 and 6, and has been keeping everything close to the chest. But guess what, John? Xander's the first to die. Click gets aggressive, does not care, disabled his HP pool, not that it mattered, he hasn't taken any, and just goes for the peak and finds it through the floorboards. But Axon will clap right back, does find themselves their first kill for their side, but only 55 seconds remaining. Time will have to tell how this one's going to continue onwards. They have not gained any substantial control onto the second floor, as Jason, still sitting on drop, has a shield, and the ADSs have yet to be burned, and Axon kills himself with a nade.
That is the worst time to have a silly moment like that. Accidents may happen, but that is not the time to do that. Also forgot to mention, Click also is in the double-digit club as well. You'd love to see it, but they've also fallen. Only person who's gone past 10 kills that still remains is actually D'Lo, and they're doing plenty of damage near the big window. Trying to manage to find out another pick, but they fall by Riven. Things completely tied up here. The health advantage might not be in the favor of UOttawa. Neither is time, though. Look at Oni's position. They're just playing underneath. Jason finds one as well, and Oni through the floorboards gets rid of Kiro as well. 2 back-to-back headshot connections. And we are, without a doubt, going to see map number 3 as we have UOttawa bring it, or pardon Columbia, sorry, the colors were mixed up. We're going to have them bring things back on their map pick. No overtime required. They'll end it out in the regulation 12 rounds. And man, I have no idea what we're going to see in map number 3, Scott. No clue.
Yeah, neither do I. This has been an extremely fun map. Map 1 goes to OT. And this
Oh,
was a map that
man.
Ottawa picks, right? It's their map pick. They bring it to OT and they win it, right? Well, technically, I guess Columbia brings it to OT because they were ahead. They hit match point first. Columbia brings it to OT, but Ottawa comes out on top. Second map, we almost saw an OT situation. Ottawa got really close to the spot, but Xander dies first. And so your prophesized position of saying, hey, there's 2 kills for Xanders, and then they take this one, doesn't happen. However, Axe and Phones won, doesn't get close, things go wrong. It's just not enough to bring themselves back into fruition. However, I still really loved what I saw Ottawa bring to the table. They had a horrendous start. They did not piece together anything. If they had started at the same pacing and tempo that they ended the game, I think that one wouldn't even made it to have Columbus go to 6 and go to even to 7 to win it. I think Ottawa would have had a really solid chance to just take that map. But hindsight is 2020. And unlike the year, where it's no longer that year, thank goodness, we have to take a quick little break in between this map 2 and map 3 to see how Villa is going to go. We have lots to converse about during the break here, John, to give our ideas, but ultimately it's up to the players themselves to determine how this one's going to go. So make sure to stay tuned for more NECC action. Map 3 is coming up real quick. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis. We've got a map 3 coming up between the Ottawa side and Columbus, and I'm actually fairly excited for this one. Map 1, obviously, going to OT. 8-6, right? 8-6? Yeah.
Map 1.
Second map, almost OT. Ottawa got pretty close with it, but they managed to not hold on. But map 3, that's one coming up, and it's the quintessential...
Because I do not want to ramble about round number 1 operator selections for 5 minutes, and I bet you don't either, Scott. So we'll be back in a little
Well,
while.
if we just sit here and
But,
talk and buy time, they're paying us anyways, right? Like, we're just...
That's a good point. So, Scott, what'd you have for breakfast today?
Oh, I didn't have breakfast, actually. I
Me
slept
neither.
through it.
Great.
Yeah.
We're
Wow, we're so
cool.
similar,
There
man.
we
This is
go.
so...
I had a very, very late brunch, basically like lunch. So there you go. Just with breakfast food. So
basically like lunch. Yeah, I guess I could see that. See, for me, I had because I'm on keto, so no carbs kind of thing. So we have these like net zero carb tortillas. And so I put some pasta sauce on them. Not pasta sauce. I put some pizza sauce on them and some cheese and some bacon and pepperoni, and I made little mini pizzas. Very good. That is one of the things and then you saw me earlier eating a pork, broccoli, and cauliflower stir fry, and that was also pretty good. But you know, that's all I've had today. I'm super hungry still. I need to get more of that stir fry.
I need to eat as well, man. I did not expect to do both shifts today, but Binks needed my assistance, so I had to go fill in for him. So I'm,
What happened to them?
personal emergency.
Okay, understand.
So
No worries.
yeah, normally I don't ask about that kind of stuff, as it gets too touchy. So
It's too much.
Yeah.
Well, you had to work with Chief, so like I would have been like, "What is it? It better be worth it to make me work with him."
yeah, like you're gonna pay me as well to work with this guy.
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
should've been more,
I get it that we're getting paid someone else, but
confrontational.
now this is I'm gonna need more.
Yeah, he's like, he did owe me, so hey, maybe I'll try to work with them. So we're now officially getting the rehost over and done with. Well, technically just started now. Speaking of Chief, he's there to visit us for just a second. Apparently, Zacio did not listen to my foresight I gave him earlier during the message board, but that's okay because we need a little bit of variety in our life at this point, Scott, because we are going to be in the caster cams for quite a while, or as Milo should say, quite a while.
Oh wow.
So, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, just getting the rehost up and running though. We'll figure it out. It's not a huge deal, but I really like your haircut, John. It's you've gone a little
Thanks.
short on the sides this time.
Yeah, I actually don't have hair over my ears now anymore. That's
Whoa, it's
crazy.
just like a gap. It's just
Yeah, there's still a dent slightly though, because there is still
Yeah,
some hair on the
yeah.
side. But
But see, there's
Not as bad
empty
as normal.
space there, and then there's empty space in here. So I mean, like it's kind of matching, you know, to get
right.
everything in underway there. But
still had my still had the top shortened a bit too, because it would have looked. Don't get me wrong, I love having long hair, but I also think it would be kind of overkill if I had just like my top still fully grown out, my sides completely skinned down.
I mean,
So
I think we're ready to go. I think the players are, but we're almost there. We're almost there,
I
John.
don't
We bought
know.
almost enough time. I will point out that I'm super excited in this break, not just for the fact that the game's about to start, but I'm super excited for next week as well. Because when we come back for Valorant, not you and I, unfortunately, but when we come back for Valorant, I'll have my studio, man. I won't have to put
Let's
up a giant
go.
sheet.
I am excited for actually next month for a
Ooh.
completely different reason, but we'll still be doing NECC stuff, so that'll be fun.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Loading new mag. You can stop worrying about grenades now.
Laying out the welcome mat.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Camera ready. ADS deployed to maximize jammer. Yes. Well done. Placing proximity alarm.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I'm going up. Magnet activated. Throwing magnet. Magnet ready. Reloading.
Reloading! Cover me!
These will protect us. Defense is ready.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Reloading. Cover me.
Activating drone.
Ready.
Drone active.
Reloading. Cover me.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Setting a nest!
Reloading!
Nest ready to knock up.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped. 15 seconds remaining.
Some G11 click the only one alive for Columbia. They know someone's up near main stairs, almost shoots Kiro in the head, was not able to land a shot in due time. 5 seconds left, and Val will get aggressive to net herself a pick on the round, and Ottawa will take the first one here on Villa with a very dominating presence. I mean, that was quite a statement to deal a bunch of damage early on, even a nitrous to boot as well. Great stuff so far in that Aviator defense.
Chat, I don't want to gaslight you. We are back. That was not you guys. It was us. So we were still talking the entire time. But, you know, John's...
Oh no, Zage did a lot of trolling.
Oh, yeah,
God.
Mickey and the prod.
I never would have
Unfortunate.
seen this coming.
Oh, who would have seen this
Oh,
coming?
dear.
A whole round out the window and a fabulous start and recovery by Ottawa. Oh no, they didn't get to hear any of it. I had an amazing point where I said violence. The camera was a victim of violence, I think was the phrase that I said. I had a great consonation because it's V's. That's not a vowel, so it's not alliteration. I had a great point, and no, Zacio had to ruin that. No longer is it available for me to put in my resume that I know consonation. Whatever, it's fine. I cry. Lay Mickey production. But Columbia really scraped the bottom of the bag in that round and just failed before they even got past this trophy side. I mean, that was where we ultimately saw Ottawa start to cut them down. And yes, while they did lose Riven somewhat substantially early as he got a little bit too aggressive on that red landing, it didn't really seem to be a huge deal maker for them.
I'm wondering if the chunk will be a pretty big deal here, though. Still plenty of util to have here for this trophy defense. Or actually, no, it's the basement site. I actually didn't quite catch that. To be honest, maybe it's just a heavy extension. Oh no, it is trophy. I'm going mentally insane at this point, Scott. You'll have to pardon me for that quick second. For Columbia, their roam game to start off with was pretty poor. I don't think they even tried droning out at the very beginning of round number 1. So maybe the third map distance here is slowly starting to get to them, perhaps. Who really knows? I mean, they earned getting here to map 3 by beating Ottawa. Now they might just be trying to throw that out the window, perhaps. Never truly know, especially when you've got Axon still up to his same old shenanigans that he started with all the way on map number 1 and still hasn't been properly dealt with just yet. This is only the first 40 seconds of the action phase, so maybe he'll be dealt with later on, but still having someone as powerful as Axon left on the board, that always will send shivers down my spine, at least if I were the players of Columbia.
The fear factor is definitely present, but at the same time, I think there's something to be said about how Ottawa is trying to hold this one defensively. They don't really have a hefty extension on this second floor. Instead, a player from down below. It's hard to tell necessarily who that one is, but it looks like they'll try to facilitate some sort of extension to catch one of the roaming players of Columbia off guard. But look here, Click is trying to do just that in reversal, working in from living room side, but take a look on the opposing end. The Ottawa player sprinting around, working their way through dining and kitchen, and now looking to, I guess, aim over towards this mudroom side. And look out, the fight's about to go forward, and Axon turns the wrong direction.
Unfortunate loss of life there. Axon not able to do a single thing for their team. I think we got that first pick, though, for Columbia, so that's a great start here. Kiro will try to go for some pop shots through the single wall leading down towards Grandfathers, as we call that. Or actually, no, that's Jungle. The other call-out bit in front of Jungle is actually going to be called Grandfather. Xander, though, goes very aggressive hunt towards Oni. The Habana will now fall, and there is a nice long sightline being held by that Jaeger. Dilo, once again, not using his Geminis. There's a minute on the board. They just waltz into sight, gets rid of Riven, so that's still a huge pick to say the least. Now a majority of that defense is actually watching for a statuary take, but Xander is going to be more than enough to seal the deal, equalizing things now in a 3 versus 3, but Dilo is quick on the response. The Jaeger will now fall. Case needs to be retrieved, but there's still plenty of time to do that, and Dilo is still making quick work of the defensive hold here by UOttawa.
Val's going to have a very tough time getting this one done. She's in a poor predicament. But Click, going for the plant. KJS attempts to step up, but Val's quick to cut her down too. This is a very poor spot, and Dilo will make sure it doesn't last for much longer. Val, unfortunately, she will not survive. And ending this one favoring Columbia. We're now breakneck even, 1-1, and this is exactly how we saw the last two maps have gone, even and even, until one team gets ahead, then it ties again, then one team gets ahead, then it ties again. John, the only thing we missed was a flawless round first win for Ottawa. Otherwise, everything else has matched the rest of this cookie-cutter gameplay.
So
Should I say
it would
storyline?
seem. Yeah, so it would seem. Very long haul ahead of us here. It's really hard to not just keep talking about Axon, because it's literally just like clockwork, quite literally. Axon either does a boatload for his team or does nothing. They get first pick. It's very hilarious to me that that's been a constant here, and only a few times have we seen someone try to play with Axon to maybe refrag them, or even bait for Axon so he can still be alive to do more damage in the round. We've had that attempted like once or twice by Val, and she did all right in that position, but I would probably agree with the rest of their team that she would be much more effective inside of the site, because she normally goes for that hard support role, and just the value of those canisters builds up over time, so having them in the last 30 seconds are way better than using them in like the first 30 seconds of the round. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have someone backing up Axon at all. Maybe bring Xander down with them. Those were your two top fraggers of map number 2, and one of them, which being Axon, was the top fragger map number 1. So why not reinforce that driving factor of, hey, we need to work for picks to outbeat Columbia, so let's bring two of our strongest individuals together so they can just be a dynamic duo and really just force Columbia's hand almost every single chance they can get.
Wow, I would actually be fairly impressed that we have not seen Axon, I hate to mention his name over and over again like you said, has not attempted to go for the early peak and find themselves an early first pick, but I think he's kind of realized after map 2 that he can't keep up the same pacing that he had previously. It's maybe that burnout, or maybe just trying to be relied on too much. We saw glimpses of the same level of success in map 2, but it wasn't at the same level. The performance was definitely not as indicative of what we saw, especially in the latter half of Chalet. But Phila's a lot closer to Chalet, and I'm anticipating we do see something along those lines, but KGS gets some information for himself and from his teammates to try and catch one or two off guard, but unfortunately Riven's not much longer for this world as Dilo makes a quick swing, but Xander's quick to frag back. 1-1 fairly early. A minute has passed, but with 2 minutes still remaining, Ottawa have to do a lot to make the return that they desperately need to find themselves a round up, and they'll start it strong once again. Dilo and Click, the top two fraggers in the last few maps for Columbia, off the board in a very substantial factor.
You know, at least there was some sort of team play, whether it was a inadvertent bait or not. Riven did allow Xander to get a refrag, and then we had in the background, yeah, you guessed it, Axon find some sort of pick onto or against Columbia, I should say. So we've got Ottawa back in the lead here. Jason's aware that there could be someone quite close, and oh no, they essentially line up for the Nomad. 3 versus 2 out of nowhere, but Axon still remains, so he'll be that powerhouse to deal with as they get their 5th kill in round number 3. Leaving Val and Axon here just trying to hold down the fort. Still a minute in play, so there is time to drone, but now KGS is the last one to stand. Yet another 3K to Axon's name, as it is, like I just said, only up to the sledge to try to make ends meet. They've got a grenade, so they could potentially get rid of Axon here on Astro Stairs and put themselves in a 1 versus 1. But even then, Val, they've got plenty of utility to burn through here. She's got 3 and now 2 toxic cancers to boot with. There's still plenty of magnets here in the site, and a beeper now that gives away KJ's position and intentions, allowing for you, Ottawa, to better position themselves to win out in this 1 versus 2 with most likely relative ease. Time is still ticking down yet again. Val will pop out yet another toxic smoke, and KJS will now have to rotate around yet again. Axon's waiting behind the couch and has brilliant coverage of the walk around near Master Bathroom, giving a 4K to the Valkyrie and another round win for the defensive side of UOttawa.
A decisive and conclusive manner for round 3, and Ottawa will find themselves once again on a round up. But if time will tell how necessarily this one has gone, what we've seen in the last 2 maps has been Columbia go up 2 rounds and Ottawa make a swift recovery to tie it up at 3-all. However, Ottawa now is the team that goes above and beyond. I'm generally as amazed as you are here, John, about how strong Axon has been, but let's not go ahead and devalue what D'Lo has been managing to do as well. At the beginning of round 3, didn't manage to find anything really and truly in that round because got caught off early. D'Lo was 5-3 going into that, and is continuing to have that same level of dominance. D'Lo is a menace to, say, the Society of Ottawa at this point, as he has, I guess, kind of been the lone ranger for his side in the early stages of these rounds. But at the same time, there's still the rest of the roster, so I guess it's 5-2 is what D'Lo's at. The rest of the roster can still compete at a very solid level. G-Sin still continuing the reign of better performances, stringing them together after map 2, as map 1 was just not necessarily his for the kill feed, but we are seeing a distinct and heavy lack from Click and Oni so far in this map. 3 to 4 rounds in. The same cannot be said for the rest of Ottawa. 7 kills for Axon, 7-1-1. It is kind of insane to imagine how much he's been able to do for his roster. Xander at 3 himself, Kiro's at 1. Val, she's managed to collect 2 for herself, and Riven's the only one with a goose egg on the board. But Wamai just needs to throw out those magnets and survive.
Really been a battle between the bear and bull, essentially. Axon mostly being the bear here. Asleep at some points of the round, another time just springing into action just the right time after hibernation, I guess. So it'll be probably, once again, Action's job to get at least a lot of the picks here. And I have been stressing a lot about Axon and his play style. At least UOttawa are kind of allowing him to play into that one strength, just kind of letting him do his thing, and they're still focusing on the rest of what they need to do here. And oh no, Axon, why would you drop at that time? You heard double door being opened up. Hey, Hero, got the refrag, that's great. But I feel like Axon would have been a much more high-value target in comparison to Click, even though he was also a player who did quite well in the kill department last map. But this time around, he'll still remain negative, as he is the first to fall here on the side of Columbia, and also Axman, the top fragger overall for map 3, is also dead to rights as well.
D'Lo sees a little bit of a glimpse of the player actually hanging out inside Vault, but neither of them necessarily pursuing the option just yet. But you can see these tracers being sent between the 2 opposition forces, but it's an aid from underneath by KJS that actually cuts down the ankles of Kiro. The floorboards, unlike in map 2, do not save him this time around, and you will see Columbia go up on the man advantage. 1 minute and 38 seconds on the clock, and there's still plenty for Columbia to do. They've got 1 extra nade from KJS alone, the player that's been working from below, and they've got 2 in the pocket of D'Lo. D'Lo can play these as aggressively as he necessarily wants, as he'll send 1, sorry, not the nade, they'll send 1 flash in a second to clear out the ADSs to burn and try to get Riven out of that corner. D'Lo still has the nades to work with, but has opted not to send them just yet, and that doesn't even really become a necessity, as D'Lo just whips up the gun, finds the kill, and we're now at a 4 versus 2. The time management for Columbia has been insane, and the aggression we've seen from them has absolutely carried them through this round. Now looking to tie 2-2. Xander gets a DB&O to D'Lo, must swing towards Lamp, but G-Sin is there instead, as Columbia collect their 2nd round win.
Riven, why did you reswing that, man? You know how powerful 90 control is when it's going to be a mostly study-sided push? I really don't get that. He fell back at a good time. That was fantastic because he burned through so much utility and seconds as well. I get it. You need to work for a pick, but not like that, man. Rotate around through 90 and either play there so they have to funnel into Aviator, or you could get even more aggressive, kill the guy's skull, and then you have a sightline directly into study. Now they have to go around through bar, and you had a defender there watching from either hunting or the bar top itself, so you still have that sightline covered as well. That was like the worst thing you could have done there, and I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, that's right. I said it, Scott. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
It's
Absolutely
okay.
nothing, that's right.
I'm used to people around
And
me being
clearly
disappointed.
Riven is not going to be doing anything either as of yet. I'm hoping that changes now, because we are seeing a repeat of Aviator and Bar with the exact same lineup from my recollection. And I feel like they want to go back to the site simply because they lost Axon so early on to such a silly reason that they think they can, Ottawa at least, they could do better and maybe bring back their own advantage here on this top floor site.
It is, in fact, the exact same lineup, and I think that's actually the case for both sides as it is. You know how I feel about going to the same objective twice, but I do think Ottawa in this stance, when you lose around that bad in a way that goes that far of a direction, you can change something entirely and make a huge difference. And I think that's what they're going to try to do. They'll just change their positions, try to get Riven away from some of these key angles that maybe another player could be in, one that's kind of hot or in the zone. But yet, Riven is still up close, hanging strong, and guess who goes down first? Axon. He's outside, though. This seems like a situation that will ultimately spell disaster. There's no real way to bring him back. But guess who's coming up close? It's Kiro. It's Kiro. Who's going to save him? Guess it's next. It's Kiro. He's trying his best, but there's really no big option. But this is actually a huge time sink for Columbia, as nobody has dedicated themselves to this kill, as they're very wary about this mud window. But finally, D-Lo goes for it, and Kiro looks for the option, but it's a little bit too late.
Really having the most precautious way of confirming that kill on Axon, taking their sweet time.
It's good.
So honestly, having Axon still, dying from that run-out play, I mean, it still wasted a minute off the board. It was a 1-for-1 trade yet again. One less set of grenades. Adrenaline Surge is no longer on the board either, which could have healed up some players that were damaged. Not horrible, especially when you've already placed your utility as the mute. And it was better than last round because at least you brought somebody down with you and it wasn't just a flat-out bait. Xander gets one off screen. Oni will fall. The Habana now relegated to camera duty, as there is no more hard destruction available on the board. It'll have to most likely be a funnel coming in through by Columbia. They still have a couple of grenades to play with, so that could be all right for their positioning. However, they have to be timed and tossed almost perfectly in order to secure a pick onto someone. And that's even if they throw it in the right area. If no one's playing next to that explosive, then it's still going to remain a 4 versus 3, and Columbia will have to work extra hard to equalize that position.
D-Lo's doing everything he can right now to swing his team even further. With a man disadvantage, D-Lo's position right now is not just a kind of poke and prod at what Ottawa defensively are bringing to the table, but to create that space by finding a pick. They need to even down the man count to allow for the rest of Columbia to maybe entry inwards and kind of put the pressure back into Ottawa. But right now, Columbia are a little bit too slow, in my opinion. D-Lo has got 2 players ready to peek him at a moment's notice, and thankfully, Xander gets hyper-aggressive and will peek in a spot that D-Lo's readily watching. So this puts them in an even worse spot. Val, she'll go ahead and take a step back. She'll step back towards the landing site, sitting next to the closed statue. Maybe we can throw some of her toxic babes. These ones, I think, being popped a little bit too early, maybe too close for comfort in terms of the time, but doesn't seem to matter too much. Riven finally puts his name on the board, takes out D-Lo, top fragger for the opposing side, but KJS through that soft wall leading over to the aviation side, manages to find one of their own. Spray down by Riven, second kill to his name, quite literally an infinite amount more than what he was bringing prior to this round, and Kiro from the opposing side with the 9mm in hand cuts down yet another, a cutthroat defense that Ottawa brought to the table, and it finds them and nets them another round.
It just feels good to be right sometimes, Scott. You know that? It just feels, it
You
feels
know, it
great.
does. It does sometimes feel good to be right.
I suggested, of course, Riven cannot hear me. He thought this on his own, which is why I'm like smiling as if I'm a shark looking at a fish. I am completely ecstatic that instead of going for some silly peek and over-aggressing and costing his life, he fell back into sight and just held a common angle. Like, it wasn't 90, don't get me wrong. That's what I told him to do last round, but holding hunting was 10 times better, as that gave coverage to both his player and aviator and also bar room itself. So really good job by Riven, and also great work by Val as well, popping those smokes. Yes, it was very early, but that forced a funnel, because you're not going to want to run through those smokes when you still have time to kill, and it allowed her teammates to also remain in those key positions to better stop the funnel. So still worked out in the end. Ain't no complaints in that avenue whatsoever. And now it's double plant denial. Both the Smoke and Tachanka are now in cohorts together here on round number 6. You don't get to see this composition all that often, but when it happens and it's done correctly, man, it is a sight to behold. I gotta be honest, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad decision, because you can place Kiro
Oh,
fairly aggressively.
This is a lot of time waste.
Yeah, you can place Kiro very aggressively inside of Astronomy, which is where we saw him previously when we saw this objective, which was coming down to Val in a 1-on-3, where she found one and couldn't find the last 2. Kiro tried to swing over to Trophy and died, but Kiro being placed inside of Astronomy allows for him to lock down the master bathroom, as well as, with a little bit of extra assistance from Riven with those magnets and maybe some ADSs, take substantial control safely on top of it with the shield to hide behind. The transition, though, is going to matter for when Kiro eventually dies. Because Kiro will eventually fail to get off one of these Shamika launchers, will fail to get around something, maybe a nade from below or a nitro cell. Any of these, I don't know why I said a nitro cell, maybe a nade from below will find him out. A team came, and we've already seen 2 of them so far today, if one's on each side. But maybe something along those lines does happen. And when Kiro goes out for the count, it's going to be up to Val, who should still be alive, needs to be still alive at that point, and needs to still have all 3 of those toxic babes. She utilized them a little bit too early, in my opinion, last round, but it worked out because it forced and funneled them in the opposing direction, because Columbia still felt like there was more, even though there wasn't.
Verticality being established by KJS just to weaken the site presence. Also, maybe a bit of self-destruction in towards, I believe that lines up into like master bathroom. That's a bit too far forward to be astronomy. So maybe if someone was playing in the bathroom, they would be snuffed out pretty easily. Still some information being gathered on the black eye cameras. So at least Ottawa have an idea as to how Columbia are attacking on this round. They are spending a lot of time in that middle floor, and there is still a roam about. It's Axon who just spots out the air jab. I don't think they've shot it just yet, but they could try to potentially evade it. I don't know if the proximity will be close enough to get them. No, I believe they actually did end up shooting it, because they would have been blown up at this point and probably blasted through a wall or back down the Bantry stairs perhaps. Oh no, it's still actually there. Finally gets blasted out. So Axon, his position well known at this point, will now go for a fallback, but there's still so much of the building to play around when you're roaming on that basement floor that honestly, if he just wastes time in this position, that will be Axon's job well done here, especially in this last minute on the rounds. The time is just so important for Columbia, Scott.
Tick-tock. That's what we're seeing right now, and it's not the handheld version, but one that's ever so ticking in the background.
Or the song.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's the Katy Perry song. 5-on-5 still. 48 seconds on the clock. Look at this push down, though. And Val, unfortunately, she fails to throw her Toxic Babe in a good spot. She has no real great getaway. Thankfully, Riven is somewhat close by, but this is a poor place to be in, and thankfully she'll be able to get away to a certain degree. With Riven's assistance, of course, taking out Click, and Riven will find their second. Xander has been taken off the board, same as Kira from the opposing direction, and Riven will eventually be felled by Oni as well. A 2-on-3, 25 seconds on the clock. Val's playing in absolute the danger zone. Is looking like an old 80s movies at this point as she swings her way through that soft wall that has been opened up by Columbia, now holding extremely close. She goes for the swing and finds another kill, but Delo's there to go for the refrag. 8 seconds left on the clock, and Delo does not have the diffuser. It's just a play for time right now. He has to run all the way back and plant inside door. There's literally no time on the clock. Axon can play for this kill as he has everything but the world to play with, and Delo's out for the count. Ottawa finding themselves round 6 victory. Wow, a very close call, but that Tachanka Shamika launcher, as well as the Toxic Babes, did kind of pay off for them.
It almost costed the Smoke's life.
Yes.
We almost had Val die. Luckily, though, she remained calm
She's
and just
gutsy.
changed position. She went in the corner of Astro where you normally have like a shield placed there, rather than where it was in that current predicament. And then she just completely left blue because it was way too much pressure there for the attack. So she just moved around somewhere more important and actually got a kill because of that. Forced to 1 versus 1 eventually after she died. But that was fine because Delo had to make a pretty tough decision of whether to go for the pick against Axon with only 7 seconds left, or try to stick a plant not knowing where the Valkyrie is. And I mean, sometimes you got to make those dire decisions and you guess incorrectly. It happens. They weren't entirely sure as to where Axon was playing at, so I really don't blame him for going for the more passive option there. Moving into the second half now, a 4-2 split, which is actually really good for you, Ottawa, to be honest. Normally you see 3-3 splits. 4-2 is still technically default for the attacking side, having those 2 rounds, but it's definitely, it could have been a better position overall for Columbia. Now, though, they get to test their might moving into the defensive side, and it looks like they will follow in the shadow of UOttawa by bringing out a heavy emphasis on that util game and starting out here on Aviator and Games Room as well for their first sight in the second half.
Now, my ultimate question here, John, is going to be the recovery period for Columbia. This is obviously a map that is pretty much considered defensive favorite of like 99% of the maps in R6, but attacking teams can definitely have a really solid stance for it, but Columbia was only able to put up 2. Now switching to what people would argue is the favorite side of defense, they're feeling fairly confident being able to take off 2 in the opposing side, but Ottawa's attack hasn't been the worst thing in the world if Axon and Xander can pop off. If Axon and Xander fail to pop off, Ottawa doesn't have the same level of information gathering that Columbia was bringing to the table previously with Gsin and KJS comboing for the drone play, and that is single-handedly the most important piece of utility in the entire game, and every single person on the attack has 2 of them, and that's something that you have to keep in mind. Even if your role, respectively, is not drone watch, you can still send in drones to assist your flank watch, such as Xander, when he approaches to place down those rear denial, the air jabs behind you guys. So I think they need to be a bit more cognizant of that, and I think Ottawa has failed to do that time in and time out. If they added that level of to their game, I don't think there's a chance Columbia could take a single round. I think Ottawa would just outgun them.
Well, first minute is now fully burnt through. We've been seeing much more passivity by both teams in the first minute because I think they understand the gravity of the situation. They both desperately want to win in this best of 3, so they don't want to really feed anyone. Early picks, perhaps. I mean, we've only had the first blood go down so early on when it's something aggressive happening, like some sort of run out or someone going for a misplay, like, you know, accident dropping down from main stairs into the open area of bot main. It happens, though. You know, sometimes you just get a little too silly in the round and you get punished for it. But things are incredibly, and I mean incredibly sluggish here for you, Ottawa. They finally open things up with a grenade, which pops in front of KJS. Luckily, though, he can fall back, and that Vulcan shield will actually detonate and give him extra time to go back in towards the site. So, not bad to both A, keep yourself alive, and B, force a bit of a util clear leading into this last minute of the round, Scott.
Still with them, all 5 players for both sides being up, this has been a... How do I phrase this? This has been a interesting start for Ottawa. Typically, they're prone to walking in and losing fights early, whether it be D-Lo catching them off guard or KJS being aggressive, comboing with D-Lo in an extension. The fact that Ottawa has all 5 up and standing and still has some pretty substantial utility to work with is a very solid sign for them, and I think that's only doomed to continue. But Click's holding close with the Mossberg in hand. He pulls out the SMG-11, but unfortunately, Accent's holding out flashes, tossing them absolutely everywhere, and will pay the price accordingly because of it. Nades now being sent. Val doesn't really have any clue where she's sending that one. It doesn't seem to make any impact, and now there's only 1 left in her hand and 1 left in total. Raven swinging from the opposing side, takes the main staircase and takes out D-Lo. 15 seconds on the clock. There's still a 4-on-4. Shots connecting from KJS. Straight to the head of Xander, but Kiro's clapping back with one of their own. Refrag on refrag. Kiro, DOB, and Ode finished off by Oni, and Click combos for 2, taking out Vol and, of course, the last player.
Well, an explosive way to end out their first defensive round. Columbia take it in a pretty powerful manner. I mean, they were able to waste so much time. Ottawa kind of allowed themselves to have a very poor start on their attack, just not having the, I guess, the understanding of picking up the pace there. They really were just hard focusing on one portion of the map and didn't really think, oh, do we want to rotate at one point? Do we want to actually be able to have a lot of time to work with when we're going in for the clear? No. Because of that, they kind of ran in blindly to the site. They got a couple of pop shots in here and there, but they still lost the round at the end of the day. So working on that pacing for their attacking side, that is going to be able to keep them in the lead against Columbia. If that does not happen, then, well, we're going to see more rounds like that where we get into the red time and we've got Columbia just completely stocked inside of whatever site they're holding, making it a stronghold essentially at that point and just equalizing things sooner than what we probably expected.
Now, question, trying to be relayed over to here for you, John, with the way that Columbia managed to hold on in that round. And obviously, I talked about one of the things Ottawa needed to do is to stay alive and to have a better drone game, which we saw that to a degree, and obviously they did a fairly better job of that. Their failed entry into the site and the close angles from obviously Click with the Mossberg and just their great denial and location on site. This site is very different. So my question to you is, how are you expecting Columbia to default play this, especially with the fact we're not seeing that same Tachanka and Smoke setup that Ottawa brought? Where do you expect these players to sit?
Probably going to go either for the roam clear near study, or they're going to go towards the bottom floor. I mean, Xander's got the Nomad. If you don't clear out either study side or the bottom floor, then that pick is kind of null and vacant, especially when attacking trophy. So some sort of roam game that will most definitely be established, and then probably a presence in towards master bedroom. I would like to think they don't go direct here on this take, because that really does defeat a lot of the purposes that they have here. I mean, getting control of master at some point, yeah, that's completely fine, especially when you have a Habana on the board. But I feel like there's much more you can do, and how you be much more productive as well if you don't start out here and, oh dear God, D'Lo was just at the right position to, when the castle barricade got broken open, to actually get a pick and almost gets a second, spots out the arm of the, I believe it was the Finka for just a split fraction there, but it's only going to get one so far. But man, that is just an upsetting way to start out round number 8 here for Ottawa.
I'm honestly shocked. Throw a nade, Riven. There's got to be something here that you can start to facilitate. I mean, the flashes will go up, burning the ADSs. Now he's got the nades ready. Finally, something gets brought forward, but it's actually comboed off the Gon 6 and having a secondary play in the opposing direction. Kiro takes that one, but they've lost another in the process. This is Riven out for the board. No longer you have a nade in his pocket either. Ottawa have been crippled very early, and this is not a simplistic cripple. This is one where they got cut off, and it's like the Achilles tendon of Cholet for Columbia. They have lost themselves nades early, they've lost their flank watch of Xander, and they've lost some of their best fraggers, especially with the poor performance Riven brought in that first half, and has made a huge return in the latter half of it in this half already. He's a very important factor for their side. He, at the very least, is bringing another level to the team to try and get them a little bit closer. But Jason holding staircase gets swung by accident and actually won. You can see a player holding extremely close, but it does not seem to matter. Click had pre-placed that nitro like we saw, and Axon will be the victim of it quite swiftly, leaving Val and Kiro to be the last two standing.
Well, they finally got the triple wall opened up for potentially a kill hole, maybe a walkway in towards site, perhaps. Other than that, really not much being done in round number 8, favoring the side of Ottawa. Yeah, they've weakened the defenses of Columbia, but not by a substantial margin, so still an uphill battle in round number 8 here for the attacking side. And Nade almost gets tossed out, but they're waiting for the flashbangs to either locate someone or at least just burn through a bit of utility before committing to such a heavy piece of secondary gadgetry here. Looks to be a master push in through, but Oni is at the ready with a shotgun, but goes out for the swing on the player who's the farthest away. Kiro gets rid of Oni. Now things are in a 2 versus 2 situation. A yellow ping comes out. KJS, though, not quick enough on the draw. Kiro nets their third on the round, leaving just the Jaeger to stand. Gets rid of one. Caught on the reload here almost, but Kiro does not advance at the right time. 10 seconds remain. The Habana has to extend up inside of D Room, which is a dance around between the bomb chassis bearing 9 out in hand, and the Habana has nothing left to shoot at the Jaeger. KJS, the patience by themselves inside of Deer Room, actually gives Columbia another round for their defensive side. And we're back again. The game of tug of war remains all the way through Villa as it is 4-4 going into round number 9.
He had 4 bullets left in the gun, John. 4 single shots in the 416C. That right there has got to be one of the single best moments in his R6 career, just in terms of clutching it out and being everything he possibly could be. Ottawa, you just dropped the bag. There's just no way to put that. You had a man advantage, you had a situation to bring yourself close, and you just managed to have it fall straight through your fingers. That's not where you want to be. That's not what you want to see. And it's just the wrong direction for them. And this has really been what this second half has been. They've not been a team that's winning this second half and getting close to winning it, because even when they have the man advantage, even when they're stepping ahead on the board, there's always a way for them to fumble it. And that's exactly what we've been seeing.
Sun Tzu, the art of trolling here. But we also had Columbia make a lot of severe mistakes as well. Oni getting a bit too trigger happy with the shotgun did equalize things. And Kiro did a great job for majority of that round. They just kind of choked underneath all that pressure, but can you blame them? I mean, you've got only 10 seconds to work with. Jaeger, they've got that natural cover, and they don't need to move a muscle except just to deny you of getting that pick. So, I mean, it was a good attempt there by Kiro, but the team play there, that 2 versus 1 was lacking heavily. So that is going to cost them the round inevitably. Like I said earlier, things are back on an even level here. Someone has done their job of carpentry very well for their flooring, so there is no random dips when you're walking around in your living room. And we're not going to be seeing living room as the site. Instead, it's going to be dining room and kitchen, but almost everybody in Collegiate hates going to library because it breeds variety, and that is something we have really not seen all that much up until now. Is got a cap can on the board, I believe we got to see, and that was not 6 picked off. But if there is any site that you bring out a cap can, or even any map in general to bring out the Russian operator, it's bound to be Villa, and it's also bound to be dining room and kitchen.
It's my favorite objective, John. It really and truly is. It's so reminiscent of the older style maps of R6, from the older objectives, the way they were defended, pulses, castles. You see a lot of mute jammers as well. Capcan is and can be picked on this objective as well, like you have said, and it really does fit into that station. Sledges, bucks. It's just the old style of R6, and I miss that. It just tugs at my heartstrings in a certain way of a book. But no way. This round must go onwards, and the streak must be broken if having this game be tight. And I think for Ottawa right now, their best bet is to play this one slow and use the buck in sledge to their advantage. However, there are nitro cells available for Columbia. 4 of them, in fact, a hefty sum. No, sorry, 5. They've already tossed one and hasn't yet been expended. They have 5 nitro cells. Every single person on their team is bringing and packing the heat, and they've got the pulse to combo with it. I would dare say the strategy of playing upstairs may be mute if Ottawa can't be able to deny these nitro cell plays. And that's kind of hard to deny. It's kind of hard to tell when you are being spotted out from below by a single individual pulse.
Like you mentioned, everyone has a nitro cell. KGS does not even need to detonate his first and foremost. He can just be relaying that information to everybody else who is on that Rome game. Jason will pop his prematurely. That's all right. Click will also follow suit. They have not even entered the building yet. Your pulse is actually joshing you so incredibly hard right now, and it's actually quite upsetting here. Click will now have to reposition in towards Trophy Room. They almost went for a drop down, or at least a reposition up in towards Astro, and that's where Axum cuts 1, now make it 2 off guard. The Mozzie and also Thunderbird, Dilo and Click falling in tandem as the Buck player wants to bring back the round advantage for his team. It's none other than Axeman to try to get all the dirty work done for his team. His hands are most certainly now filled with grease at this point, as he went for 2 very ratty picks and found them with quick succession.
This is definitely not the start you would want if you're Columbia. One, absolutely just, there is no excuse for the abysmal performance of your nitro cells. I cannot give you any sort of nod in that direction. Just horrendous. That's just going to be the statement that's made. But now with only one really left standing, it has not yet been detonated. In fact, it may not be able to be detonated. We don't necessarily know that information. Ottawa have a huge advantage. And here comes that open floor plan. The skeleton key will begin to create a hellscape on this second floor. And the floor above, the roof, so to say, for Columbia, has come a crumbling down, as the sledgehammer itself will also come to slam. Only 3 players left standing for Columbia. They could choose to be aggressive, or they could start to take a step back. KJS gets a bit aggressive when it comes over to that back hall staircase, but ultimately only able to get a DB&O and not able to do anything else in the process. You can hear in the background some explosives going off in the distance. That's those X-Kairos pellets, and Riven will be DB&O'd and finished by Jason. Somehow, Columbia have managed to keep themselves together. They just refuse to go down and are constantly in the threat in the face of Ottawa.
Instead of being held together by glue, it looks more or less like silly putty here for Columbia. Let's hope they can change that these last 20 seconds, perhaps. They are still at a disadvantage, but they do have time on their side. Ottawa don't have a lot of options to approach upon. They can maybe go around instead of Astro as well, and not just this back area of Laundry. And EDD will now light up Kiro on such little HP. They will most likely have to stick the plan, as they can no longer get aggressive. It's a play in both Laundry leading towards Sight and Memorial. Axon not getting too aggressive here, and that's going to actually cost them. Kiro, the only one left to stand there looking for the planter, and they finally snuffed them out. Columbia, 3 in a row on their defenses. It looked quite rough at the very beginning, wasting every single nitro cell. You name it, they burned through it, but at least they brought things out, simply holding down the fort, denying the plant from happening from UOttawa.
How do you recover in that round? It's frustrating, John. I legitimately...
This is insanity.
I'm feeling like I'm banging my head against a brick wall, and no, I'm not in my studio. There's no brick wall behind me yet. That's coming in next week. I can't slam my head against it yet. I'd have to go into the other room and like step across the hallway and do a bunch of other things to get there. But yet I still feel like I'm gaining that headache. And right now for Ottawa, the biggest headache is how Columbia keeps getting away with it. How they keep somehow circumventing everything that they're bringing to the table and still coming out on top. That's not what Ottawa has been expecting, and Ottawa has unfortunately been catching the butt end of a Columbia match. Now up 5-4, a massive recovery of 2+ rounds, 3 to tie it, and now they're 4th to come up and above. And John, if Ottawa take this, we could see a tie again, but from the pacing we've seen, Ottawa have no idea how they're attacking against Columbia, and Columbia are just eating them up at every turn.
They really have no clue. We could have seen so much better stuff done by Ottawa. They had time to drone. They had time to reposition. They basically fought them. They had one player, Axon, one of your top players, period. Him and Xander, up for the date. Up for debate, not the date. The date? The baby? No, debate. So, having him in a key position like that, that's fine. But where's the play in China to kill the guy Kitchen? Where's the guy playing vertical? You have a sledge and a buck and so many sightlines on that top floor, yet you refuse to not funnel? I find that hard to believe, you Ottawa. You guys blew it out of the park map 1 and gave Columbia a run for their money. And now you lost 3 rounds in a row, surely off the fact that I don't really want to go too far deep into the rabbit hole, but just the lack of forward thinking by you Ottawa. That's been their sheer reason why they've been losing so many rounds. But hey, Riven, someone who I've been keeping a tab on a majority of the second half, is once again stepping up to the plate when needed most, gets the first blood onto Click, so no complaints in that factor at the very least.
That's his first kill in 2 rounds, though. So, I mean, or 3 rounds, technically. Not really where his stat line wants to be. Looking like the beginning of the first half, and it has to continue. Ottawa need to continue to cascade into the objective, and right now they can't even get out into the door as D'Lo, the 416C, manages to spray down Kiro and catch the head. A player rotating around, he gets the accent on that first floor, some assistance from Riven, nades from below, not really finding anything, and also not really opening up enough of the floorboards to gain sightlines for himself, as he's a little bit too far back and doesn't necessarily have the information required to progress from this point onwards, as Kiro's off the clock. Hero no more. But D'Lo's going to lose his eyesight. Players from down below. Axon looking to assist. He has an extra player with him, or should I say had, as Xander will lose the fight, and Oni sprays down their second to finish off Axon as well. Jason with a headshot to Val. Riven stepping up big and actually managing to tag out Oni, but a second player comes up, and he manages to find the head too. D'Lo out for the count, more like Freelo, and now it's just Riven left standing in a 1-on-2.
Better than nothing at the very least. Riven will have to ace in this position. They're going to do the proper play. They're going to take their time and go for the drone work here. 50 seconds left. This will give plenty of moments for Columbia to kind of collect themselves and make sure they don't want to try to throw this round. But, the exact same thing, again, can be said for Riven. No more intel to play off of. No grenades as well, so it'll be a very uphill battle despite the fact that it is a 1v2 in comparison to that potential 1v3 or even 1v4. I believe it to be almost spots out one behind the bar top, but cannot connect the shots. C4 comes flying out. He'll have to be caught in a sprint. I can't blame him for sprinting. You need to get away from the nitro cell, but you could have fallen back instead and have waited, and it wasn't even for the rotation. Oh, man. You hate to see it, Riven. He tried his best, but couldn't get it done. But for God's sake, Ottawa, where's the patience been? I complained about you guys for being too passive, and then you just run at everyone on top main. I cannot get a read of you guys. What is going on?
They are the team of many mysteries. I guess that's what we'll say. You got to pour one out for them. I mean, they did their best. They really tried to keep themselves together and calm. But like I said, the funneling just comes down to it. And why is it that every time Riven starts to pop off, the rest of this team isn't necessarily there? The one round where we saw Riven finally catch up with 2 kills, where he comboed with a fabulous round for Val, everyone else just died almost instantly. The second the action took place on site defensively for Ottawa, they fell apart, and they absolutely got cut into pieces. Thankfully, the last 2 players were there. It's the same story with that last round. Why is Riven the only player that's able to capitalize in this situation? And for a player that has been so inconsistent to the degree that we were able to snore while watching half his gameplay, and the other time we're on our feet screaming he's going off so much. It's 2 opposite worlds, yet he still is second best on his squad in terms of kills. Where has Xander been? Where was the Xander we've seen in map 1 and map 2? Kiro has done just mid-tier this entire time, which is good enough for the position he's doing, especially since he should be droning a little bit more, honestly. And then Val, she was fabulous in the last map, but she just hasn't been performing as much as she could be. There's a lot of weak links right now for Ottawa, and Columbia don't need to have as many weak links. They just need to have slightly less than Ottawa to come out on top, and that's what we're seeing right now.
I guess Xander must have left his passport or something, so they weren't able to make that travel over from the United States into now Italy, unfortunately. So must have left the good Xander over at Oregon, so to say. Back on last round, though, I have a lot of gripes with how Columbia got their refrag first and foremost. The Habana player overextended in study. The Habana player. The whole point of having Habana is to play for range and not expose yourself on study balcony. So why are you swinging a player on main when there's no other entry point to kill him? I will stop this point now because we are on a completely new round, and if I continue forward, my brain is going to be very angry with me as I have a small headache here. I'm a bit on the agitated side. Anyways, UOttawa beginning to pick up the pace. Big fan of that. Already starting to gather some information and already get control of Aviator and Study. Now, no one was over in that part of the map, so that explains the quick paceness of it, but hey, at least they noticed that and not taking their sweet time, but no one checks to see if KJS is watching aggressively. Your best player on match and series point is now dead off the bat, and everything nice I just said is now being thrown in the dumpster, along with eventually your hopes of winning this out.
Everything nice, but sugar and spice, that's for sure. I mean, what a demoralizing way to start off this round. Now, we've seen Xander pop up in these moments where Axon loses early and then he can make the return, but right now I'm more worried about how Riven's going to perform. Comboing in with Xander, who's now had a different role, it does not seem to matter. Both of the players I'm talking about cut down, or should I say imploded upon, as a fabulous nade, sorry, Nitro Cell, can't get that right today, from below absolutely obliterates basically any chance of Ottawa making a solid return here. But Val is doing everything she can to piece this thing back together. The puzzle, however, seemingly a little bit too difficult for Ottawa to put together. KGS may be out, but that's only a 416C. The utility he brings to the table is place and forgets. With only 50 seconds left, I mean, they're just running out of time to start to cascade into the objective. Flash is being sent, trying to burn those ADSs, turning to make sure their own eyes don't get destroyed, but Kiro comes up big. D'Lo slightly peeks a little bit too far and brings this one now to a 2-on-3. Player getting aggressive. Kiro steps up big again, clicks head off for the count, and a 2-on-2. A miraculous recovery made by Ottawa with only 28 seconds left. Aggression is Oni's name. He'll cut down Val. Kiro on a rampage for their third and needs the fourth to give Ottawa any chance. It's match point Columbia, match point series point for Jason. Can he clutch up tremendously and go one-on-one with Kiro? 13 seconds remaining. Kiro is walking closely through the statuary room side, sees the player in astronomy, sprays them down, and Ottawa keep this one together, taking round 11, and they're somehow still alive.
Columbia! Who are you picking? Why are you running at this man? You know Kiro does not miss those. We saw like 3 moments. Click, I have to agree. This is in fact a laugh out loud, moment here. And Columbia knows this. So, at least it's not going to chalk their mental at all. It's definitely chalking my mental. But why are you all just sprinting at Kilo? You can get your frag when they push you. You're the defender. They have to approach upon you, not the other way around, guys. What is going on here? I mean, great clutch by Kiro, don't get me wrong. He played that to a T. Quite literally landing pixel peak shots, not being chalked that his top fragger died off the bat. I mean, just doing everything this man could to clutch it out, and he did exactly that. But why? Why are you running at him? Why? I cannot wrap my head around this third map, Scott. I quite frankly cannot. Do you know why they ran it at Kilo? Do you know why?
No, I actually have no idea. I like the idea of Columbia to be aggressive. I like the idea of Columbia to try and be an aggressive because they just want to get this one over with, but come on, man. Ottawa, they're not a bad team. They're really not. They're just playing a little poor in this third map, right? They're just playing not at the level necessarily they should be. Even that last round, it was a piss poor performance from Ottawa in terms of Riven and Xander being too close for comfort. Why are they that close at 90? Why are you having Accent die first to be a little bit too aggressive early on? Columbia absolutely devastating you, and yet you still managed to make an insane return because Val and Kiro are uncontested, and Columbia solo swing every single corner. There's a lot of problems for both teams, where right now, especially in that last round, somehow Columbia are still giving Ottawa a fighting chance despite the performance they've been bringing to the table.
Well, new round, hopefully new team, perhaps for both, really. I mean, I said this earlier before I went on like my whole Joker arc of Columbia are also making extreme mistakes. That is still why this game is very close, because Columbia are just simply throwing away rounds, and they're actually self-aware of that. So I would think they would try to slow that down, perhaps, but I guess not. D'Lo almost meets his impending doom much earlier than expected, but he'll have a shield to play around, and I wonder if he'll be able to get away with as many devious licks as he did the last time he held this position. They are completely aware that D'Lo cannot escape from here. The sledge is no longer holding that angle as they're the one actually going on the drone game, but a nade is there to greet D'Lo, and he will now be DB&O and finished off. Action. Beautiful double nade play to open things up for you, Ottawa. That is exactly why you need to keep this man on the board, because when he is around and on the block, he will do the damage required to bring Ottawa in the driver's seat.
Sorry, 140 left on the clock. I was about to say 100. Apparently, I don't see colons that often. But with 5 players left for Ottawa, this is an insanely solid start for them. They have managed to cut down Oni and D'Lo, the top fragger for the Columbia side, as well as having the Toxic Babes off the board. This is a solid start for them, but they have yet to really get past this master bedroom side. They do have some semblance of control of that first floor. Riven's stepped in through the bathroom window, giving him an outlook to maybe step towards the astronomy side. I don't think there's anyone necessarily facilitating a defense in that direction. Click is maybe the closest one. He's hanging out towards Trophy right now, going for a long shot towards that master bedroom window. No one really on the other end except for Val, who's now droning in the position, and it's Jason to fall next. Ackerman finds the kill. Click trying to be flushed out from the opposing side. It's Riven to do that job. A 5 versus 1. A flawless round, possibly for Ottawa, as it's just KJS left standing, and he's have to fight them all, and he's unable to do so. Axon finds the kill. We're going to overtime on a map that I don't think Ottawa deserves it on.
No, but you know what? They managed to actually punish Columbia for flat out giving them rounds, so I will give them that. You know what else? Axon just simply being built different, all right? And one thing I will actually point out to not be so angry is the team play by UOttawa was way better. Clearing out D'Lo on that shield in comparison to the first time, because they were feeding that man 1-for-1s, and instead they did like the safest play. They had Riven drone with natural cover. They had another guy getting ready to break away the shield, and then they had Axon underneath throwing grenades. Either that or he was just throwing nades from outside, one or the other, but still way better in retrospect to what we saw the first time D'Lo implemented that slight extension into master bedroom. So we're seeing the improvement being made by Ottawa, slowly and most definitely surely as well. So we'll have to just wait and see if they can continue that moving into overtime now. We're at that plus 12 round limit for a second time, almost a third time, because it did come down to a single round over in Oregon. And Columbia, once again, they're dropping the ball pretty hard at this point, but I feel like they still have a bit more fight left in them. They just once again, they are just giving away certain opportunities for Ottawa, and it is just as incredibly shocking and also just annoying as well compared to the amount of rounds that Ottawa has thrown away as well.
Yeah, the audio bug, sad, very annoying. And apparently the only way to fix it is to actually observe a drone getting shot, so let's see how good our observer really is. Let's see if he can catch that in the process. He's gunning for it. He's looking around. He's trying to find somebody on it. Kiro is just checking cams right now at the current moment. Nothing really beyond that, but I think Ottawa's actual ability to bring us to this point to go to OT can be attributed to the fact that Columbia just failed to control their urges. That's what I'll say. Why is it that your best fragger, D'Lo, is dying first because you're getting hyper-aggressive? Why is it that your secondary best fragger, Click, who... I would say secondary. Technically, in this game, it's KJS. Why is it your secondary best fragger, Click, in all of the other maps, is playing so passive, and yet when he does finally have a chance and they are moving towards the objective, he gets too aggressive? What's going on with what Columbia were bringing to the table on defense? Because Ottawa have started to dismantle that. They've started to key in on that, and this game really is a game of adaptability. The team that can adapt the fastest will recover the fastest. Right now, that's been Ottawa, but... unfortunately for them, you say their name and something bad will happen. KJS with a nitro finds Kiro, but that victory is short-lived as Riven finds the clapback.
Oh, no hard breacher on the board, so a funnel is bound to be afoot at some point for you, Ottawa. At least they managed to get the man advantage here. So Click falling as well. The player you talked about dying way too early in the round, well, it looks like that has come into fruition now a second time or a quadrillionth time, depending on how well you've had your counting so far. Drone finally destroyed, so we are out of this perpetual white noise being made by the mute jammer. That is one of the main ways to actually, get rid of that bug. So finally our suffering is over, at least in terms of audio. Gameplay wise, we might not be remedied just yet. Just over a minute on the clock. Ottawa playing as comfortably as they can, because yes, they have the main advantage, but things can be quite complicated unless they stack upon that, which they will do so. Xander, beautiful shot. G-Sin now very low on HP from a nade tossed out by Axon at a great position. So it doesn't matter that they have no hard destruction, because they have such a substantial lead. It might be all for naught. The 18th kill now secured by Axon. Oni is going to fall, leaving G-Sin only one left. Last man standing for their team, and their position is known. A drone just spotted them moments prior. A second one could have highlighted them, and Axon yet again just trying to add more to the kill count at this point. One more and they'll drop a 20 bomb. And I mean, they deserved it at this point, doing a bunch of work for their team and bringing us to match point and series point yet again. But this time it's not for Columbia, it's Ottawa to reclaim that title.
Is this the top division in NECC?
That's why I'm so mad. That's why, because I know these guys can do better. And gals.
But, I'm right? This is the top division.
This
in
is
NECC.
Legends Division, yes.
So why the heck is there such a disparity between Axon and everyone else right now?
That's a really good question. I don't think I'd like to answer that out loud.
Axon has been, even as our Discord messages have also been stating, this dude is a monster. Like, there's nothing you can say about it, right? The dude is quite literally one of these probably the best player in the NECC right now, right? I mean,
at least in kills, he's got to have some sort of like MVP in that. Like, if you look at most kills in a best of 3, he probably claims that title now, because he's gotten very close to 20 kills now twice. So yeah, it was like what, 18 or 19?
18 on map 1.
Yep. It's like 12 or maybe like 14 on map 2.
He was in double digits definitely on map 2. I don't remember what the actual amount was.
It was like between 12 to 14.
Really?
Yeah,
we don't take screenshots like we do in Val of the score at the end? That's kind of
no, because we remember the scoreline, just not what happened in the middle, man.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's fine.
Later.
It was a monstrous scoreline anyways, right? I mean, they may have lost, but Axon still had a ton. He didn't do very great in the early beginning, like lying in round 1, but he had a huge recovery and still managed to pick up like 14 kills. So yeah, he's about to break 20 at this point in time, and that's not the kill record. Maybe it's a kill record for BO3 here for the NECC, but it's not for BO5. We had one person drop like a 23 bomb. So keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. There's still plenty more for Axon to grow up and turn into a beautiful butterfly.
Yeah, perhaps. Hoping the same thing for the rest of Ottawa as well. Again, I said this briefly, but I am so mad because I know that Ottawa and Columbia can play much better than what they are right now, in all honesty. This has been just like a slugfest for all of the wrong reasons, to be direct about it. You can be less harsh about Emergence Division and Navigators Division because some of them simply do not know better. They are either new players or they just don't have a lot of experience overall. These guys are the polar opposite and should not be making early blunders such as that. Axon falling. You should know how important you are to your team, especially in terms of opening picks. I mean, even when we didn't have Axon find a first blood but still remain alive, they were still a force to be reckoned with later in the round. So having that player almost get 20 kills now, only be stuck at 19 for the time being, is such an upset. In Columbia now doubling down on that assertion as Click gets rid of one as well, forcing Columbia in a 5 versus 3. Great start by them, but Ottawa, they are starting to slow down. But there goes the play by Kiro to at least keep his team alive for just a bit longer.
Riven, Valid, Kiro. Dynamic trio right now for the Ottawa side with only 85 seconds left on the clock. There just needs to be more done, and it's just not happening. Click swings through the statuary door and catches one more off guard. Riven takes a little bit of damage to the flak jacket perk we talked about earlier in Modern Warfare, seemingly keeping him alive for just a little bit longer, but Val's going to need a bit more of that luck on top of it. She's in a bad spot as well, kind of pinned, but she needs to be aware that the concussive blast from the lifeline utility will go out and start to stun. Oni, planting diffuser. Riven's rotated to Astronomy, doesn't have a great sightline, but can start to walk through this door. Spray down coming, but he stops firing for some reason, and Oni gets the kill. Val will be able to find one of her own, this one on to G-Sin, but Oni is already on a 3K. Oni hunting for more. 3 kills in this round is already double more than he's gotten previously, and make that triple as he kicks up for the 4th. He had 2 kills going into this round, or 1 kill going into this round, something like that, and now he's gotten 4 in that one alone. Oni has finally come alive, but this one is so late as we're in OT and now max OT in this point in time.
Yep, we have to go the full distance here to see who is going to win. No infinite overtime, of course, not the SI Grand Final rules. So someone is going to have to end up going empty-handed here in the best of three. Still a very long battle between both Columbia and UOttawa. But man, like I said earlier, for a lot of the wrong reasons here, dining room and kitchen being played by Columbia, this was like your guys' worst sight. If it were not for the fact that UOttawa just tunnel visioned on that round, you guys would have gotten flattened, but maybe their nitro cell economy will be better because I think they still have 5 out of 5. So they're relying heavily on the verticality to be denied and have information to play off of that. But if they lose somebody early on or just completely waste a C4, then it could potentially be all for naught, and we could still have Ottawa potentially claw this back and actually get a victory here on Villa. It is only a 1 round that will be needed for either team, so this really could come down to really either team of taking this one home, to be honest.
Right now, my biggest thought process for key points in this round. Obviously, you mentioned that Columbia needs to do a better job. This was their worst objective when they played it, so I really don't know why they're playing it again, but they cannot be wasting the nitro cells. It was probably the worst performance of a nitro cell stack that I had ever seen, and that cannot happen again. They pre-placed one already. This is not the most strange thing I've ever seen. This one's fairly standard for you to do so. It's just a matter of properly coordinating with KJS, who has become a bit of a menace in this map, to make sure that that properly gets utilized. However, the extension to the second floor, I honestly don't like this extension. I don't think this one's a necessity. I think you're doing this one purely because you want to clap back early and you want to be, ha, gotcha. Click, you have a nitro cell. You're usable in the later stages of the round. You're a necessity, so to say. You got killed instantaneously at the beginning, snuffed out, and still barely managed to climb back because your teammates were there. You need to stay alive. You need to play better. Be better.
Either play with a teammate on the roam game or fall back very early on, one or the other, and don't get mixed up in the gray area. That's how you end up losing lives early on for no good reason. Minute now drained off the clock here for UOttawa. We've got plenty of intel being gathered here by KJS, not having their nitro cell pre-deployed. It's either G-Sins or D-Los currently that could be ripped at any given moment. Perhaps Click actually playing for one of those two fallbacks that I talked about here. Notices the hatch has been opened up, but they will now train their eyes back on 90. Axon now to fall. It will not be a 20 kill game for the Buck player. D-Lo gets one with the C4 as well. Brilliant start so far by Columbia, but once again, UOttawa, they're not done just yet. Xander wins a very important fight against D-Lo, still at the deficit, but better than a 5-on-3.
Still 4 nitro cells out and about. One's technically already been thrown. This could be the second one that goes out as Oni is waiting for the information to be relayed to him from his teammate of KJS, but Kiro could be the next victim. Very wary of the fact that nitro cells are there. Steps into the walk-in closet and then decides to take a step back. Not necessarily the point of entry you want to go for. Val standing still. I don't like the look of this at the current time as he was droning. I do like the idea of droning, but droning when there's a pulse and a nitro cell ready and waiting is not necessarily the go-to approach I would be liking. A random nitro cell seemingly tossed. Oni is going to go ahead and pre-place and detonate. This one seemingly does not do anything. But with still the 3v4 being in effect and only 45 seconds remaining, it just seems like Ottawa are being a little bit too patient. Just takes a couple kills on the top. You can see that the Thunderbird's doing a job still beyond the grave, as Click's going to be up and above 100 plus HP. Same now with Oni, and that just makes it even more difficult for Ottawa to recover.
Ooh, a very important fight could have been had by Val. He's not going to spot out that player in memo just yet. It's going to be the patience here by Oni. I think they have their nitro tagged up and towards that back doorway. Click gets rid of one. That's Case actually dropped. Val could potentially recover it. There might not be enough time to get that plan down. Really insufficient coverage. Just Xander and Val left to stand. Click now their third. It's only up to Val, and they die to an EDD. The cap can trap stuck on the memo doorway will break the ankles of the lone Iana, and finally our Torment Scott. It is over. Columbia, they'll take map number 3 and the series 2-1. A nail biter till the very end. And my goodness, I really could have seen better.
Yeah, man, I mean, Ottawa's recovery was impressive. Ottawa's recovery was very impressive. But Their play
Yeah.
into the overtime, and especially in that last round, was abysmal. And the last time we saw that objective, it was also abysmal. They basically just bled out Columbus the first time around. I don't know why my camera was lagging there. They basically bled out Columbus the first time around when they wasted all their nitro cells and then still managed to lose it, right? That was not Ottawa's objective. It never has been. Columbus just dropped the bag the first time, and I think they realized that. It was the same reason why we saw the same objective get played twice a couple times, because they knew what went wrong and they were ready to adjust beyond it.
Saying, once again, I hate to be, the bad cop here. We're both kind of playing bad cop here, but also, as Jonah would call it, truth cop. We're just trying to be honest as honest as we possibly can be. I hate the minor stammer there, but it is quite late at night, so I will be ending this off very shortly. But again, you Ottawa and Columbia, we know you can play better. You are in the top division here of NECC. Don't try to hide that. You guys can really give a run for really any opponent's money. I can almost guarantee that. So I'm hoping to see more flushed out gameplay by both you, Ottawa, and also Columbia. Again, though, congrats on the win, Columbia. At least you were able to make that redemption arc come into fruition. And with all that being said, as we'll give a short little shout out to ourselves at Fellow the Caster at Infernosis, INFERNOS1S. I now remember that fully. Don't have to look at it anymore. Zaysho as well, up in prod for a whole 6 hours, along with Unnamed Gamer. I'm glad he is able to sleep because that will put my mind to ease as well. And now we can depart for tonight's showing of NECC. It was a pleasure to be here, as always, by your side, Scott. Hope you all in chat have a great rest of your night, and to see you all tomorrow, potentially, for some more NECC action just down the road. Take care, everybody.
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice. And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Wow.